Welcome back. It's day 2 of the Radiant Heroes Major 2 of Calling All Heroes Initiative. I am Epitomes, joined by Dor, and today we are bringing you an amazing lower round matchup into the grand finals.
And some spectacular acrobatics. It seems your cat's already on one.
Yes, he is,
No, we've got good
He's in a
stuff
mood.
coming up today. Yesterday was a blast. I mean, the games yesterday, I think, were really an exhibition of the level of skill that we have here, especially that last one. Dude, Timeless up against NYXL. Tells me that we've got some treats coming up for us, as well as a lot of the teams that got knocked out by those two teams respectively, so some big stuff up on the docket.
Yeah, and for those of you who don't know what Calling All Heroes is an initiative to bring marginalized genders into competitive Overwatch esports, and it is such a wonderful initiative to allow so many players that might not have had that chance to be able to get into the scene and into competitive.
Yeah, it's a fantastic opportunity. It's not just for the tippy top of players, guys. Remember, we also have the rising bracket where players under Diamond can compete, so there's an opportunity for everybody to get involved. It's not just about creating the highest level competition, it's about creating a safe space for competition for everybody to get involved. It's important as well. I think Overwatch being able to compete at lower levels so that you can get to those higher levels is really important. Not everybody is born Grandmaster Tala, as it would turn out.
Wow, that is just such a surprise to me. But I mean, it's so nice to be able to have that welcoming space as well, so you can move up through the tiers and just creating a really good pipelining for people to be able to get into competitive and into that safe space. But now we are looking at the bracket and how we got here so far. So we had 24 teams in the Swiss rounds, and now on to playoffs. That was only down to 8. So 16 teams eliminated in Swiss round, and this is really competitive. Now we're looking at a double elimination bracket, and today we're starting off in that lower bracket in lower round 3.
Yeah, I feel like we can barely mention the Swiss bracket, but also, I mean, the Swiss round, we might as well just rename it to the culling with how many teams we get rid of in doing that, and all quality teams as well. But nevertheless, we got to start getting rid of teams today. This upper bracket has been really exciting. I feel like we saw some great stuff out of Strix and Rift Guardians yesterday. I'm excited to see more of them today. But the two top dogs are very clearly NYXL Academy and Timeless Ethereal.
Yeah, and they also got very, very close. The closest series yet with 3-2, and it was just by a hair's breadth that NYXL Academy was able to take it, knocking Timeless Ethereal down into the lower bracket. So whoever wins today's first matchup is going to have to go up against those giants.
And look, I'm sure both these teams are biting at the bit for some sort of rematch, and they both deserve it. We saw some really ridiculous stuff, but largely based around a Winston composition yesterday. So a lot of these teams are looking to do very similar things. I think that with the exception of some play from Timeless Ethereal, and especially NYXL, who have a really wide roster, it's really going to come down to the head-to-head, because many of these teams are showing us that instead of adapting, they want to kind of try and force this composition through and find the solutions within it.
Yeah, and a lot of that map pool is also going to reflect these Winston compositions as well. We saw a lot of Ilios, we saw a lot of Numbani yesterday. There was a little bit of that Dorado that we saw, but otherwise I feel like it was a lot of these Winston maps where the dive compositions reign supreme.
Yeah, and I think with those dive compositions came two things. One, we saw some playstyle changes as well as compositional changes, but for me, I want to zoom in on the first of those two things, right? The playstyle changes. Because we had a lot of teams really opting to hard peel for their Anas, right? Focusing on keeping them alive, and then other teams trying to change that game plan entirely and just go full aggressive, saying, you know what? Aramori in particular was getting the short end of the stick here, but just leaving the Ana behind and sending 4 members in on the dive train. And whether or not they're successful in that really did dictate a lot of the game plan and how they wanted to adapt, right? The more aggressive teams sometimes might have needed to slow down or find more clever positionings for their Anas, and the slower teams might have had to take multiple stage dives in order to get in. But either way, those changes needed to be made, especially in the head-to-head where such micro decisions can make a big difference.
And when it came to the dives as well, it was a lot of the onus of that follow-up was on the Tracer. So if these teams can have really good Tracer players being picked up to be a part of their rosters, then that could make a huge difference in this Winston meta that we're seeing right now in this major. We saw that NYXL Academy had a very, very strong Tracer player in that Snozzler, who I think, based off the interview that we had with yesterday, is basically their dedicated Tracer one trick for this squad.
Yeah, I mean, Snozzler can pilot that and many things plenty well. But what I think impressed me the most yesterday, I think almost clearly from an individual perspective, Bun. I mean, come on. We expect the Bun snipers to come out, and the Hanzo did just 1v9 the entire lobby. But even outside of that, the Bun Sombra, something that I haven't been graced with quite yet, was really, really good. And it was one of the few teams that we saw really implement the Sombra on a very high level and find success with it at the same time. So I think that's a terrifying tool that NYXL have that a lot of the other teams are kind of looking to piece together but haven't fully pulled on yet.
Now Rift Guardians versus Strix Bad Blood, going to be the first matchup here in the lower bracket. The winner goes on to play Timeless Ethereal. If it's Rift Guardians, it is going to be a rematch, and the last time we saw that happen, it didn't go so hot for Rift Guardians. So Strix Bad Blood, maybe they also have that chance we didn't see before.
And I think it brings up an interesting stylistic matchup of two teams that were a little bit slower. Rift Guardians was certainly amongst the slowest of the teams that we were watching yesterday, right? Very patient. I was commenting at one point how Cat almost piloted the Winston like a Reinhardt, right? Playing very static at these corners, juggling cooldowns solely for the sake of trying to hold a position rather than trying to gain them, and then relying on that backline being able to get so much done in order to win those fights. And I think today, it might be a long battle of attrition where that can come to fruition and really pay off.
Yeah, Rift Guardians was definitely one of those teams we saw that was just playing a lot of give or take on the objectives as well, especially on the control point that they played yesterday of Ilios, where they were very, very careful about when they wanted to take space and very aware of when cooldowns and ultimates were being expended by the other squad. And you can see them up here. They are really strong on the dive compositions. They like playing dive, and it seems like that's what they're going to stick to.
Yeah, and you get why they're so powerful when they've got a DPS lineup like this. I mentioned Cat playing very passive. That's not necessarily a bad thing, right? You're offering up a lot of support, a lot of foundation to the team, but the players taking advantage of that in the backline and the front line, they've really got the teeth that are going to do a lot of the biting. HKey and Mercedes especially. We saw HKey float around the hero pool yesterday, but finding success on basically everything they locked in. And then Mercedes, especially on the Hanzo, was a weapon of mass destruction.
Yeah, and I feel like part of the reason that Cat plays passively on some of these control points that we see is because they have a lot of focus on peeling for the Ana Brigitte that we see a lot in the composition. So Orion on the Ana having a lot of peel when Cat is really focused on being very careful about playing on those cooldowns and going for the counter dives as well.
That being said, there's another team we have to contend with here. Strix Bad Blood steps up to the batting plate. X10 and Mini got a lot done yesterday and some impressive stuff, but nevertheless have a lot to contend with. Mari, Mary, Miri, whatever that middle vowel is, we still are yet to find out, has been a real highlight for this team as well. Had some shining moments yesterday, and I think if we can find some consistency within those shining moments, then we're in for a really tough matchup for Cap. But if it remains that kind of up and down, it could be a rocky match.
I feel like Mini got a lot of value in that matchup against NYXL Academies, particularly in Watchpoint Gibraltar, where they were able to get a lot of harassment down on the back line of NYXL Academy and went completely unpunished. So I feel like Mini could be an unknown factor for this Rift Guardian squad when it comes to not knowing whether or not that Tracer is going to be a huge threat to them in the back line.
I mean, that's the nice part about having a player like that, though, is there's always that X factor like you're talking about, right? Yes, your dive can be successful. Yes, you can find those moments of aggression. But sometimes when you need it most, a pulse bomb's going to stick onto an Ana, or that Ana's just going to go down without the help of a pulse bomb. And oftentimes, it's been Mini to do that. And I think a lot of that comes down not just to the ability to pull it off, but an understanding of when a play needs to be made. Understanding of when to try to push the boundaries of what is normally acceptable, what would normally be a good decision. Because we don't see Mini going in and making mistakes. right? We don't see Mini going in and dying. They're not getting first pick, so it means that they're not taking that risk. Often, it's only when it's required, and I love when a player kind of has that cerebral sense of when a clutch play needs to be made, and only is then taking risks and looking confident doing it.
Yeah, this is just such a good matchup thus far. We saw both of these teams yesterday. We saw them both playing very, very patiently. And I don't actually know how this first matchup is going to go. Ilios very lends itself very well to the Winston compositions as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's been uncreative in terms of first map picks, I'll say. Everyone's like, oh, well, I guess we just handshake the Winston map. So Ilios has been it. Even on Ruins, nobody's really going for any long-range carries. We do see the Sombras come out a little bit here. But whether or not either of these teams has shown us a Sombra yet, I don't believe that's been the case. So little to offer. Additional hit scan in order to get the job done.
Do you have a prediction for this 1 in 3 chance that you have of getting it right?
Man.
Since you are so good at them. You gotta get it in quickly. Do it quickly. Do it fast.
All right. It's definitely going to be another Ruins.
Okay.
All day.
Definitely. 100%.
Yeah. I told you.
Okay, you're
my
placing,
God,
okay,
I'm so good at my job.
Okay, you placed
I'm
the
leaving.
bet.
All right, Tala, you're on your own. That's it. I'm done for the day.
Okay, maybe you should go become like a professional gambler or something, because this is a little bit, you got a horse in this race, apparently.
That's the trick. They're all my horses, and it's my race. I always win. Speaking of winning, we're winning. We get more Sombra, which I honestly love seeing because it puts a focus on a lot more of the macro play that these teams can offer up to us. Something that I felt almost every team did exceptionally well yesterday. It was not often, if ever, that we saw any of the teams in the matchups that we had on broadcast overextending in terms of ultimates. The spend was very well made. So now it comes down to kind of who can charge them faster, who can find those more aggressive plays to find picks early on and get those Sombra charged up. And HP are on the such duties, open things up, but outside of that, not too much to mention as teams pull away.
Yeah, HK on Sombra, something we haven't seen before just yet, trying to shred down on Mari, but it seems like they're going to be able to definitely select for a second longer, and it's just dancing around the objective as unlock that was the first touch.
I love what XM's doing here, though, really juggling between the point and pressuring away that Winston. As opposed to what's happening on the opposing sides, Mercedes is really trying to fight it front to back, whereas that wide pressure that we saw exerted by Bad Blood gave them so much control and pressure on not just the back line, but the front line as well. As we come out of that fight, as the dust settles, HK's 15% ahead on EMP, and look, when we're talking about this kind of matchup, that race is what we have to keep our eyes on.
Once again, going to get the pick onto HK, so kind of equalizing the ultimate charge on that Sombra. And, you know, the backline seemed to follow as well for Rift Guardians. It's just a little bit of extra percentage for Bad Blood as Rift Guardians reset.
Yeah, this next fight, likely to be a kitchen sink one for Bad Blood as they're coming up on virtually everything, but if Rift Guardians can maybe find an early win here off in, but let's take a look at the positioning because Mari with this high ground can really get a lot of damage on X10. Quickly, an Apache helicopter floating above connects with that pulse bomb as well.
Yeah, apparently X10 and Mini are both excellent Tracer players. Another good stick onto a backline for Rift Guardians, and Strix Bad Blood, they're doing incredibly well. Already the EMP for Mini, but HK has their own EMP. However, the rest of Bad Blood are just on better pace for the ultimates thus far. Mini fishing for this EMP now, with it going through, trying to get that backline. Jono and Orion just fall so incredibly quickly, and Cat is soon to follow. Tank, support line, it's just the DPSs. What are they to do? They are just waiting for the team once again, and it seems like Bad Blood, they are headed into that last fight territory.
I mean, at least they have an EMP coming in. Staging an EMP, this is really hard. How do you actually follow up? If HK hits the EMP on the people at the high ground, Mercedes can't get there. Cat can, but at that point, it's still really difficult. That one shot on Jim, though, might have just done it. Orion on the back foot does hit an anti-nade to save their life. The Primal Rage looks to be lethal.
still have that nano boost as well, and they're going to go ahead and use it on Jono as that rally comes through. HK also finding AJ, and now Bad Blood missing that little bit of extra burst healing. There is that rally available from Jam to try and keep them online, but Bad Blood is instead going to allow them to flip the point. Mari going down in the disengage, and Bad Blood looking to kite back as Rift Guardians take more space forward. Ooh, that's a stagger kill.
Yeah, I mean, Mini going down late there. Not the end of the world for this team, but one shot from Orion actually did a lot of damage, putting just enough extra pressure. I mentioned how X10, or Mercedes rather, couldn't get to the high ground to follow up on the EMP. Well, one shot from Orion made the difference between Jam going down and not, and now they forced out a rally early in the fight, giving Rift Guardians likely an advantage in the long term.
The anti onto Cat as the Primal Rage comes through, though. They're contesting that point once again. They're going to knock Mary off, but they're going to get back with the leap. So that Winston has been joined in the fight, but the stick onto Jono is so good from X10. Now relying on Orion to try and peel for themselves. Mercedes shredding through Mari and just clutching them back from the jaws of defeat with the pick onto AJ as well. The rest of the Bad Blood's backline going to fall.
And I'm going to cope and say, wow, they managed to hold on to the EMP and still win the fight here for Rift Guardians, but I'm really starting to wonder why this EMP is rotting in the pocket of HK right now. It's been unspent for some time. They've got a pretty nice forward position to actually use it, though. It should be a pretty straightforward dive, as long as they can avoid getting EMP'd themselves.
Now the Mini using the EMP, and it just trades back and forth. Now HK does find AJ, but the rest of the backline from Rift Guardians has been non-existently shredded and melted at the hands of Bad Blood. Going into overtime as they once again flip that point over. The contention has to be there. HK is able to hop onto the point and has to translocate out, and Mini going to go back. HK leaving that point alone, though, as Cat comes back in for the touch once again in the contention.
It's all about point juggling now. Rift Guardians would love a flip, but Bad Blood are going to do everything in their power to not give it to them.
Blood still just dancing in and out of that bubble. The rest of Rift Guardians swarming around Mary, but Mini is able to find Orion. Once again, it's that backline so crucial that Ana goes down for both sides with the stick from Mercedes. Mercedes so on point with every single pulse bomb thus far. The Primal Rage just come through for the health, and even though there is that slight touch from Mercedes, it was just a second too late. And overtime fades away for the first round, going to Strix Bad Blood.
Yeah, it really felt like in that final fight, the planets kind of aligned for both of the teams at the same moment, right? That dive from Mari and Mini versus the dive from Cat and Mercedes happening at the same time, both of them eliminating each other's backline, made it a bit hectic, but at the end of the day, the Primal Rage, like you mentioned, was just a bit too much to actually contend with. Now, though, we shift away to the not-so-sandy shores of Well. We get more Echo in the mix. X10 versus HK remains the matchup. We saw a lot of good stuff from HK on the Echo earlier on, so I want to see a recuperation of that performance. See if we can pull it off again.
It seems like they're going to be matching the Echo on both sides. So the Echo, lots of high ground control for both of these squads, and it also puts a lot of pressure onto the Anas on both sides as well. So it's just the Echoes that are going to have to try and deal with one another. HK is going to be the first to be able to get that done deal onto X10.
I think that's an Echo Gap 5 for team one. Just as straight up as they come. As well, a nice beam on Mari. Yeah, that's lights out. HK putting in work this fight.
Just a really early fight. I feel like as soon as X10 went down and there was really no one to deal with that Echo, I mean, you can have Mini kind of firing at the sky with Tracer, but that's not really what you want the Tracer to be focused on. So X10 falling early allows them to flip that point over.
Yeah, all that's allowed Rift Guardians a pretty significant ultimate charge advantage. If this thing goes long, Rift Guardians are likely to take it if Bad Blood can't win early.
Looks like now the dive is getting started from Mari. Looking for Orion very quickly. Jono is right next to them, but Mini follows up so well, and there's nothing that Orion can do. HK does fall to Mari as well. Mari finding Jono now, and Bad Blood should be able to flip the point just off of that. There just wasn't the peel there for Orion after they just dove right into that little house.
I think that's the name of the game, was just diving right in. I mentioned it. They needed to win quickly before the nano boost and the duplicate came to fruition, and they did exactly that. A quick win now evens out the ultimate charge for Bad Blood as well. Mini looks to use that to their advantage, sticking the shield the opposing side. Jono fortunately does manage to escape that with their lives. The rest of the staging, though, still likely to be difficult with both duplicates being on.
Using the duplicate now, finding that Ana as Orion goes down from Rift Guardian's side. H-Key also falls, so the duplicate can't actually duplicate the Ana. And now it's just X10 trying to build up to that Nano before the duplicate runs out. Doesn't look like it's going to be a never mind. The Nano goes through just a second before, and it's going to allow a little bit of extra health and damage reduction onto Cat, but they still have to disengage.
I mean, it's just pressure. Both of them are going to be ready for a re-engage here in just a moment. AJ and Mark's got to be careful they don't move too far forward.
Oh, AJ Amar, that was such an excellent anti-nade from Orion. Rift Guardians, they're able to neutralize AJ now, and with the Primal Rage come through from Mari, Orion falls on Rift Guardian's side, trying to equalize the amount of supports they have on the field. The rally from Jam allows Bad Blood a little bit of extra overhealth, but without a tank now, that Brigitte is going to have to play like a pseudo-tank, and there's the rally from Rift Guardian's side as well, looking for that little bit of extra space, and the shield bash from Jono finds Mini. It's just Rift Guardians trying to win this battle of attrition.
I mean, swaths of ultimates are being chucked out, but Orion is coming back with the Hail Mary, the nano boost that very well could end it all.
Orion being picked off pretty consistently by Bad Blood and their dives. Mari getting so low though, and there's just no sight lines from Bad Blood in order to keep that Winston up. Now XN getting very low as well with the duplicate in the back pocket, and they're able to hold on to the overtime for a second, but it's just going to be flipped over. Bad Blood once again in an advantageous position though, going into the next fight.
Yeah, in terms of percentage, yes, but Rift Guardians, they did something interesting there in holding on to that nano boost. They were sure they could win that fight without it, but that came at the cost of time and giving up that percentage. Now the task is, yes, you have an extra nano boost, but that also costs you because you now have 0 fights to give up. Mercedes seems okay with that plan, though.
Okay, well...
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I was clenching.
Yeah, Mercedes almost falling off the map, but you know, they made it in.
That was all on purpose, Good pathing.
It was all part of the plan. And I mean, at least they're able to get AJ out of the fight, take a little bit longer to build up to that nano, which Orion has been holding on to. I feel like a lot of these antis from both of these Anas have been so pivotal in winning out these fights. AJ getting so low once again, Mercedes putting down the harassment, putting down the pressure, and they need to stave it off somehow. It's going to be with the duplicate, but it's immediately forced out. Not before HK goes down though, and the pulse bomb from Mini to clear Jono. Okay, even though they have that nano boost to go through, it's already ran out, and they're just getting harassed. Cat almost has the Primal Rage 99% before falling. Bad Blood, they're in position to take this map.
And it was all that risky play that Rift Guardians took earlier, right? Orion holding on to the nano boost, saying, you know what, we think this can see us through. We think that this can see us through until we get the rally up, until we get the Primal Rage. But at the end of the day, it was 5% short of being the correct play. So close in a number of ways to being able to contend that fight. But at the end of the day, it was a strong win for the opposing side.
And this is such a good performance and showing of what Bad Blood can do, because I feel like they did get the short end of the stick going against an NYXL Academy right at the very beginning of the semifinals. So they were knocked down to lower bracket a little bit earlier, but going up against Rift Guardians, now a team that seems to be more their caliber, they're able to win out that very first map, and Rift Guardians now have to get onto their own home turf, picking the round after the losers.
Yeah, and honestly, I've got no doubts they've got something nice up their sleeve here. Look, the transitive property of esports has never lied as long as you look past all the times that it has. And if these two teams, with the results that they have, faced up, it should have been close in theory, right? Rift Guardians taking 1 map off Timeless, Strix taking none off of NYXL, and then Timeless losing to NYXL by 1 map. The math works itself out if you squint your eyes a ton, Tala. These two teams should be good to go. That being said, with the fact that these two teams are kind of primarily / only playing the Winston, map counter picks shouldn't really matter as much as they both want to achieve very, very, very similar things. And so I wonder if it's really just going to be a comfort thing here for Rift Guardians, or if they've got something else up their sleeve.
I mean, the Echo looked really good for both of these teams as well. I mean, X10 and HK, they were just having the battle of a lifetime, and both of these Tracers as well. X10 playing the Tracer was pretty consistent. Mini is just as consistent on that Tracer, and the Sombra was kind of an unknown factor, but it turns out that Mini's EMPs were just a little bit better, a little bit more on pace because of all the interaction that was happening from the rest of Bad Blood squad to try and take that Sombra out of the fight and not be a factor.
Yeah, the Sombras, honestly, I felt were pretty solid, but outside of that, it was a lot of the interesting macro play that we got from Rift Guardians, right? They did a lot in terms of their EMP charge and trying to find the proper times to do that. They did a lot of stuff with their nano boost, holding on to that at the end, but I feel like we might just be overheating. We might be overcooking the strats a little bit, right? A lot of time it's nano to start the fight, primal rage to keep it going, and we're seeing kind of really greedy usages of ultimates by them that are, okay, we're trying to save this nano for next fight. We think we can finish this one off on our own, and it's like, and then it takes us 30 seconds to finish off on our own, and then we give up an extra fight should the point flip, and yada, yada, yada. It's all really close, and the ideas are good, but they're not quite working out. And so for me, I think the fix is to just more directly use our ultimates if we're Rift Guardians and stop overcooking the strats. I think they work in a vacuum. I think they work in scrims. I think they work if you can kind of refine them a little bit. But clearly, it's just a little bit off, right? I mentioned 5% at the end was the difference between the rally, between the Primal Rage being up and that last fight. So you could tell how close they are, and if maybe they can refine them in these moments that they have between maps, then it could work. But oftentimes, it's harder to fix. The smaller the difference, the more difficult it is to actually change it in the moment, right? In the match, as opposed to making the broader change of just trying to use our ultimates a little bit more proactively.
Yeah, it felt like a lot of those ultimates were just kind of like stewing for a little bit long, and then when you took them out, it was like overcooked meat and it all fell apart, and you didn't do much with it. And then, I mean, carrying on the analogy, headed on to
It sounds like good stewed meat. I'm not gonna lie, that's how I want mine.
I bet you also eat your steak well done.
No, oh come on! You've never had like a good fall off the bone pot roast. Like it's a different type of thing. Whether if we're braising and stewing, I digress. We're heading on to Numbani. We can complain about how we want our things cooked later. Numbani should offer a perfectly seasoned matchup between these two, as it gives us exactly what we were looking for in map number 1. A little bit more safety to those backlines, though. That we talked about.
Yeah, getting that high ground on both of the backlines. I see Mercedes hovering the Vara, and I see that XN has actually decided to go out with that Echo. So we are going to see some variability in terms of the Sky, and Jono might actually be picking onto the Lucio, but the only problem with the Lucio pick, even though it allows for a little bit more of that tempo, is Orion just is completely unprotected most of the time.
Yeah, and I mean, though Orion's unprotected, a lot of the pressure does go on the Winstons. Another thing that we saw a ton of when it came to Numbani in particular was the Ashe pick. I'm really surprised to not see that show up really at all between these two teams, but seeing as we got the Echo earlier, seeing as it worked out for them, I think it's fine. I don't think either of these tanks are likely to get caught out by it, though. We saw none of it on Ilios, and given their playstyles, Cat, like I said, has shown really no interest in trying to play hyper-aggressive in positions where you're going to get caught out or even bullied by that Echo in the loosest sense. And Mari is in a similar vein of, right, trying to slowly take positions, has no interest in eating sticky bombs or focusing beams anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems that Mercedes, Mini, X10, they are all very, very focused on backline. And even though Mari and Cat are pretty good at saving off the pressure off their backline, there's just so much harassment here from the DPSs. And Mari and Cat, they're avoiding the pulse bombs, but at the cost of, Orion just having an entire full course meal of pulse bombs all day, every day.
That's what it's felt like a lot of the time. But yeah, I think from a top-down perspective, the Ashe offers a bit more of that backline pressure that you're looking for in comparison to the Echo, but nevertheless, this should get the job done, and I trust the teams are picking it for good reason. I think it can work here. Up to X10 and HK to prove us wrong in that regard. She already getting some good poke off on the backline. The zone away the Ana appropriately with those sticky bombs. Not too much purchases in town.
they've at least taken control of this high ground on Rift Guardian side, and it seems like they should have been able to round the corner, but the bubble staves off pressure, and Cat just gets shredded without the sightline from the supports. Good anti though. HK might be able to trade a few picks back with X10 also being anti'd. It seems like Jam going down should allow them a little bit more space.
Yeah, the struggle is just that spawn advantage for the defenders. It's a tad closer here. The sightlines are a lot better coming back for them, and so this recontest should not be hard at all once Jam gets there.
Yeah, if you guys heard the ambulance in the background, it's actually for Orion, who just got shredded by X10 just now, and Cat going to try and trade that one back, but a DPS for a support is a trade that I will take if I was Bad Blood.
Though Orion went down, they did trade for a lot of Mario's health bar, so for taking away a lot of the health bar, yes, we can get a kill, but Bad Blood, of course, quite far back. Now they're using Nano Boost to re-engage from AJMR. This is resources being pulled away by Rift Guardian very effectively.
HK able to just get so shredded by Mini. Mini's actually coming back in, and this is the consistency that we talked about from Bad Blood. Mini is so good at putting down that harassment on the back line. That stick onto Jam, the shield's not going to save that. So Bad Blood, they're able to just hold on to that final tick.
Nicely done. This is exactly what we saw yesterday, actually out of Rift Guardians, right? That much more passive play, slowly reapproaching the point to retake, being willing to give up picks. It's impressive stuff. But now Rift Guardians are coming in with less ultimates to work with until Jono can actually get that rally.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
The duplicate now to come through an Ana duplicate, even though AJ is still up. They want that nano boost a little bit quicker here, but Mini is just putting down so much harassment. Maybe that nano boost isn't even necessary. Now it's just Mari going in for the ego picks, playing for the pride picks, and trying to stagger them a little bit further since they already have that first tick, or first 2 ticks down on the objective on point A.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice hold for Bad Blood, but let's be real, Rift Guardians are coming in with 4 ultimates now. They spent nothing in that fight and are now going to swing at Bad Blood with the full brunt of force that they have to offer up.
Yeah, they really needed to bleed some ultimates out with that push that they were making. Now the rally to come through, but even then, the anti is so good from Orion. It's being able to hold back some of Bad Blood for a second. Now the rally from Rift Guardian's side will be able to stave off the primal rage pressure from Mari. Going to attempt to re-engage with the Tesla Cannon this time around, but the nano boost is coming through. Mini, however, finding Jono. They need to find some way of keeping Orion alive, and Mari's gonna follow up, realizing that the Brigitte is down. They've corralled the Orion into a little room, and that's not where you want to be. In with a Tracer and a Winston. Bad Blood, they're actually able to survive through the 4 ultimates and Q smash.
Yeah, again, I think we're overcooking with the ultimates. Orion jumps forward onto the car through the Winston to try and land that anti-nade, thinks about using the nano boost, and then thinks, no, I'm going to use it to try and save the Brigitte. The Brigitte ends up being completely fine without it, and then your Winston stuck up there without the nano, and then you're trying to redive, and the nano boost goes on late. It kind of all fell apart from there with not willing to be proactive with the ultimates. This time, Bad Blood show exactly how not to do that. They're proactive. They throw in that nano boost early, take down Mercedes, finish off the rest of the crew, and shut down this entire attacking side from Rift Guardians.
Yeah, Rift Guardians, they're staying alive. They're trying to contest. They have that little bit of contention here, but it's going to fade away incredibly quickly. They need to find some way of getting HK on. It's going to be Jono that actually touches. Overtime fades away so quickly. Orion switching onto Lucio and can't even get a toe onto point A. Round 1 completion with only 2 ticks from Rift Guardians, and it feels like Bad Blood, they are showing themselves a side that is so dominant and so oppressive.
Yeah, they're really taking advantage of not just the proactive ultimates that they're using, but the proactive positions that they're taking. It seems like every time we see Rift Guardians step up the stage for a fight, they're like, okay, guys, we're going to wait here. I'm going to dive from there. I'm going to throw in an anti-nade from here. And then, like, right in the middle of the sentence, they're getting dove on already by Bad Blood. And it happens every single time. Granted, on defense, they've got a bit more time to set up, a bit more high ground to work with. But if the decision-making is still that tad bit too slow in comparison to what Bad Blood are offering up, which is breakneck pace, mind you, it's going to be really tough to pull this off consistently, where you need to be making those on-the-fly decisions, where you need to be having those post-tick holes like we saw Bad Blood manage to pull off if you want any chance of getting this fuller hold.
I mean, we've seen Rift Guardians pull off those kind of post-sticks. They've been very patient. We saw it on Midtown when they were playing against Team Yippee. They were good, or They were good at the re-engages. Sorry, they saw it on Numbani. I was just completely brain farted on the maps just now. But Rift Guardians have been patient and they have been good at re-engaging, but it just seems like Bad Blood are outpacing them, especially since they're able to cycle their ultimates really well. And even when Rift Guardians are all pressing their Q buttons, it just feels like it's at the wrong times.
I mean, both these teams, like we said, relatively passive in a lot of their play, but passive doesn't mean slow, right? Those two are not equivalent, despite the oxymoron that creates. Bad Blood are very quick with their fight planning. They're decisive in what they want to do, even if that plan is to slow things down a little bit. This time, though, not slowing anything down. Neutral dive from Mari, just to gain a little bit of high ground contest. Cat holding onto the jump cooldown for now to wait to counter until later.
Dynamite does get that little bit of damage, but it's not going to stop Mari from going in onto the engage and trying to dive the back line. X10 finishes off Orion, and it feels like it might be the done deal on at least the first 2 ticks. They need to re-engage somehow. Cat is still very low HP. Mari's just harassing them forward, and it seems like they're able to get the contention down from Mini, just trying to dance around. H-Key goes down to X10 though, and they need someone else to try and contest. Now they have Cat trying to dive in, but X10 once again shreds another. The sleep dart does miss from AJ, but such a good nade as well. Mercedes is going to swing things back in the direction with the picks onto both of the support line, and Rift Guardians, they might be able to hold on. The duplicate from X10 though is going to get that little bit of extra burst, and they're going to not be able to touch the point, forced back by the rest of Bad Blood, and it's another map going towards Bad Blood's side.
I mean, it was a microscopic difference in percentage at the end there. The Primal Rage was going to be just enough to get that, what was it, like 0.6% that they needed of point cap percentage. The fact that they got that contest at all with percentage margins that slim was kind of a miracle. But we're still seeing the same kind of through point here for Rift Guardians, where the lack of proactivity is really forcing a struggle for them. And that time I actually felt like they actually did make a proactive dive, but in the wrong moment, right? Giving away their high ground, allowing the aggressive dive from the opposing side and Bad Blood to come through. And boy, has it been coordinated. Whether it's defensive play, whether it's aggressive play, it has been nothing but diamonds from Mari and crew, who are diving, finding a target, and it is dying in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, every time Mari goes into the dive, the rest of the squad is just right there to follow up with her. And I've been calling out Mini's Tracer quite a bit, and I feel like Mini just deserves this kind of recognition because it is just so gross. And X10 onto the switch onto the Echo is also doing such a good job of taking space in the air for Bad Blood. Even though they switched onto the Ashe and X10 was still on the Echo, it felt like they just could not contend with what X10 was taking out. And even on the Ana, they're just able to get a pick like that.
Yeah, the Ana dupes have been pretty nasty. X10 as well, though, is offering a lot, not just from a damage perspective, but from a positioning perspective. We talk a lot about the dive triangle happening, right, where you set your people up in different places, kind of close them in around somebody, and that's doing well when you've got a Winston and a Tracer on the ground. But from the air, X10 is kind of creating this in 3 dimensions, falling on them time and time and time again. The nice part about being that high is you leave your options open. If you want to peel back and try and help with the Ana, you can. If you want to continue to dive forward with the Winston and Tracer, you also can, because you have so much oversight over everything. And so that was played phenomenally. They used the pick exactly how we wanted to see it used, especially on an Umbani map where it is a little bit more tough to use that Echo to focus down the tank. So using it in a more creative way to find that dive triangle, put it onto the back line, was really, really nice. Now, though, we leave the question open. What map are we going to for Rift Guardians? We've seen a pretty flat dive map in Ilios. We've seen a vertical map in Numbani that offered a lot of help to supports. That still didn't get the job for them. What could you possibly go for in a third map that's really going to save you here, right? It's mostly dive maps in Dorado, Route 66, and Gibraltar if they want to do that. But I'm going to say it. I think we start pressing the big red button. Circuit Royale sitting right there, and I don't know many teams that are willing to play Winston on that aren't named Team Peps.
Yeah, if they want to play Winston on Circuit Royale, that is definitely going to be an interesting experience if you're up against the Widow Hanzo that we so typically see on poke maps like Circuit Royale. But we will have to see, because Rift Guardians seem very, very set in stone with their dive compositions, as do a lot of the other teams in this tournament. So it is going to be hard for them to try and make that switch.
Well, set in stone is also the scoreline right now at 2-0. So I think we need to start second guessing what we might consider set in stone. I don't know. I'm always a proprietor for choosing the right moment to just go for it. Because look, it's not like the opposing side, it's not like Bad Blood has shown us that they have a Circuit Royale in their back pocket. They've been playing Winston the whole time too. It's unknown territory. And so is Rift Guardians winning a map in this series. So that might just need to go hand in hand should you want to find that win. That being said, I think there are other opportunities should they want to keep playing the Winston. Like I said, I can hammer on it all day, but the proactivity's just got to be there. The decision-making has got to be decisive. I mean, no pun needed or intended in that regard. The nano boosts have been like, we're going to throw it, we're going to not, we're going to throw it, we're going to not. And it's not Orion. I don't want to like throw all the weight there, right? When you're talking about ult, when you're talking about fight planning, when you're talking about ult usage, yes, some of it is spur of the moment, but a large part of it is fight planning, is making those decisions beforehand. And I think we're just not seeing enough of those decisions either made beforehand or it's maybe not the right one beforehand.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like they are just overcooking, like you said. Sorry, my cat is attacking me right now. And we are going to see if Rift Guardians can find a better plan of attack right after this very short break, seeing what map they'll come back on. Fighting for their spot in the lower finals are these two teams, Rift Guardians versus Strix Bad Blood. And Strix Bad Blood, they are showing a side of themselves that we haven't seen before, we haven't gotten a chance to, and now they want to show how dominant they are. I'm Epitomes, joined by Dor, and we are excited for map 3 of this matchup.
Look, I'm excited to find out what map 3 is. That's all, like, I need the drum roll. I need everything laid out because Circuit Royale, like I said, it's in there. It's like glowing like a side quest would. And yet, it doesn't seem likely. These teams have been so insistent on playing exactly what they're comfortable with, especially with regards to this Winston composition. It's what they've practiced. We're going to Dorado.
Okay, well, Dorado, I mean, you can play some of the poke compositions on Dorado. That Winston does lend itself very well to Dorado as well, but sometimes you see a Sigma, sometimes you see, like, the Ashe and the Hanzo, but it's a little bit more rare, I would say, since you can still play Winston here.
Yeah, on defense, we see a few teams pull out more poke compositions, but on the attacking side, it's rare, if ever, that you get that opportunity to. a lot of this comes down to actually tank play. We've been highlighting the DPS a ton in terms of being able to successfully assist the dives and give them teeth, give them the damage that they need to get the job done. But I'm really looking at the tanks. We've seen passive play out of Mari and Cat so far. Here, though, on Dorado, there's a lot of active space making that the tank needs to do, especially on Winston, in juggling those cooldowns, right? You can talk about Winston rotations and how whether you want to drop, bubble, jump, whether you want to jump, bubble, drop, etc. from the defending, attacking side, where you want to stage on this map, but there's a lot of really important decisions to be made in a small chess game going on between those two the entire time, because the DPS don't have that much access to the high ground in order to give the attacking side teeth, so it really does lie on the Winston to just make that space, allow the cart to push through. Sometimes we see points capped on Dorado with 1 to 0 fights being won just off the back of the tanks pushing each other so far in one direction.
And this is interesting hovers that we see from Rift Guardians. I always say never to trust the attackers when they're in their spawn. But Kat, in that last minor, played a lot of the Junker Queen, and she was really good at it. So, I mean, the Junker Queen might be able to force their tempo a little bit and force them to play a little bit less passive, but it seems like they're using HK to get themselves onto that high ground and try and contest X10 up on the high ground along with the supports in that first push.
Where would TP into? What I do like about this a lot is that we're getting Hanzos on either side. And I think that bodes quite well for Rift Guardians, who has Mercedes, a notable Hanzo player that is pulling through many a team. These are small teleporters to give themselves a wider angle, some access to that high ground. Like I said, it's very hard for the DPS to get up there naturally. So using this back staircase and some curious routing certainly does help quite a bit.
Really fighting for that high ground payload going uncontested as of right now for Rift Guardians, but that is a huge anti onto Mercedes, able to escape with a climb up the wall, but Mini still looking to single out the back line. HK and Orion also falling pretty early here for Rift Guardians.
Yeah, and seeing as Rift Guardians lost to Orion, I mean, they can't sustain through this fight, not in a million years. They can't hold on to the high ground because they don't have the sustain, and they can't get the high ground back because Orion can't just walk up those stairs again. It would be a death wish to try and cross this road. So now they're fighting fully from the low ground, which makes Cat's job even harder, Mini proving exactly that.
They're just trying to force them into these little rooms, and when you're in a little room with a Winston and a Tracer, where are you going to go? And Mercedes just has to fall on Swing with the ultimates as well. Bad Blood is just so incredibly successful. Mini already having a pulse bomb, X10 on pace. There's a pulse bomb to come through. Jono doesn't get picked off because of the shield though, and there's no stick, so they're at least able to just stall out the fight for a little while.
But we're doing a lot of stalling right now. That's not stalling. That was a great punish. AJMR just steps too far forward for their own goods at all. Unfortunately, that control of the high ground's been just completely wrestled back by Bad Blood. I don't think they have any intent of giving it up anytime soon, even if Rift Guardians have the closer spawn for their Ana, which should give them at least a small advantage in this next engagement. Bad Blood still has plenty of space to work with. They can disengage if they want to, not to mention the fact, that they've got another pick and ultimates. This is looking rough for Rift Guardians, Column.
Yeah, and now it's a dive onto the backline. Mari is just maintaining really good control of this building and getting a lot of damage being put down by HK, but they're just not able to contest the high ground that Bad Bloods are maintaining. Now the leap onto the high ground and the bubble to try and get rid of them, but they still have XN just raining fire from above, and now the Dragon Strike to zone them into the Winston that's going for the dive onto the back line. Jono and Orion both down. HK does trade it with the Pulse Bomb onto Jam, but they still have AJ, and now with that nano boost, it's just so much easier for them to sustain and force this fight back to Rift Guardian spawn.
Yeah, that was really well played by Bad Blood. Oftentimes we see teams get caught up with that high ground to choke rotation, but the fact that they assisted it with the Dragon, bisecting Rift Guardians a twain, it was really, really nicely done to give themselves a little bit of tempo going into that engagement. Now they get a nice position to hold. Yes, they don't have that high ground anymore, but they've got plenty to work with the choke and hold.
4 ultimates, and Mini's going to be the first to press the Q button though. Jono and Orion both falling. Mari assisting with the Primal Rage in order to force the rest of the team back. Now 40 seconds left over. They already used that Dragon Strike. Mercedes switching onto the Echo now. X10 gonna have to keep an eye on the sky if they want to contend with that.
Mercedes getting on high, trying to assist that dive. It's just a staging one for Cat. We've got ultimates up, a nano boost that needs to be used aggressively if they want to find a pick onto that backline. Something that's been easier said than done for Rift Guardians to pass engagements, but it's now or never.
Yeah, Rift Guardian's a little bit of a slow cooker here, but this time they're just going to turn on the heat. Cat looking for a pick onto AJ, and that's exactly what they get. HK has the follow-up, and the Primal Rage come through now as they push this payload forward. It's only left up to Mini, who can maybe contest, but now headed into overtime. They should be able to get this point A.
That's what we've been looking for from Rift Guardians the entire time, right? That nano boost into a late Primal Rage to keep things going. There's some staggers here for Bad Blood, but they're not going to do anything to stop this card anytime soon. Rift Guardians cap a point A despite some time bank troubles.
Well, now 2.5 minutes almost to push to point B. It's not as difficult here on street space. They should be able to push if they can't get good control of the high ground, especially because of those staggers. And HK also fishing for this pulse bomb once again.
Very sneaky. Oh, not sneaky enough, not sneaky enough. Okay, back we go, back we go. HK tries to go fishing, but doesn't find anything. That also means it's going to be difficult to get this high ground control. Yes, you could have Cat dive up there, but far easier said than done. You see the Bad Blood are just completely surrounded. Guardians hold on to this as long as they can. If they lose control of the high ground, it might be bad news bears for them, but so far it's been good.
Yeah, Mercedes, this is exactly what you need from the Hanzo pick. This is what you need from Mercedes. And even though Orion does fall to Mari, they're able to get that payload to keep pushing forward because of the focus they have on taking Mercedes out when Mercedes is hitting shots.
I love the prio and the pathing that they took to get to the high ground in that regard. Though they're left with not too much in the ultimate bank, neither are Bad Blood. So I will say, Mini's been very consistent with these pulse bombs. So keep an eye out, because that's been deadly as they can be. All the targets that you'd want to pulse bomb are actually up on this high ground. So actually, how do Bad Blood want to engage this fight? It's so hard.
The anti into the early aggression. Jono going down. This is just such good follow-up and team play from Bad Blood. But still, with a full minute left over, those ultimates are ticking up. Orion has that nano, and the Dragon Strike just coming up for Mercedes as Mari goes for the dive with the Primal Rage. It's the rally. It seems like they're trying to get them off, but the rally not available for either side, and Orion going down with a nano boost in the back pocket.
I've seen an Ana get juggled by Winston down from that high ground, but I've never seen an Ana be juggled back up to that high ground like Orion just had happen to them. A fun little bit of pathing by Mari, but less successful. Maybe now lurking with the pulse bomb. There's nobody here. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if they know that. Maybe the Tracer, but more difficult pulse bomb target than the rest of the team. The rest of the team still proves elusive. High ground control still belongs to Bad Blood.
Knowing where Mercedes is, wants to get the Hanzo out first, gets a lot of damage down, and seems like there isn't going to be follow-up from the rest of Rift Guardians, and they lose a DPS early into the fight as the overtime starts. HK getting very low, having to recall while the rest of the team is just fighting it out on the dive on the back line. Jono does fall, Cat trading it out for a DPS, but a support for a DPS. Once again, a good trade for Rift Guardians. Orion falling very low as Mini is attempting to get back in, regroup into the fight. A good pulse bomb to take down Mari, though now without a tank. They need to find some way of maintaining control on this payload. It has to be Mini just dancing around, and now the Dragon Strike to corral them off point. Oh, a good shot from Mercedes, though. AJ falling. It has to be the rally to be forced out by Jam. They're trying to sustain through, and they're actually forced off with the help of Mini and X10. That DPS line making up for lost time and not allowing them to cap that point B.
It really felt like they had a chance there. Coming back on the Widowmaker was smart, right? Gives you that one-shot potential. Has a little bit of a surprise factor to it as well. If the second shot hit onto the Ana initially, I actually think it would have been lights out. The fact that it took that moment longer to kill the Ana, despite it being good that they did eventually, was maybe just not quite quick enough. I hate to ask for like more clutch, but a little bit more clutch was needed despite the best efforts of the Widowmaker. Now, though, they've set themselves at least a decent distance compared to what they would have gotten had they been held at A earlier. I think Rift Guardians can call this at least a very winnable map. It all comes down to whether or not they're able to hold on A, though. Their passive play has been good. They have high ground to set up Jono and Orion. Mercedes can rain down arrows from above and pop off like we've seen them doing. It's been very quiet from X10 in response. As long as they can keep all of those factors consistent, they'll be good. But whether or not they can find the good opportunities to be proactive, whether or not they can find the right opportunities to be proactive, it's gotten better in this map. We've seen some good nano boost usages by Orion in a lot of tricky situations. But they've got to do it on defense. And we see teams sometimes just fumble and begin to be misguided just because the position changes a little bit.
5, 4, 3.
Rift Guardians, it seems like they are defrosting a little bit. They were in a slow cooker, and now they are finally warming up. And this is
like
a pretty far push.
It's like a little fast.
Yeah, just a pressure cooker. Okay. They're trying to get the really nicely cooked meat in this next play. They have trying to maintain control of that high ground. Bad Blood taking that back pathing out the stairs and trying to contest instead of just directly diving. So there can be some follow-up here. They're already forcing them pretty far back, though. Cat has had to dive back to the rest of the back line in order to get the extra healing down. X10 trying to spam a few shots through, but otherwise it seems like they should be able to push pretty far forward. Mari gets low, re-engaging a good anti from Orion. That gets so much value for Rift Guardians, and it forces disengage from Bad Blood.
I love it from Rift Guardians. Again, playing passively, but playing to their strengths. When you play passively, you end up buying a lot more time. You know what more time does? It means more Hanzo arrows being thrown out. Mercedes has been vastly superior to X10 in that regard. So that's something that they're willing to bet on, and it works out well. Orion's anti-nade has been quite nice in that regard. So given time, one of those two players is likely to connect with something. Guardians bet on that. This time, though, the Tracer has pushed that cart relatively far, so positionally, this could become awkward for Rift Guardians if it gets too close.
AJ falling very immediately. HK, Key, and Mercedes have lots of follow-up in that regard to the anti that was landed onto AJ, and they're once again stalled out for the next fight, and it also prevents them from building up the ultimates that they need. Ryan already has a nano boost, but Mini still not too close, but it's going to come up very quickly to the pulse bomb. AJ still 30% lagging behind.
Cart begins to progress. We talked about that rotation from high ground to the choke earlier, how difficult it can be for the defense. Yes, they got it on here, but they have not successfully made that rotation yet. And Rift Guardians have started to push this cart a not insignificant distance, right? We're talking about one fight territory now, maybe 1.5, especially with a pick going the way of Bad Blood.
Yeah, Ryan falling after AJ can already regroup because of how close that spawn is. HK really needs to fish for some kind of pulse bomb landing, but was spotted out by X10 already, and now they've pushed it already past this choke, and there's no high ground for them to be a part of except for this little tiny platform. Mercedes, however, finding Mini, but is immediately traded. The revenge is there with the pulse bomb onto Mercedes. Now it's just a focus on without a DPS from either side. The Dragon Strike comes through from both of these Hanzos to try and do a little bit of zooming, and it's a lot of pressure being put onto the back line. Jono's able to stay alive and sustain. Now the nano boost to come through onto X10, attempting to get that little bit of extra damage, especially with the Primal Rage health sink that we see Cat in the back pocket. However, still spamming from the top as the rally comes through. A bit of a stun onto Mari with a shield bash, but it's not going to allow Jono to stay alive. Orion has to fall, and X10 is going to answer the call in terms of taking down the support line.
Yeah, the focus here from Bad Blood was fantastic, but really, that whole fight kind of, the dominoes started toppling with that high ground to choke rotation that I was talking about earlier. It was really shaky from Rift Guardians. It wasn't concise. They didn't get back to the backline that had been picked off earlier, and so it's kind of two groups of players that Bad Blood got to fight through in turn. Yes, eventually it became 5 with the weird spawns and contests that Rift Guardians were doing, but it was maybe a bit too piecemeal at the end of it. Now, though, they have the high ground to work with defensively, and only, 60 or so meters between victory and defeat.
That Dragon Strike to try and initiate, force them forward, jam, finding Cat, and Mari does go down. So a tank for a tank from either side. They looking like they might have to disengage and dance around the corner, still taking control of high ground. AJ actually looking to fight the Hanzo and will take down the Hanzo with the help of X10 right behind them. But that was a really good pick to stall out Rift Guardians a little bit more.
Fight now between Bad Blood and a quick 3-0 series. Rift Guardians put up a fight though. H-Key lands a key pulse bomb, though they haven't forced AJMR up this high ground yet, and this Ana can do a lot of work from up here, especially with a nano boost in the back pocket that can make Mari all the more difficult to deal with.
Oh, knowing that they're about to get dove, they take the nano boost and put it onto Mari to try and harass an exchange, and Mini, such a good landing of the pulse bomb onto Jono. Once again, Cat missing out on a lot of sustain here, and AJ actually able to land the sleep onto that tank, so they're really isolated. Cat needs to find some way out, but with the Anti doing a lot of work for this squad, they should be able to take the health all the way down. Anti comes in just in time from Orion to try and keep Cat alive, but it's not enough to win that fight. Bad Blood will win in a 3-0 fashion over Rift Guardians.
Yeah, and I think they showed such mastery over the composition in a lot of different ways. We saw every single player have their moments, but this map, that push in particular, AJMR, goodness gracious, what a performance on the Ana. Not only defensively, but offensively as well, finding picks, finding key amounts of damage, finding huge anti-nades in big moments. We saw it out of both Anas, but AJMR got the upper hand at the end of the day, and in that final moment, really utilized the high ground to its absolute fullest. And again, some credit to be given there to X10 for doing a great job of using the Dragon to push the opposing backline off, taking that advantage away from them.
Yeah, X10's performance on the Hanzo was less about finding the picks and more about just zoning, because when you're having arrows being thrown in one direction, you can't really take control of the high ground there. And the Dragon Strikes were always just about pushing the support, pushing the backline into the tank, who's going to all of a sudden have a nano boost, and then you're in a small room, you've got nowhere to go. And it was a really strong performance, really strong showing from Bad Blood against Rift Guardians, who were previously the second place winners of the minor.
Yeah, I think a lot of people had good money on Rift doing well here, and to their credit, obviously a pretty solid performance. They're still going to get some nice circuit points to put in their back pockets, but after the first round, at the strong victory they got over Team Yiffy, you were looking for that little bit of extra, and we talked about how deadly it would be to get knocked down to the lower bracket here, right? It is the least safe of spots possibly in many tournaments, not just because you're in the lower bracket, but because who's there with you. The competition's just so stiff, and I mean, Strix's Bad Blood have proven that they're just a bit too much to handle.
Yeah, really making that name for themselves in this type of competition, and moving on to go against Timeless Ethereal, who are monsters of opponents. But seeing how they did against Rift Guardians, they should be able to put up a very good fight. And we are going to see what they were cooking. It wasn't a slow cooker, more of a pressure cooker here, and the water was coming to a boil. They were turning on the heat, and I'm really excited to get an interview with one of Strix's Bad Blood's players. everyone, welcome back. We're excited to bring you a post-match interview after Strix's Bad Blood 3-0 Rift Guardians in the lower bracket and go on to play Timeless Ethereal. We have Mari, Mary, Murray. You have any pronunciations you could tell us of your name?
No, anything's good. I like the variation. Mari,
Yeah.
Mary, Mori, M5.
It's been the
M5
biggest
RR.
mystery on broadcast of the whole
yeah.
thing. We've just been like
Yeah, anything's
rotating
good.
between random vowels. Is that fine, or is it just like, can I put whole words there? Where's the limit?
Go wild. Go wild.
Yeah, you
Have fun.
have a very merry Overwatch.
Can I have production just shove like my name in between Mari's name right now, and then we'll just keep going with this
Midori.
interview. Congrats though on the win. Obviously a
Thank
clean
you.
one. How does it feel to not just pick up a win, but I think pick up a win with a better scoreline than the team you're about to face up against Rift Guardians?
It feels really good. I think okay, the first major, the first minor, and last weekend in Swiss, we have lost to them. So I was on Whiplash with Mini, our flex CPS. Whiplash lost to them. We got reverse swept. And then the next minor, when it was Queen meta, we lost to them. We got reverse swept. And then last weekend on Saturday, we warmed them up, and then we faced them in Swiss, and we lost. But I don't know. We practiced a lot. We looked at VODs like we all just want to win really bad. So it feels really, really, really rewarding to beat this team.
Well, what do you think was the specific difference, if there was one, that made that so decisive? Because that wasn't just like, oh, we finally barely beat them. I mean, that was a 3-0 and not a very close one at that.
We really wanted to. That's it. We really wanted to. We wanted to.
Okay.
We said we're done losing. We said we're not gonna lose. We said we're done losing to this team, so we stopped losing. That's
Okay, you use the power of friendship and willpower. That's amazing. Well, I mean, going on to face Timeless Ethereal next, do you have any thoughts on what you might be seeing or any messages to the teams you might be facing?
I think Timeless is a lot scarier than this team that we just played. I don't know. I think a lot of their players are more like how do I say this? The meta is a lot better for them than it is for us, in my opinion. Like Alisu is a very, very, very talented Winston player. I don't have that level of experience. But I think I can't say anything. We're gonna try our best. And hopefully win. But really, I think I put a lot of my energy into beating Rift because of the spite, the comeback, the hatred in my heart. I think next match it'll be harder, but we'll try our best and hopefully clutch a win.
Yeah, I mean, if you had a decision on what type of comps that you would like to run, because you mentioned they're more experience on, the Winston. I mean, what type of comps would you prefer to run if the meta were in your favor?
I think we clear 3-0 sweep every team if it's like Sig Bap meta. Sig is my character, and we have crazy Bap in AJMR. If it's Sig Bap, it's just easy. It's just easy 5K, easy major win. But tragically, it is not a Sig Bap meta. Maybe one day.
Yeah, honestly, for a second, I thought we might have gotten a circuit pick there, so you might have had your wish granted, but nevertheless, it wasn't to be in this series. Maybe we get it the next one if you guys have that opportunity to pull out an escort map. Nevertheless, though, good luck in your next one. We appreciate you popping in, and good luck getting ready.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
All right, Tala, we've gotten through the meat and potatoes. Now we start getting down to brass tacks. 3 teams left. I'm not going to ask who your money's on, but I think a lot of people's money is on NYXL, who have been absolutely killing every team that they've run into. And for a shot at redemption against them, Timeless Ethereal now has to beat Strix, who are effectively getting their own rematch.
Yes, Strix is going to be, I think that they're definitely going to be an unknown factor going to the next one. I mean, Timeless Ethereal, they said that they were a little bit worried, but if they get their choice of an escort map, maybe we get to see the escort royale, circuit royale, sorry, and maybe we get to see a little bit of that Sigma BAP compositions that they were talking about. And honestly, I think it's really exciting to see a different kind of rotation, and it just really speaks to how competitive it is in the Calling All Heroes circuit. That Rift Guardians, previously second place winners, all of a sudden Strix Bad Blood, they come up out of nowhere and they take over 3-0 so dominantly over Rift Guardians.
Yeah, and look, guys, if you're enjoying all the competition that we are getting, I've got a website for you. Go ahead and while we're on this break, check out Radiant.store for all your merch needs. They've got all sorts of sick stuff. Hoodies, adorable graphics, this, that, and the other. You'd be supporting fantastic cause. Everything goes right back into it. You guys know exactly where to check. So there's your homework. We're sending you guys to a quick break, and we'll be back soon.
Mwahahaha. We are in the lower bracket finals, everybody.
Oh no, my cat's out of frame. Oh god. We got Timeless Ethereal going up against Strix up next. Epitome's cat doesn't love it, but my cat's turned into liquid. That's great for me. Timeless Ethereal Bad Blood, though. This should be a lot of fun. I think a matchup that, on paper, everyone, I was thinking at least, would be Timeless Ethereal favorite, but after watching what Bad Blood just did to Rift, I'm not sure anybody can stand in their path.
Yeah, Bad Blood, they looked really strong, but I mean, the interview with Mari, Mary, Midori, Epitome was they said that they were a little bit nervous to go up against Timeless because they're running a lot of the dive compositions, and just like every other team in this tournament, and they said that Timeless was really strong at that, and you can kind of tell from the way that they played against NYXL, they are really good on the Winston maps.
Yeah, I mean, they have everything lined up to pick exactly that. One of the few map losses that we saw Timeless take was to Rift Guardians on specifically Circuit Royale. Everything else was to NYXL, which I think is just, you can lose on virtually any map to that team. They're ridiculous. Strix Bad Blood, though, want the exact same thing, so I wonder again whether or not we end up going to something like a circuit should one of these teams start to panic. But I think the start of this series is clear. They have not played each other in a minute. They have not played each other in a best of 5 in a minute. And so they want to feel each other out, see how that Winston map goes. It's likely to just be something pretty standard and come out so that they know exactly what they're going into and what adjustments they're going to have to make going in.
Yeah, I mean, every single member of Bad Blood has been absolutely popping off. The back line for Bad Blood is really strong. AJ got shouted out onto the Baptiste pick that could potentially come through if Strix Bad Blood allow themselves a map pick when it comes to the Escort map, and that's going to be map 3. And on Timeless Ethereal side, this time they're picking actual... I was going to say that. I said they were going to pick actual... characters, but no, they're all Roadhog, or 3 of them are still Roadhog.
This is just adaptations from yesterday. That's what it is.
They're just
adapted
adapting.
down from 5 to 3 Roadhogs and have decided that a Wrecking Ball and a Tracer are slight optimizations over the Hog All for One that they were playing before.
Yeah, we're just going to have the Wrecking Ball knock them up, and then the 3 Hogs will chain hook them, you know? It'll work.
Does that even kill? Is that enough damage between the hooks and the slam? I don't even think it...
No, probably not.
Nevertheless, we know what to expect from Timeless. I will say, a very scary roster for a lot of reasons. Obviously, they're bringing a lot of pedigree, a lot of competitive experience to the table. But also, for me, this is one of the strongest, if not the strongest, backlines that we see offered up. Via and Cal is an insane offering for virtually any team here to have to go up against.
Yeah, they are definitely very, very strong backline, and just in general, they seem like a very cohesive team. You can tell by the way that they've been playing. They took 2 maps off of NYXL Academy, a team that has looked really, really strong and has a lot of depth in their roster with only just their 5. And now Ilios, of course, the first control point. Everyone's going to be playing Monkey. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, no surprises what we get with the Ilios. The only question is, can I go 3 for 3 on deciding which map comes first? That's the real competition. If I go 3 for 3, do I get a chance at the prize pool? Is that how this works? I'd like for that to be how this works. I don't think that's
maybe
how this
if
is gonna work,
maybe if you win a rock paper scissors with one of the players,
on
like
top
with the
of
winning
that?
team. Yeah, you have to
Okay.
like go. You get the team captain of whoever wins, and
look,
rock paper scissors.
I don't need the prize pool. I'll take like a few circuit points to my name, right? Like I'll never qualify for anything, but I can just say I have them. Anyways, yeah,
you
means no
just,
surprises, but submap does decide a lot, right? The Sombra, the Echo, the Asher, kind of the 3 things that we're seeing rotate about in that second DPS slot. And for each of these teams, I actually think that does a fair bit in terms of what the DPS are expecting to play, right? On one hand, we've got Par and Hira. On the other hand, we've seen a lot of stuff from Mini and Exton. We know they're very comfortable across all the DPS comps on Ilios, so I think the question's actually being posed to Timeless for once, especially considering the last game's scoreline, with Strix taking it so decisively. The onus is surprisingly on Timeless to actually show that they can put up a good fight here.
Yeah, I mean, a 2-0, that is very, very decisive in terms of map score. And Ilios, Timeless, they're on the Monkey. We know that they're going to be on the Monkey. We know their backline is incredibly strong. We know that they just have an incredibly stacked roster in all directions. And what is your guess, good sir, for the 1 in 3 chance that you have of getting it right?
100%.
Well,
Is it Lighthouse though?
hmm.
Late change to Lighthouse. You said Lighthouse yesterday, and it was wrong, and I feel like that put the good juju in the air. It's now
Yes,
time.
the gambler's
Yeah,
fallacy.
Well, if the gambler's fallacy wasn't right, I would not have gotten 2 in a row. So, you know.
That's true, but what if it's ruins again?
I mean, I'd be sad, but I could live with that.
I feel like I'm wrong, though. I always feel like I'm wrong now after that one time.
No,
I have no
it
trust.
just took all the confidence out of you.
Yeah, I have no faith any longer.
Look, after how many times we've seen Ilios so far in this tournament, I've become intimately aware of just the vibes that each one has given off, you know? So it's
you're
both a
just like-
blessing and a curse how often we've gotten this map, but nevertheless, it's the battleground on which these two teams will get to duke it out to start things out, and I think it's actually very important as well. Getting that first point on the board in a series that it's been prophesized to be so close between these two if everything that we've been given is to be trusted. Getting 1
The
point on the
esports
board,
map.
yeah, it should mean quite a lot.
And it also just sets the pace for the next map, because if you have Timeless win, then they're headed likely onto Numbani, which is what they chose yesterday. And you saw how strong that Strix was on Numbani as well. So both of these teams, they're probably going to have preference for Numbani, but if Strix Bad Blood loses Numbani, then we might see the Circuit Royale, but we would not see it from Timeless, or I'm actually not sure if we would see it from Timeless, but considering they are strong in the Winston competition, it's very unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know exactly what it is that Timeless want to do, but it's certainly not Circuit. Third map, I think, is very favored for Strix, right? They mentioned that they want to play that Sigma map as often as they can, and they will chomp at the opportunity to get that through. We're just waiting on one of these players, though, before we hop into the map. I know you guys are enjoying the fly through without the players, but it will unfortunately be vacated soon by the emptiness that currently fills the space, and 10 players will log on in to pick their compositions, of which I think there will be no surprises, right? We've all really settled in on this Ana Brigitte backline, though I think there's a lot of room to shift around with that, right? We saw a lot of the Overwatch League teams really playing around with Lucio Kiriko, playing around with a lot of Moira picks, with almost everything under the sun, trying to like see where they could fit it in and use that survivability and early ult charge in order to find advantages early on in maps. And I think that's still
Baptiste
absolutely
Moira.
there. Yeah, and the fact that we haven't seen any of those picks has been a real surprise to me. I think obviously, you know, that the handbook on playing Brig Ana is a bit longer. It's been around for some more time, so the roadmap is much more clear, but I think there are still a lot of points to be had for experimentation and finding things that people might not be used to and being able to use those.
I definitely feel like if you have some team that's going to take out, for example, a Pharah, you know that they're probably not scrimming against people who decide, yeah, let's play a pharmacy comp on Ruins or something like that, and it's just going to be really, really confusing for them to try and adapt around it, especially if they play it really well. And I think the poke compositions that Strix Bad Blood was kind of alluding to might be a part of that, because maybe they're just not scrimming certain maps as often and are less practiced on those types of poke composition maps.
I mean, it's the EU contenders fallacy, right? You've got a million one tricks roaming around a region. And it's like, how do you get good practice to play against someone who is the best at a hero, right? Like, we always talked about Yazan in the days, but you can't prep for him because who's going to play Pharah as well as Yazan does, you know? It's like, it's just not going to happen. And so good
You
practice.
put him in an aim trainer.
Yeah, good practice against the characters that you're less likely to see is often very hard to find, though neither of these teams have shown any interest in really changing the game plan so far. It's just a matter of time, though, before somebody's got to do something, especially with NYXL lurking in the upper bracket. I mean, it is difficult enough to take them on already, but should it be Rift Guardians, or rather Strix, rest in peace, Rift Guardians, to step up to that bat now following this match if they pick up a win, do they start making big changes? Do they start trying to change the game plan against NYXL? Because for everyone else, trying to stick to the Winston game plan has not been it.
It feels like they do have the adaptability and the capability of adapting around and trying to figure out what they can do instead of going into head-to-head matchups with these teams. Like, you know, we've all seen the so-called free thinkers when they see a Winston, but if you know that they have a good Winston, maybe you should become a so-called free thinker.
I'm with you. Yeah, I can do without the Winston in between every meta that we have. Everybody just, I think, cowers back onto a composition that it's super consistent. It's going to always be good. And for the map pool that the tournament offers up, I get it. Most of these maps are Winston maps to begin with anyway, so it's well suited to the competition here. It's likely to be what these two bring to the table. Whether or not we call them meta slaves, Tala, I think is up to us. But for now, it's working out very well for both these teams. It's kept them alive in the bracket so far, and it's going to be continued to be used through this Ilios map as we get into well.
I'm shocked personally, Dor. I am flabbergasted at the compositions that I am seeing.
Really revolutionary stuff, am I right?
I've never seen this before. I can't believe they're taking it out on Ilios of all maps as well. That is crazy. That is insane.
This is a comp well suited to Timeless Ethereal, though. We had Bad Blood and Mari really tease at it earlier, but between especially the backline of Ia and Cal, like, dude, Brig Ana for those two is a dream come true.
Thank you for the assist.
See how it goes as the rollout here. We've seen a lot of Echo picks come out first. It's 10 versus Par is the key to watch in that regard. Now they're just neutral dives. LSU making the first aggressive.
Sticky bombs doing a lot to get Alisu off of the back line, though, and trying to re-dive onto the high ground instead. First capture looks like Bad Blood wants it, but they want to engage around the objective first. X10 in the back line, finding Cal immediately, and Par going down quickly afterwards. It's a good start for Bad Blood. They need to find some way to take down the Winston, though, and Jam will be able to find it with a flail.
Yeah, I mean, another first pick, or a set of them rather, given up by X10 really early on. Echoes have proven very significant in these early engagements without ultimates, but ultimates are beginning to come up. AJMR is absolutely cruising past Cal in terms of ultimate charge for the Ana, and so an early nano boost. I don't want to call it here so early, Tala, but it very well could just end the fight in a moment of moments.
Yeah, onto the Winston already. Mari looking for that early dive, is disengaged very quickly, but wanting to re-engage with Minnie at the side. Hira does come through with a pulse bomb, and it gets very low on Jam, but the re-engage is there. Jam goes down to Par, who is for the follow-up. The anti onto Hira will be dangerous, but Hira still able to shred AJ, and Minnie falling very soon after. The nano boost from AJ unfortunately just didn't do enough with the Primal Rage from Alice, who could come through as well to flip that point over.
Yeah, and all that came down to the first engage just being missed. I mean, the nano boost went down on Tamari, but the jump goes up. The bubble's mistimed to block the donk. The sleep doesn't even need to land because the next jump doesn't land either. The entire nano boost wore away with not but a whisper of damage from the tank player of Bad Blood, unfortunately. Now that gains Timeless Ethereal a big advantage in terms of position and ultimate, they've got a nano boost early.
The rally will stave off a bit of the pressure that Alisu is putting down, and the follow-up isn't quite there from the rest of Timeless Ethereal just yet. Cal does find X10, though. Minnie will trade the DPS pick out with the Pulse Bomb, but it's an ultimate expended for the Echo, and Alisu is attempting to fight forward. Will have to back out. The Pulse Bomb does come through from Kira, but doesn't find anything just yet, and Bad Blood is going to force the rally out of Bia, and even with the overhealth, there's just so much damage going down from Bad Blood's side. The re-engage is so good, even without the ultimates that they needed to get through.
Yeah, the nano boost seems to be less of a boon and more of a, you know, note of not about to do well. For either of these teams, Cal and AJMR have been unsuccessful thus far with finding value out of them. AJMR's coming up on another one, though, alongside a duplicate from X10, which may create a third potential nano opportunity very soon, should either of these players do what has been done many a time before. Par going for a dupe on the Winston, though, wants to dive that back line, and does so very nicely.
Oh, yeah, this is a really good dive onto AJ. Good thing they've got X10, though. Extra support on the other side and building up to the nano incredibly quick. Nano goes out, and immediately Mari has a chance to engage. Primal Rage is forced through right at the very end of the duplicate before Par gets out of the ultimate, but Mari has been doing damage with the nano boost on his side, and they're able to get a little bit of that extra damage. Primal Rage now from Alisu to try and force them off the point, but Bad Blood, they're already ticking into the 99 percentile, style, and they're in overtime. The contention is there from Alisu with the bubble, but the stick from Mini onto Via. Now Cal completely unprotected in the backline. Alisu falling in quick succession, and X10 just shredding through with the Echo. Bad Blood taking first point.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it was just better macro by Bad Blood, right? Waiting that out, playing patiently, allowing the Primal Rage to come through, knowing full well that they had 3 ultimates of their own to swing back with. That was really nice stuff. That's him a point win. Now we head into a second, though. Lighthouse will be the scene of our next battle. No real swaps should come in. The Echo's likely to remain as long as we stay with these more vertical maps. It's all about maintaining that high ground, though. Yeah, and Cal versus Jam and AJ and R just trying to fight for their lives to stay up on it because of the value that it offers up. The proposition is just too much to give away for free. I'm curious to see who actually takes the first dive, though. We've seen fairly aggressive stuff from Alisu in comparison to Mari. Mari seeming a bit unconfident, which I think was mirrored in the interview that we had with them, right? Seems not quite knowing how this match was going to go. Alisu seems like they know exactly how they want this matchup to go. Choosing the moment, diving in towards the backline, and making Jam and AJMR's life very hard.
This Hira mini matchup is really interesting as well. Hira is an excellent tracer, and Mini has been matching them just step for step, especially with the pulse bomb charges, being able to get those sticks down in the backline. Hira's been doing the same though, and it's just really down to the tracers that can put a lot of damage and follow up with Alisu. And since Alisu has such good aggression, if Hira can be there every single time, it should be the fight wins. But Alisu goes down because of the shred that X10 has on this Echo.
I mean, that's exactly what the Echoes are meant to do in this instance, right? We've seen them get some backline picks, but that's largely just because the Winstons have been playing well. The Winstons, though, are the primary target, right? That focusing beam and sticky bombs are brutal, as is the whip of Jam, taking down Hira early. Pretty stark advantage over to Bad Blood.
Yeah, they're already building up the percentages very well. Timeless Ethereal, they need to have some way to get onto this point, but they're just playing these compositions that really favor to play the round around the point. They need the dives to be on point, and Cal going down. It's going to be Bad Blood that has this really good dive potential, especially with X10 always being there to spam down the shots from above.
Backline obliterated. The rest of the team stands no chance, and it's 50% gone on the board. Timeless Ethereal not only have not much in the way of ultimate charge to speak of, but also have failed to gain any sort of position. Jam and AJMR are on a fully paid vacation over on their high ground, relaxing and maxing at the same time. All that time up there has allowed them to get a mana boost on line, which is relatively uncontested. AJMR chucks it out.
Mini does have to recall, still has that pulse bomb in the back pocket, and now the duplicate for both of the Echoes as well as the DPS ultimate, but Cal going down with the nano boost in the back pocket could be very detrimental. Timeless Ethereal managed to sneak that point away, but the pulse bomb from Thera onto Mari is going to allow Timeless Ethereal a huge advantage here, but Bad Blood, they swing it back despite everything. Despite not having a tank, the team just groups so well around X10 and the pressure that they put down.
Yeah, I mean, the initial dive was what really did it, right? The nano boost taking down Cal, making sure that there was no recourse for the initial nano boost. Now they've got the same position to work with. Still just as many ultimates to throw out and really dish towards Timeless Ethereal, who are now on the back foot. Cal's dead again. This is a hellscape for them to actually try and get across.
AJ
oh my god,
oh come on. So good, and now we have, okay, let's do it. Let's do another nano boost on the Ana, but they're actually going to take out the duplicate before you can get a second nano boost online. The rally has already gone through from Jam, and Mini taking down Hira. That Tracer 1v1, and Mini is just coming out on top. X10 this time has gone down to par, but it's not going to be enough to let them touch the point. Strix Bad Blood, they are so dominant. They look so good, and it seems like they have no signs of stopping. It's just trailblazing all the way through.
Yeah, their map control's been phenomenal. Their ability to hold any single point has really proven strong here. Timeless are offering up a lot when they're able to have a position, kind of slowly let go of it, but if they're not in a forward position initially, if they're not in a defensive posture, Timeless are really struggling to have any sort of fight back, any recourse towards the aggression and measured aggression that we're seeing out of the opposing side. It's exactly the same as in the last series, right? Where that proactivity that we got of Strix fight after fight after fight, being so decisive with their plans, is helping them out a ton.
I think AJ has been doing so much work with the antis as well, being able to just throw it from one side of the building to the other, and then Mari follows up immediately when he's like, they've hit the Ana, we've hit Cal, take them down, and then they do so just so decisively. Nano Boost has to stew for a little bit longer, wait for the next fight, and at the end of the day, Timeless Ethereal, they ran out of time.
The first time, not the last time it'll happen. Yeah, let's see, though. It's their best in a lot of circumstances. But I really did like the tank play from Monkey a lot of the time. It's just the coordination from the rest of the team was really lacking. They were taking positions for granted, not being ready for the dives that were coming out from Bad Blood time and time and time again. And yes, Bia and Cal are one of the more resilient backlines available to you in terms of just mechanical ability to keep themselves alive in a lot of situations. But, I mean, come on. When a nano-boosted Winston and X10's Echo are being thrown at you 24/7, they need more help.
Yeah, the peel wasn't really there for the backline thus far. Mari was so quick to follow up every single time, and X10 and Mini, their pressure on the backline as well is incredibly oppressive. It just feels like all the pieces are coming together for the Strix Bad Blood squad, and I'm really excited to see where they're going to take us next when it is Timeless Ethereal's map pick.
I do think there's a good opportunity here for Timeless Ethereal. Numbani, we talked about it. We've been to it a million times, but it doesn't seem like a bad choice, right? We talked about being able to have that Ashe and what it does, how it counters the Echo, how it controls the high ground and puts pressure onto the opposing backline. Well, I think that seems to be the name of the game when it comes to this team. They don't want to opt into that Echo 1v1. Don't get me wrong. I mean, we saw good stuff out of X10, but Par was kind of just getting gapped in a lot of circumstances when they tried to take that mirror. So playing something that offers up too much for the Echo is really out of the question, at least in terms of what I'm thinking for these two teams. So with Ilios down, my best guess is probably Numbani.
Well, they've been to Numbani before. Well, last time Timeless Ethereal lost to NYXL, it was Numbani. They like the Winston maps, and now it's a little bit of extra safety for the backline that is already very survivable on their own, but the coordination and pressure just wasn't staved off by what Timeless Ethereal brought to Ilios, so hopefully we can see improvement on that, especially with the map geometry that we see on Numbani.
Yeah, I mean, we talked earlier about, Escort being a particularly good pick for Bad Blood, and the one thing that winning first map does, I talked about it at the beginning of the series, how important the first map is just because it's close, but it's also important because first map pick guarantees that if you lose the second, then you get the third map pick, right? So the kind of order of things that you'd expect if map pick is what starts deciding the series, the back and forth that would come of that means that Circuit Royale would very much be in the cards for a team that wants Circuit Royale to be in the cards. This is going completely according to plan for Strix. See what this map locks in for them, though. I'm kind of theorizing a lot about this Ashe from Timeless. It seems very likely, but whether or not it comes to fruition is yet to be seen.
Yeah, when it comes to the map picks and the cycling of the back and forth wins that has the potential to happen and come to fruition in this series, it's like they're playing chess. They're playing chess, and maybe you need to see if the other team is playing checkers here. Timeless Ethereal, they're going to be starting on the attack, while Bad Blood, looking at the team comp that they come out with, X10 still on that Echo, exactly the same as their last stint on Numbani.
Perhaps that is programming that we share.
Surprised in that regard, though. I am still very surprised with what Timeless Ethereal are offering up. I think on the attacking side, it's obviously a lot harder to play the Ashe. The sightlines just aren't very pretty, to say the least. Maybe on the defensive side it'll come out, but for now, like you said, very similar to what we had before. What the routing is, though, I'm yet to see. A lot of teams are choosing to go up through main with this composition. It makes perfect sense with the Echo being able to reach that high ground with the use of one cooldown. Comes upon the tanks, though, to hit that first neutral dive properly, which is a lot easier said than done. The balance between overextending and under-diving onto this initial high ground is a matter of inches.
I'm curious about this switch of Hira onto that, onto the Echo while Par is on the Tracer this time around. I really feel that Hira is so good on the Tracer here, but now Par maybe finding some more comfort going onto the Echo instead. Sleep onto Alisu to stop that dive on the high ground, and Alisu going to go ahead and have to retreat back, stave off that pressure.
X10 already getting the better of Hira as well. It seems like no matter what Echo Timeless Ethereal offer up, X10 just got him beat, man.
Yeah, X10 is actually really good on the Echo, maybe unexpectedly as well, but I think that X10 playing the Tracer would probably force Mini onto a Sombra pick. And Jam just going to stave off the pressure once again off of that dive, get that shield up, and the sticky bombs don't do much damage here to that backline despite that dive going through. Alisu going to try one more time. Hira going down though to the sticky bombs after trying to take down X10 is a bit detrimental to this attempt. None of that triangle dive formation that we usually see with the Echo in this team composition, but Cal is going to open things up with the Nano Boost instead onto Alisu, and now the Primal Rage does come through very quickly. Mini, however, with that stick onto Cal is so well done. Mini does fall quickly afterwards, but still that Nano Boost now from Bad Blood after the Primal Rage comes through from Alisu should be able to turn the tides.
Oh, don't overextend for Bia. You know what? I think Bia's very happy to just see the Primal Rage come out here. Nevertheless, though, Bad Blood are hooking up something different, or actually kind of the same, when you consider the fact that they managed to get a full hold on this map in their previous series. It's very much a lot of the same. Proactive fights from Bad Blood, finding big wins. Early ultimates being used. X10 now with the duplicate, though, to play into a rally. And another duplicate is very difficult, but the anti-nade does miss.
X10 immediately switched out of the duplicate as well. A bit of a touch there from Par as Hira tries to rain down Hellfire from above. The dive onto the high ground. It's going to force AJ out, and Alisu actually confirms the pick here. Cal finding Mini as they try to touch and contest this point. And Mari, I'm not sure if she wants to go for that dive once again. If the rest of the squad isn't with her, it's a full capture onto point A as they start the streets phase.
Yeah, I actually think a single bubble from Alisu kind of won that whole thing. We saw the duplicate come out from X10 very early, and they duped Ana over top to try and hit an anti-nade, but Alisu's bubble blocked that anti-nade from connecting, really shutting down the entire thing. Now, though, being shut down to Hira, immediately swatted out of the sky. Bad Blood are going to continue this stark defense, and now with a corner to play with, I think Mari's going to be very good.
Both DPS ultimates available for Timeless if they want to force this forward. Alisu getting the sticky bombs down and going to retreat for more of that healing, and now forced into a room. Oh, nice stick. Mari couldn't find the healing, couldn't find the support, and now goes down. X10 soon to follow, and it seems like Mini is going to be the only thing that's going to contend around this corner. Actually finds Cal. What a pick there, but still the picks do swing mostly in Timeless Ethereal's direction, and they are able to push further.
Look, we've all played Noon Body and Quick Play before, right? It's point A and point C. Point B is merely an intermission that is almost definitely going to be pushed through by most teams. Timeless Ethereal already proving exactly that. They've got ultimates to continue as well. Primal Rage could bring them across the finish line at this point. It won't take much. AJMR's coming up on an end boost, but they can just buy time.
Headed onto the point, just going to have that bubble to try and zone out that backline from the rest of the squad, make sure that Mari can't get the support from the backline. Alisu actually using the Primal Rage after a lot of damage has been put down from AJ, and there's a Nano Boost as well, but Mari fell too quickly. The anti from Cal is oppressive onto Mini, forcing them to back off from the backline, and goes down with the Pulse Bomb in hand. Bia and Cal, so much survivability on the backline, and point B was just a flicker in this timeline.
Yeah, the big thing that happened there was the Nano Boost of AJMR just getting canceled. Not the animation, but mid-flight, Mari goes down, and that shuts down the entire set of dominoes that were meant to cascade afterwards. Now with 3 minute time, that's pretty healthy. I don't have a lot to work with coming in here, unfortunately for them. Bad Blood have more ultimates to work with and a pick onto here, which means they're going to gain more ground, another corner to work with, which makes it even more difficult for Timeless to actually claim any space.
Mini is just so consistent, and I feel like shutting down Mini a lot of these times can shut down the dives, because Mari has mentioned not being as confident on the Winston as maybe Alisu is, so if she's not getting any follow-up from Mini, then it is going to be a lot more difficult for these dives to be successful. Mini still putting down a lot of this harassment here, but the Ash pick from X10 to switch, since Hira is becoming very oppressive on this Echo, and after getting shut down on the duplicate, maybe that Bob can offer a little bit more of that success but Cal finding Mini in the backline. Once again, that failed dive, and X10 can't really do anything to save off this pressure like you might have been able to on that Echo. It's just shredding all the way through from Timeless Ethereal. They're able to round the corner successfully.
Timeless have just been so lethal with their ultimates, and considering the point A-hold was really good for Bad Blood, the fact that we're finishing with time at all here is, I mean, astounding.
Yeah, they're so close, only 3 meters away from pushing it, and a full capture on Numbani, now forcing out the Primal Rage from Mari, trying to get all of the players of Timeless Ethereal back. X10 is going to do a lot here with that Dynamite and pick onto Alisu. Alisu does come back up, but not in time to save the backline. Bia and Cal, despite all their survivability, has to fall.
Bad Blood maintain the hold. Holding until OT here is extremely profitable as you force potential draw scenario, potential draw or lose scenario for Timeless at the same time. You only have a Primal Rage to work with. In comparison to the Nano Boost on the other side and a Bob, it's really not much. Mari just lurking in the wings as well as waiting to drop onto that backline to make life really difficult for Bia and Cal.
Alisu wanting to find X10 early, that Ashe's survivability a little bit more difficult. The Nano onto Mari now as they go for the back line on Cal. Cal already down, the Nano still active, and X10 now having the Bob. Kira going down, no power harassment onto the back line, and now it's just a minute. This is final fight territory for Timeless, and they don't have a single ultimate to their name. The only one that might be possible for this next one is that rally.
I think the scary part about that rally is that Bob is just really difficult for it to get any purchase on, right? If the rally comes out, the Bob goes through, the Bob lasts practically just as long, cuts away the tanks from ever being able to gain any of that rally armor as well. An early pick on Amari here, though, might give them the advantage they need.
Oh, it's actually Par that gets picked, though. AJ, I'm not even sure how that happened for the Ana, but without missing a DPS from Timeless Ethereal, they're missing that little bit of extra damage for a potential dive that Mari can go for. They're regrouping now, and they need to find some way to touch Alisu being the tip of the spear and starting the engagement. It's a rally forced out from Jam, but it's the anti from Cal. That does so much. The Nano and the rally, both from Timeless Ethereal side. The supports are just forcing this payload forward, and now Mori shredded. They need to find some way to touch. It's up to Mini to try and get that blink and stop them from pushing all the way to the full capture, but waiting for the rest of the squad to come in as well. They need to have good timing here, and they are able to get a little bit of that touchdown, but Jam falls so quickly. Now without a Brigitte, where is AJ going to go except round the corner? Now there's not Sustain. They've been zoned out. Bia so good on the flails as well. Mini trying to blink around the point, but it is not enough. Full capture from Timeless Ethereal on Numbani round 1.
It is the median option though, right? They get to finish, but they don't get time. And it was all really thanks to that anti-nade that you had pointed out quite brilliantly earlier. Right? Shut down what would have been a massive rally, bolstering the hold of Bad Blood. Instead, just kind of fell on deaf ears. Jam didn't get to do much of anything with it, which opens up the door massively for the rest of the team of Timeless Ethereal to actually get in following all that. That being said, the bar's been set, the line in the sand has been drawn. It's all about seeing whether or not Bad Blood can get past a hold that has proven difficult for many. Do much of anything about. Timeless Ethereal have a quite good track record on Numbani defense.
Numbani definitely going to be very difficult, and Timeless Ethereal, I think the pieces are coming together a little bit better now. They've switched Kira back onto the Tracer, and Par is on the Echo once again. But when Par was on the Tracer, switched onto the Hanzo at the last minute, it was working out for them for a second. They were able to push forward. It just wasn't completely clicking right at the beginning, which I think shredded a lot of that time they could have had.
Yeah, to be honest, again, I really assumed that the reason that Timeless Ethereal were picking this map was because they wanted to get some hit scan in, but just doesn't seem to be the point of the pick for them. Either that or that was the initial plan, and then they managed to full cap with a composition not too dissimilar to this. So they're saying if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Either way, Bad Blood offer up the exact same thing. Down main we go. Same dive we've seen a few times, but this time executed by Mari, jumping up to the high ground initially to just jockey for position these days.
Bit of extra damage right at the beginning. Going to have Alisu just kind of peek around the corner and retreat behind that, but they're both at a standstill.
from Mari. On the back line, the sticky bombs don't really connect. Well, the bubble gets burnt down, so it's back for another set of jump cooldowns for the Winston. As in fact, they're all relatively low. X10 nearly dropping out of the fight. The ultimate charges are beginning to build up as well. Par 40% through duplicate. Cal with a big pick on the mini as well. Push gets more difficult yet for Bad Blood.
They're just holding on to this high ground so well. Cal's anti-nade landing onto Mari is a huge pick-off for Timeless Ethereal, and they're already just spreading this time away and going to disengage once again. The ultimate charge is looking good for Bad Blood, though. AJ is on pace for a nano before Cal can reach their own.
Yeah, the race is not insignificant at this point, though. Hira could cut the finish line short here with Pulse Bomb, should it connect. 81% built up. Is doing a great job of guarding a lot of these side lanes and actually connecting. 95%. And you can see AJMR starting to recognize the presence of the Tracer, running away from it. But Mari, not so lucky. Hira just obliterates the tank and leaves Pulse Bomb in hand, still available for the next fight.
And this is kind of a case where Bad Blood feels like it's not a roar but a whimper. Mari is going for those engagements, going for the dives, but Cal immediately puts down the anti-nade and the bubble isn't there to block it. And you also need the follow-up once again from the DPSs, and you're just not really seeing that right now. They can't find the control of that high ground just yet. Mari once again going to attempt another dive. This time the follow-up is there from the nano boost from AJ. Jam, however, falls because of Hira and AJ and Jam. They have no survivability without that Brigitte online. A huge pulse bomb from Hira to basically end this fight and end the capture, though they do get that one tick.
I mean, it's a consolation prize, right? It's the bag at the end of the birthday party with the candy that was left over in it. Bad Blood love more than that. One tick on Numbani is far from enough in most, if not every circumstance. X10 Mini and Mari have a lot of work to do this time, though. The only ultimate's up for the team with a minute on the clock. They need to make this fight count because the next one will not be any better.
They now have ultimates available. Mini misses the stick onto the back line. Just a little bit of damage onto Cal. The duplicate might be what has to swing the tide here. They don't have that nano. The Primo can get a little bit of extra damage down. Once again, the dive attempted from Mari with the Primal Rage to go through. X10 getting a lot of pressure, but Hira is neutralized. Now going to have to shred through the health of Alisu. The sticky bombs are going to do him in. Now just going to try and force the rest of the squad back. The supports can't do much here. They are just trying to contend with everything that Mini is bringing. The overhealth from the rally and the armor shred is just too aggressive. Now all up for the Segger.
And don't get me wrong, it's great that Bad Blood get a cap. You certainly need to do that if you want to finish this map, obviously. But Timeless Ethereal didn't spend a single ultimate. They're fine. They have so much to work with. They're like, yeah, no, you can have A if you spend 3 ultimates to get it. Like that is as pricey. You want to talk about inflation? That is as up there as it gets in terms of cost to win a fight. The delta in ultimate spent is massive here, and Timeless Ethereal now come in with a veritable arsenal in their back pocket. It's just a matter of whether or not they can spread those ultimates out effectively to keep winning fights.
Timeless Ethereal stonks only going up as they completely neutralize X10, but AJMR is able to find a pick onto Bia, and Alisu just gets shredded once again. X10, even without the duplicate, did not let that slide. Now the duplication onto Winston to try and replace the tank that they just lost. Hira going to equalize with the pick onto Mari with the pulse bomb, and Hira just on fire right now. Mini's not been able to find that same kind of impact in Bad Blood. It seems like they're kind of scraping at the edges now.
I mean, what was initially a great move by Timeless Ethereal to hold on to those ultimates and take control of the ultimate economy for the map has now been inverse. They spent 4 ultimates and still didn't win the fight, so all of that was kind of for naught as we're back to a neutral situation, the only advantage being a slight one in that Alisu has the first primal up between these teams.
Alisu holding on to that from the last fight. Bia gets anti, but there's not the follow-up from Mari, and X10 just trying to shred through. Primal Rage is forced through, and the sleep is good onto Alisu. Now they just don't have a tank if they don't hit him, and now they have that duplicate as well. It's the Tracer this time around. X10 is proving to be very proficient on this Tracer, and it gives them that extra bit of pressure onto the back line, but going to have to recall instead, trying to take the space in front, and Hira is just running circles around this squad. The Pulse Bomb doesn't find anything except shield, and now Mari is going to be the only thing that forces and separates this back line, but the anti-counter dive is there.
Are we going for a swim? Not quite. Mari does force the Ana quite far away from the rest of the fight, though, separating them away from Alice, who really needs the help on cart. Fia certainly won't be helping anybody anytime soon, as they're given an early grave.
Yeah, Bia going down, and now Mari does fall to par, though. It's just an exchange of these DPSs, of these tanks. Alisu staying alive, but Jam, without that rally, you are not as tanky as you need to be, and it's all the way to point B that they're still fighting, and it's only 15 seconds left over.
The fact that Cal lived through all of that is a miracle. And speaking of them, Bad Blood's gonna need one. Take a look at the ultimate charge. They've barely got enough put together to buy one from the candy store. And I don't think the candy store is open for business. Timeless Ethereal throwing a pulse bomb, and they're gonna have the early primal rage to take on this fight.
Ooh, Minnie gets a little bit of the touch and needs to stay on top of it. Minnie's able to still contest the point just a little while longer. Somebody push that card, and it's Alisu with the primal rage that's just forcing them back. They're still able to contest. The overtime keeps going, but they are all shredded, and it's just a breakdown completely from Timeless Ethereal to take down Bad Blood on their own map pick of Numbani.
Sweet Shop wasn't open for business that time. Instead, all we get is a sweet match, 1-1 now, and an extremely well-played map by Timeless Ethereal. It honestly looked very desperate on their attacking side. They nearly got full health by a Bad Blood that was looking extremely good. But after close came a whole lot of wrecking by Timeless Ethereal, not to mention a fantastic defense. We talk about these teams having a really strong understanding of macro play, but oh my goodness, Timeless, what insane moves we got out of them, right? On that A, allowing the A to go through in favor of taking a better ultimate economy out of it. Yes, the next fight they had to spend big to win, but that was because an early pick got found, so I'll give them some excuse for being willing to invest so heavily into the fight, because at the end of the day, they still had ultimate economy following it, knowing that Bad Blood had invested in the same way. So that's really been what it was on Numbani for me, was just that macro understanding, when to use ultimates, when to hold them, knowing where your win condition is as well. We see a lot of teams, you know, they go for the full hold. They go to win every fight. Timeless knew that they had the whole map to play with. They knew that they had time to put the brakes on B, and they took advantage of that very willingly, despite the best efforts of the opposing side and X10, who has been absolutely rolling on Echo.
Yeah, they were really able to put a stop to the DPS line of Bad Blood. They just couldn't find a way in edgewise, and Hero was matching Mini pace for pace. X10 was being matched by Par, and there was just so much peel this time around for the backline of an already very survivable support line that you have in Timeless Ethereal. So I'm really impressed by what they were able to do this time around, and I'm also really excited to see if we get that Circuit Royale up next.
I mean, we can put our money wherever we want, but our mouths will be put to the test following this. I'm not sure I was going with that metaphor. I'm not really sure. Either way, we're sending you to a break, and when we come back, it'll be our third map pick.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Radiant Heroes Major. We are looking at the lower bracket finals in this double elimination bracket, and the winner is going to go on to face NYXL Academy up in the upper bracket grand finals. However, the score is now 1-1, and these teams looking closer than ever.
I don't know whether to be disappointed or not. I know we're going to Gibraltar next. I was pulling for circuit. I was pulling for circuit. Look, that's also what they were teasing the whole time. What's up with this?
Yeah.
Was Strix just trying to throw off? They knew Timeless was watching the interview, and so they're like, "Oh yeah,
like, oh,
Sigma
yeah.
Baptiste is our favorite." And then like it's frantically Timeless like going through their notes trying to find their Circuit Royale page, and they just got pranked.
They're like, what do we do?
Was this specifically to bait me? Is this personal? Mari, did I do something wrong? Did I pick the wrong vowel for your name? Is that why you guys are doing this to me?
It's because we keep saying Mari, and she would prefer Mary or maybe like Mori.
Yuri? M5 Re?
Yuri?
Like, I don't know. It feels personal. I'm not gonna lie. I've been baited. My heartstrings have been plucked. Nevertheless, we get Gibraltar, and we power on.
No, we power through.
We're the real heroes, Tala. That's what we go through, not getting our Circuit Royale.
Oh my god, Hira, do it, please.
Seems like we might actually get at least some change here away from that Echo, and that X10's already rolling out on a Hanzo, so relatively promising here for Bad Blood. Timeless Ethereal, though, they've had something in their pocket. I'm not sure if the FAR is actually long to stay here. It's not particularly well known on this map. Neither do they have a Mercy to go with it, so expect to swap to a Tracer, especially for things like watching where the cart goes. One of the key things that we bring up on Gibraltar that isn't a factor on too many other maps is the fact that pushing the cart as the Tracer's job is one of the most key things on this entire map, and getting it underneath that archway is largely going to be down to Hira and Mini battling it out.
We completely got baited by Hira. I don't know what I expected.
Who's no, don't wee me. Don't wee me.
Come on. You were in it. You were in it with me.
I wasn't.
We were No, come on. We were both hoping. Were you not hoping?
Okay, I can hope, but I will not cope.
Okay, fine. No copium for Door, only copium for me, and maybe a little bit of hopium. Bad Blood, they're on the defense with the X10 on the Hanzo, so they have something to kind of contend with what Par is bringing to the table here, and it's Mini and Hero once again battling it out like you mentioned. Par getting the jump onto X10 though, and onto the high ground the Ash goes.
I mean, this has just had no breaks for Timeless Ethereal. They walked 5 feet out of spawn, we're diving instantly. That was without Hero as well, because guess what Hero's been doing the entire time? What I talked about earlier, pushing that cart. Yes, Mini gets the better of them eventually, but the position's already been garnered for Timeless Ethereal. This is a great place to take their next fight from.
Yeah, Hira's entire gameplay so far has just been push payload, be payload princess. But Mini has been building up the ult charge by putting that harassment down onto the back line. Cal will eventually get the better of that Tracer and has had enough of Mini just always harassing those supports. But the dive in, the harassment is not over. Mini does go, or Mari goes down, and even with the anti-nade will have to fall. Now it's just a full point capture, no contention at all for point A. Cal also finds X10 very quickly with a nice sleep. Cal on fire, and the support line of Timeless Ethereal is just doing so well for themselves on point A.
Yeah, and that, again, I question a lot of things that were going on there. I wonder how Hira got so much cart progress, because the reason you don't take a fight as fast as Timeless Ethereal does is because you want that initial cart progress before you actually go to take that fight. But because was Mini just not contesting the cart for a long time? It was a little out of frame, so it was difficult to tell. Then he certainly is contesting the health bar of Cal and Via, who are, I mean, as dead as dirt about at this point. Will be traded out a little bit. Bad Blood have a nice position on the high ground. Finally, someone to save it.
Alisu will be able to contest and take down Mini, but another good sleep from AJ and forces the disengage. Just a Primal Rage traded for that rally that's staving off the pressure. Okay, Hira's just on the cart the entire time. Cal takes down X10. Cal going huge with these antis. They are just so much anti-health being put onto Bad Blood's backline, and now the harassment from Alisu is so oppressive. There's nothing AJ can do against that monkey just forcing you into a small corridor. Mari's going to try and avenge with the Primal Rage here. AJ does fall eventually, and Par unfortunately will fall to the Primal Rage, but Mari, that's basically a consolation prize at this point with how much cart progress they've got. They've been really fighting for that high ground, and they've kind of been distracted from contesting cart. Part of the reason that Mini's ult charge is going up so fast is because Hira's just always on payload while Mini's looking for backline.
Hira has got a pulse bomb, and there's a lot of focus on the backline. I'll just go for the big trade for now. That Ana can be very vulnerable to just that Winston dive alone. It's done correctly. Unfortunately, Mari's already been put on the back foot. Primal Rage earlier from Alice actually did quite a bit to make sure that the position wasn't too dire.
Both Bobs now on the field, looking to shred one another. Bob on the side of Bad Blood does go down while Timeless Ethereal dives in onto the payload for a little bit of progress. X10 comes in very low and still is able to shred through Alisu, though. There was no follow-up on the high ground dive, and now the pressure is all onto the back line. Bia still contesting cart and going back off immediately after realizing that there's a raid group from Bad Blood's squad. Cal still in the back line, spamming down a lot of that healing and should be up to the nano boost very soon. Even though Bia falls, even this nano boost should be able to keep the team online.
I mean, this has just been Alisu up against Mini on the other side. Or rather, Mari up against Hira. I'm mistaken on my rolls, but nevertheless, Alisu has been doing so much to just try and keep this cart contested. Hira is getting so much damage out, but in the face of Mari, who's been staying alive for eons at this point, it's so difficult. The Winston is just unkillable.
Yeah, Cal has just been sitting here, sitting pretty, being able to spam down the shots and the healing, and there hasn't really been any contention. I mean, Mini has kind of threw a few shots with the pulse pistols in their direction, in their general direction, but it's not enough to do damage, not enough to force Cal out of position and keep the sight lines with Alisu. Now Mari looking for another dive, but the health just goes down so quickly on the Winston, using the Primal Raids and the sleep from Cal. It's just huge. The anti should be coming through quickly enough, but the damage is just there from Timeless Ethereal. Mari maybe not a confirmed pick just yet, but it comes in very quickly afterwards.
No tank face things real messy. We start looking at DPS in moments like these to really find the clutch. X10 looking for an aggressive position to defend from, but maybe too aggressive with 50 HP left.
Yeah, there was not a lot of support from the back line there, and they're still trying to defend. Mini this time contesting that card, contesting how Hira is dancing around this payload, and really trying to get that damage through. The nano boost onto the Tracer. Interesting choice from AJ to try and get the damage through, but it's just not there. They're at least able to stave off the pressure and maybe shred this Winton, but the Pulse Bomb misses. Mini hasn't been able to match what Hira has been bringing to the table. AJ now down. Cal's still up, though, and nano boost going through.
Alisu really managed to give it to them at the end there. I mean, it was really the nano gap more than anything, right? The nano onto the Tracer gets a lot less done than the nano onto the Winston in those broad fights, especially if that initial pick that the Tracer nano was meant to get onto the opposing Tracer doesn't connect onto anything. Now it's point C, 140 on the clock. A decent amount of time. Jib is not an easily finished map, but more importantly than the time, they've got Ultimate's Timeless Ethereal.
Timeless Ethereal immediately putting down a bit of pressure with the anti from AJ, but Mari just being shredded. Where is the follow-up from the rest of Bad Blood? Now Hira with the Pulse Bomb doesn't find anything, but Par just has such good control of this and able to find the back line. Jam going down very quickly. Afterwards, Bob in the back pocket as well. Primal Rage from Alisu to force them all back. It feels like the dominoes are just falling into place.
They haven't needed to spend anything, so they have so much coming into the final meters of Gibraltar. It was 1:30 on the clock entering C. It's 1:04 exiting it. There was not a moment of pause in that cart throughout the entirety of the Charlie point.
It just felt like there was so much stall that they could have had, but because of that Primal Rage, there was the momentum from Timeless Ethereal, and there were many staggers that came through because of it. Par went absolutely insane, and they weren't even doing anything special. They were just kind of sitting on top of the payload as it moved forward and shooting upwards, and it worked.
turns out you shoot them, they do eventually die. Yeah, I honestly thought Timeless was going to have to spend to get that point C. They had plenty of ultimates too, and then Amari just overextends like a moment of nerves, a moment of miscalculation, whatever it was, really made them pay the price. Now they're set with a very difficult task of defending this map. Fortunately, it's not hybrid or 2CP or whatever it may be, in which that min is really going to kill them. As long as they can get to the end of the map, they'll be in decent spirits. X10 hovering over a Hanzo. Par on an Ashe, though. That was so effective on the attacking side. This is more what I was expecting these teams to come out with when we started talking about Gibraltar.
Well, the Ashe and the Hanzo. Going to see if it goes better this time around. X10 did have to switch onto the Ashe the last round, but maybe that Hanzo is just going to be a little bit more comfortable for Strix Bad Blood. But the payload initially just getting pushed, trying to find that progress.
Same deal as last time, right? Here and Mini are tasked with contesting this cart once it goes underneath that bridge. Initially, it will be Mari and ALSU jockeying for position. ALSU forced back by a great anti-nade from AJMR. Now we enter that second phase where the Tracers begin to contest cart, and the high ground becomes the focus of Bad Blood.
Now headed into the little choke point in the underpass. Oh, X10 just got shredded by Cal. Mini will get the better of Kira immediately after, but AJ is just getting so much pressure being put down. The sleep comes through, but they're woken up. The Winston is back online, and that's all they can do to sustain Mari through what is happening in that little tiny room. The anti-nade comes through, and just in time, they're able to find the Winston a little bit of extra health.
Trails, yes, but in the meantime, keep an eye on that cart progress. It's been quiet, but Mini's been pushing the entire time. Has pushed us into one-fight territory despite the no-win contest that we've seen up on the high ground. AJMR looking for one pick, can't connect the direct anti-nade. Uses nano boost, wisely holds it close to their chest, though, understanding that it's not quite time. Now it is, though. Mari into the back line. Struggling to find players, losing this game of hide and seek and getting humiliated in the meantime. Sick anti-nade, sick sleep. Cal may have put wraps on this fight already.
Kira just harassing for free on the back line. AJ and Jam couldn't follow up at all. There was no anti, that early thing that might have been able to help Mari locate some of these players and get that extra advantage, but immediately Cal just sleeps as they get onto the high ground, and Bad Blood, they're building up to some ultimates now. Timeless Ethereal are matching it though, pace for pace.
I mean, bar for bar, Timeless Ethereal are going to be able to keep up with this one. There's not too much that Bad Blood can do proactively. Right? The most proactive ultimate we've got is Pulse Bomb and the Nano Boost, the first of which is gone. To match Cal's Nano Boost is going to be extremely difficult.
Mini fishing for a Pulse Bomb onto the back line as the Primal Rage from Mari does come through. There's a Nano Boost onto Alisu, and Alisu's really looking for the fight on the high ground now, but Mini is just pushing the cart, and there is not really any contention. Sees Mini for a second, and all of a sudden, Mini just got deleted. Disappearing trick. What in the world?
That is a surgical lobotomization from Par. That's all I'll say.
He must be trained in neurosurgery recently, but the Bob does come through, and Bob never misses a shot here. It's a bubble to come down on top, so Timeless Ethereal can try to contest a little bit more, but this is a lot more time that has been bled off than Bad Blood bled off in that point A hold on their own defensive side. It seems like Timeless Ethereal, they're in really good position to keep this momentum going and try and win this map out.
Don't have much to use here. Far after hitting one with the dead man's hand post-mortem. Garnered a very good position for Timeless Ethereal in terms of where the players are able to stand and land their abilities from. The rally can bolster the high ground position. A Pulse Bomb could be lethal. See how it goes.
Pulse Bomb, they're trying to fish for something in the back line. Par does go down. It's a good start to things as that Nano Boost wears away. X10 fighting so much, but Hura's Pulse Bomb is actually going to be the big name here, finding both AJ and X10. Now Cal going down will be the nail in the coffin for this point A, unless Alisu can pull something out of the back pocket. Primal Rage still there, but dancing in and out of the bubble momentarily as Cal walks back to the fight, getting shredded real low. Primal Rage engage does come through. Bia going to switch on the Mercy as Alisu is shredding through Mini. There is nothing for Bad Blood to do here. Timeless are just not even going to allow them to capture the first point.
I love the patience from Timeless in the final moments as well, right? Understanding that they had a spawn advantage that entire time. Not trying to get kills, just trying to slowly win that battle of attrition because they have that percentage. They have that extra time to work with. Cal deserves so much credit, though, for just getting so much done on this map. I mean, damage, anti-nades, peeling every single primal off of themselves was massive. I mean, Mari was having a miserable time trying to dodge the bonks and the sleeps and the anti-nades. A lot of time we take the nano boost for granted, assuming that it will find some connection on the backline. But when your players are as skilled as Bia and Cal, it is not so easy.
Yeah, Bia and Cal were just a force to be reckoned with on the back line. Like, Cal was able to find so much value. Just the follow-up, it was kind of what we were seeing happen over on that first map of Ilios, where there was a lot of that anti-nade pressure that AJ was putting and Mari immediately following up, and now they're just turning the tables on them, and Timeless, they're the ones that are outputting the pressure.
Let's have them on the back foot. It's match point now for Strix. They have a lot of big choices to make, right? Next map is super open for both these teams. Coliseum, Nuke Queen Street, Esperanza. Same push map as everybody else has been using. The only three we've got available. And unfortunately, I think outside of maybe New Queen Street, and I honestly don't think these teams would hesitate to play a Winston composition on New Queen Street, there's really nothing that's going to force you away from this. It's really got to be micro decisions that change the way that Strix play, because they have been playing pretty well, right? I feel like there's a lot of credit to be given to the players individually. It's just small macro ways that we're seeing Timeless outpace Bad Blood in a lot of these fights, coming in with consistently more ultimates and using them in slightly better positions.
Yeah, when they're looking at the big picture, it seems like Timeless are just piecing together the puzzle pieces a little bit better in this case. Now, Bad Blood taking them to their own map pick. I mean, they could go to Noon Queen Street. They could be looking at those long-range poke compositions, but since they already took us to Gibraltar, it seems that they want to play the Winston still, despite believing that Timeless might have the leg up on them when it comes to those types of Winston maps. And it might come down to the DPS as well. Mini and X10, they are really good. They were really good on the Echo. They were really good on the Tracer. Mini especially seems to mostly only play those types of dive heroes that can be slotted into the Winston compositions like the Tracer and the Sombra.
Well, I do think the Sombra is likely to be the next pick, because we've got Esperanza being chosen of the three maps. So, like I said, all of them are likely to play Winston. New Queen Street opens up the door for, like, I don't know, JQ or Ball, if that's your favorite flavor, but not too much outside of that. Certainly not the Sigma BAP that I'm not even sure that they like to play. They might have just been baiting me earlier. Esperanza is the map of choice. It's Winston all the way through here, likely to be paired alongside the Sombra, though I think this is amongst the strongest maps if you wanted to change things up. We see a lot of teams in Overwatch League, like the Zarya rollout along with the Reaper, the Rush rollout with Lucio Moira with the Reaper paired with the Winston. There's a lot you can do here to kind of either slightly shake things up or shake things up upon a rollout specifically for that first fight, where the architecture is far different from the rest of the map, where the high ground kind of rules.
Yeah, I mean, I have seen Hura specifically pull many a hat trick out on Esperanza specifically. So I think that there might actually be some change in compositions if the rest of these teams do decide to play ball. Like you mentioned that Mari mentioned that Mari and AJ both really enjoy the Sigma poke compositions, but maybe the rest of the squad doesn't want to play that same type of compositions. They're just not comfortable on it. And Timeless, I'm not sure what kind of I'm not sure what kind of depth they have on this kind of on the roster of Timeless, but I definitely feel that they do have kind of that flexibility that they might allow them to play some brawl or rush compositions. And since Esperanza, that first initial capture is kind of a struggle.
Yeah, it takes a lot of patience for teams running into alternate compositions, because again, the Winston is not as good in the initial engagement with the first architecture that's available to you as something like a rush composition or the Zarya Reaper that we see a lot of teams like to go for. If
Yeah,
you can
do
get
it to him.
past that first one, though, you're going to be in a pretty good spot because everything from there on out is ruled by high ground, where Winston's and Anna's can just rain hell from above. Cal especially, I think is likely being a nightmare if given access to a singular one of those high ground plots.
It's just a wondering of if we're going to be seeing those same mirror compositions or if they're going to try and change things up. I want them to change things up, especially since Strix's Bad Blood, they seemed like they were going to be on a really good pace right at the very beginning, and on Numbani Point A as well on their defense, it seemed like they were being able to full hold, but that just wasn't the case when it came down to it, and now the tides have completely turned, the momentum has shifted, and Strix, they are being outpaced when it comes to playing the Winston dive compositions.
It does make you wonder, though. In the last series, I mean, they were predicated upon being the more decisive of the two teams, and this time it seems that that's been flipped on its head quite a bit. The positioning and macro of Timeless are making it extremely hard for them to actually get anything done and come up with concise and powerful plans. When the position that you're playing into just isn't a winning one, well, then it's hard to make a winning fight plan, right? And if you're fighting into high ground, you're fighting into Cal hitting ridiculous sleeps, it's really hard to account for all of those things and still expect yourself to find advantages.
Well, it seems that they're still going to be cooking a little bit longer. Players still waiting to get in. The anticipation is mounting for both of them. They're creating a very, very detailed recipe and 10-step plan to try and win this one out on both sides on match point now. They want to make it closer.
Are we just hungry? We've been talking about slow cookers and steaks and like pork roast.
Yeah, I'm actually starving, to be
recipes.
honest.
Oh
Is it
my
not
God.
lunchtime or dinner time or?
Dude, it's food time is what it is. I don't care what time zone you're in. I'm sure we're dragging the audience along with us, but they have the fortune of being able to go up and get snacks right about now. And well, while we've got a tasty game, our stomachs will not be filled anytime soon.
Yep. Well, you just really love the seasoning on them. I want to see a little bit more flavor. Right now, we are getting a lot of that monkey flavored meals, and I would like a little bit more a little bit less monkey flavoring.
What?
You don't think it's monkey flavored? It's
To the Humane Society, if you're listening, I do not know what monkey tastes like. That is.
I don't either.
for legal reasons, this is a joke.
Yeah, for legal reasons, I don't either. But for Overwatch reasons, it's all I eat.
Okay. It has always been force-fed thus far. All right, let's see what we get. Wow, we were oh so correct. It is Sombra on the menu. So, Lifeweaver's probably just ate here from Bia. Although, I think Bia's actually got a not insignificant amount of hours on Lifeweaver, though not in actual tournaments for good reason. It's not been very prominent for anybody. Likely just be a
Why not?
Long story. Oh yeah, there's a break pop. All right, we're good. All is right in the world.
Yes, everything is back into tune with these players playing exactly what we expected from them. Here back onto the Tracer, Par on the Sombra. And I think whenever there's a Sombra, you really have to be watching the EMP charge, who gets it up first. And it seems like Minnie's going to be the first to try and get a hack onto Alisu, but it's not going to go their way. Par immediately taking down the Sombra and already down a player in the first fight. Not a great look for Bad Blood. These team names are swapped, by the way, for this very first match.
Look, I've been there, Minnie. I get it. There's a juicy Winston in front of you, and you want to milk it for all the ultimate charge you can get, but overstaying your welcome and allowing yourself to get hacked is not something that bodes particularly well for you and the rest of your team, especially following the pick onto AJMR. Yes, it's traded out, but there is plenty more damage to be had on the opposing side.
Cal, once again, like you predicted, on the high ground, being able to rain down so much hellfire from above, and just being on that high ground at all, having that kind of positioning onto Bad Blood when they're now headed back in. Minnie looking for a hack now, looking for Cal, looking for the back line. Cal
I mean,
does get hacked, a little bit of damage. No.
you can look for Cal. Killing Cal is the hard part. Finding Cal, not too difficult. Often just in the place you least want them to be, you know?
Yes. I mean, Hira is able to find Jam very quickly. Like these ultimates from Bad Blood, it's very staggered from Bad Blood thus far, the way that they're coming into these fights. Timeless Ethereal is just really keeping such a good pace on the ultimates and immediately staggering Jam as soon as they come out of spawn.
Almost up to an EMP, same goes for Par, but again, this becomes all the more awkward when you consider the fact that Timeless Ethereal will have to engage onto the high ground, which is extremely hard to do when there's an EMP in your way. Otherwise, look, Bad Blood, rather Timeless, can just chill here. They can just sit on that high ground for as long as they want. They tried to find an early engage to follow up on that EMP, but it's not the most successful thing until finally X10 gets into the pulse.
It was a good EMP from Bad Blood, though, trying to just stave off all the pressure, especially that Nano basically nullified as soon as they take down, and Mari finding Via now as they rotate towards their own wall. Now it's just all Hira that's going to be the harassment, and X10 trying to deal with them, but Hira's able to get away, build up to that pulse bomb, and Cal neutralizing Mini once again. Mini not being able to find a good pace in these past few rounds.
Certainly not. Here going down low could give some purchase into the fight for a Timeless Ethereal, but no, just easily blinks away. Timeless Ethereal are doing so well, just budgeting out their ultimates, playing through the clinical points where you need to be taking fights, not engaging unless they absolutely need to. They're playing very slow, waiting for Hero to get the damage in as well. Everyone may have finally found an advantage despite all that, though, winning the battle of attrition over what was quite a long time.
Finally, Bad Blood are able to push their side of the robot forward. They used almost everything in order to do it, though. They have no ultimates available at all on Timeless Ethereal side. And Bad Blood, on the other hand, they only have that Primal Rage. The Pulse Bomb should come up very quickly, but both support ultimates are a ways away. And Mari going to go ahead and take down Cal, though. That's a really good start, isolating both of the back line. And now it's just Alisu on their own, trying to sustain through everything that the back line throws at them, even with the anti-nade.
Yeah, great usage of ultimates by Bad Blood. Rather, yeah. Timeless Ethereal, we finally got those names swapped. I unfortunately caught him right in the midst of it. But nevertheless, ultimates coming up. Bad Blood and, I mean, virtually nothing holstered here for Timeless Ethereal. Questions on within the high ground. Ultimate's going to rely on some sort of pick. Hero is really the only person who could be a hero in moments like this, but Alisu has given them a chance.
Mari still kind of corralled in a little bit of this corner, looking for the back line. There needs to be that follow-up here, still able to sustain a little bit further. The counter dive from Timeless Ethereal comes through, and now immediately the anti, as that Primal Rage comes out, and where is the sustain? Where's the back line? They are contending with Hira, who just landed the huge Pulse Bomb onto Jam. There is nothing for Mari to do, even with the Primal Rage, and ultimate expended all for naught.
Timeless Ethereal gain control regardless of the ultimate advantage Bad Blood had coming into that. Now they get to even out the EMP charge as well. This is massive. I mean, the pendulum is swung in the other direction, and it shows no signs of stopping going in that direction. Bad Blood can come up with a few things here, but to counter a forward EMP positionally from Par is going to be extremely difficult. And then immediately, finds burst on the back line. AJMR, JM down. Mini's been sitting here, posturing for an EMP, but the team is far from being in a position to actually capitalize on it.
Did Minis just not have a translocator down at all? Didn't want to escape from that fight, just locked into battle with Cal. I mean, Cal does eventually fall with the nano boost in the back pocket, but even so, Mini going down means that Bad Blood has no way of contesting this because they needed that EMP in the fight. Now Bad Blood getting some ultimates up into this next one as that bubble goes down and the dive onto the back line once again. Hira's going to be able to escape from all the pressure, but the rest of the squad is not going to be as successful. Alisu looking to peel with the bubble and the robot back in Bad Blood's control.
Bad Blood still have an EMP, like you mentioned. He's not quite in position to actually use it. Does get it off, shuts down the jump from Mari, but not before Cal goes down.
Yeah, it's just Cal that's going to be picked off by that EMP. Hira quick to follow since they're trying to contest with this payload, but instead they're going to go use the Primal Rage so that Alisu can try and get out of that situation. X10 looking to follow button. Mini potentially going for a dive.
The dive you're talking about, Nanobus is available for AJMR. They're looking for a target. They do get it off just barely onto Mari. Mari actually takes down the break. Yes, through rally, Via goes down. Jam to follow, though. Neither team has a backline to work with, so you start looking at the tanks. Let's try and survive as long as they can, and with the help of a Primal Rage, Mari's going to do exactly that. When they get to the yellow line,
Ethereal.
oh, this is going to be so close.
Yeah, this is definitely in a very close fight territory. That early anti from Cal to get a little bit of damage onto Mari and kind of suss out where that Winston is. And in the last second, Alisu comes in from above with a leap and a bubble. Now Par with the EMP looking for the backline. Mari goes down so quickly though, and it's not at all the backline that's been focused from this Sombra. Hira and Par looking to take down the tank, and now they need someone to be able to soak up all that pressure, someone to peel, and it has to be Jam, it has to be the Brigitte, but there is no rally available. There's nothing that can stave off all of this, except for perhaps Mini, who forces that translocation out of Par. Mari comes back in at the last second, and now the EMP. Oh my god! Wait, the EMP from Mini at the last second. Why? They just panic ultied, and then there was nothing to come out of it. Alisu now turning the tide of the fight with the Primal Rage. AJ going down. Jam, it's going to follow. And there's just Mari all alone with no healers.
That EMP might have just sealed their fate. I mean, it's going to be so hard to recover the ultimate economy following this double support ultimate, pulse bomb up, first EMP up for Timeless Ethereal. I mean, it would take like 2 minutes of cycling ult bare minimum for Bad Blood to get to any advantageous position. They need a clutch pick from somebody. X10, AJMR, send up a prayer. Oh, X10 delivers!
Okay, X10, that was a prayer that they were looking for, and just the entirety of the support backline, even after the rally, it's just gone. Cal goes down with a nano boost in the back pocket, AJ finding Alisu, and Hira is going to be the only one who can have some contention here as that robot marches back at a pace towards Bad Blood's own wall, but that was a hero play from X10.
You literally could not ask for anything better. I mean, it's recoverable now. They hold double support ultimates while Timeless spent their rally, so now at least they're up a support ultimate going into what is going to be an EMP for Par. They might even get to fight before that EMP comes online.
Jam able to sustain AJ as that nano boost comes through. It's still a lot of dive from Alisu, a lot of focus fire onto this Brigitte, but using that shield and the bash, it might be able to get out. The rally is able to sustain them through with the overhealth. Alisu still trying to round the shield and dropping the bubble, looking for the backline, but Cal going down while they're so focused on trying to get AJ and Jam out of the fight. It's just not good. A good look for Timeless Ethereal thus far. Via, do you have any place to go? Doesn't look like it. AJ and X10 finding their picks in succession.
And Timeless tried to play so proactively that they took a fight before their EMP was up and paid the ultimate price for it. Now they have to run back the entire map if they want to win it. At least they have an EMP to take this fight. They have an advantage for now. They have spawned closer. But this is going to be a far longer journey than just this one fight if Timeless want to win this series right here and now. EMP connects, Rig down, Ana to follow, everything going to plan, but a long road ahead of the team in blue.
Yeah, it's going to need to be multiple fight wins in a row. Mari getting antied with the biotic nade, and just the dance from X10 able to take a little bit longer of a stall, and it's going to allow Bad Blood a little bit more time for the teammates to come back up. In terms of ultimate charge, though, Timeless Ethereal have a clear advantage here with the rally in their hands. The nano boost is close by for AJ, but X10 is going to have to be the hero of Bad Blood once again.
I mean, it doesn't stop here. There's more to follow. Hack connects. Anti-nade doesn't. A strong engagement by Timeless Ethereal. They try to use the rally to push themselves forward. Alisu carrying the bonus armor into the backline of Bad Blood, but Hira not so successful in doing the exact same thing. And Anti-nade is the last real shot Timeless Ethereal haven't taken that high ground, and it works beautifully. AJMR and X10 hit the dirt.
Oh, Cal with a huge sleep on Tamari as well, and not going to be able to find anything with all of the sustain that they have. Mini is the only one to find a pick, and it's on to Bia. Mini's still alive for the second, but needs to find some way to sustain through, and now they're moving on to the phase of the streets, this long stretch of land where they can just fight it out on the low and high.
Where's the touch? I mean, X10's there. It's going to be a glancing blow from the Tracer, but you have to stay on this cart for a long period of time. And into Nano Boost, that's not impossible. Alis is just zoning them away with the Tesla cannon. Cal getting in as well. A beautiful sleep to look to finish things off. Timeless make one last dive as the Primal Rage comes up.
Bad Blood now with the rally in their hands. They are looking to push them back. X10 trading for par, but it's Mari that goes down, and Jam now out of the fight. They don't have that sustain. They don't have the health sink. They don't have the tank. They need something to hide behind. There needs to be a touch, and they are just being contested once again by Mini, but that is all that they're going to be able to have. Timeless, despite some hero plays from Bad Blood, are going to be able to take it over and in a 3-1 fashion head up to the upper bracket finals.
I mean, what a tragic map for Bad Blood. The initial push from Timeless, so hard to overcome. Following that, they get another push that brings them so close to the yellow line of victory. Finally, X10 comes in, bails them out with, I mean, what could only be described as a miracle pulse bomb, and they still get run back by Timeless. I mean, that's the experience that that roster has, though. Any other roster, any less experience, and you fold under that pressure. You see yourself get run back by that double pulse bomb and all the fights won that Bad Blood offered up, and you're just like, you know what, GG, we'll just run it next map. Not Timeless Ethereal. This team is cool, calm, collected, and has the hours to prove it. They do exactly that with that last push. Keep everything together and make it happen in just 4 maps.
Yeah, Timeless Ethereal, they are headed to a rematch against NYXL Academy now, and they are so good. They look incredibly strong, and Bad Blood, they had such moments of brilliance, especially at the beginning of this day. We saw them be so dominant over Rift Guardians, a team that is by all means one of the top 5 in Calling All Heroes circuit overall. They have a lot of experience together, and it seems that Bad Blood is just making a name for themselves as well. Unfortunately, they do fall short today, but I was really impressed by what they brought to the table.
Yeah, no, I have to agree. I mean, Bad Blood has put their mark in the sand, and they're starting to collect some circuit points as well, so looking for that big qualification. I think if this team sticks together, they certainly could be a weapon in both coming metas and coming tournaments. There's a lot that they bring to the table, but for right now, we zero in our focus on what has been the rivalry in this tournament, right? NYXL up against Timeless Ethereal is going to be a match you want some popcorn for, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. There is so much to be had between these two, and if Timeless plays anything like what we just saw with the grit, the determination, the unwillingness to just lose or roll over against a team that was playing so phenomenally in Bad Blood, who really was having a hot day, this finals is going to be a good one.
Timeless, we are going to be able to speak with with one of them to find out what was going through their heads in this best of 3, to see what they expected going into this and see what's on their minds as they're headed into that next best of 5 in the grand finals for all the circuit points, all the prize money, to see who can come out on top this time around. It's a rematch for them, and I'm excited to see if they'll come out on top.
Right, we're talking with them just after this break, so stay tuned. Keep your eyes glued to your screens, your butts in your seats, or just take a moment to grab a snack, because we'll be right back with an interview.
after a banger best of 5 series, Timeless taking it 3-1 up against Strix Bad Blood and headed back for a rematch in the Radiant Heroes Major Upper Bracket Grand Finals. I'm Epitome's joined by Dor, and we have Cal on the line to take us through all the action that we just saw. Hi, Cal. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
We're doing pretty good. That was a really impressive game that we just saw from you. And I just wanted to ask, what did you expect going into that? You know, losing very first map to Strix Bad Blood. How did you prepare for this game, and what were you thinking going into it?
I was thinking, well, I got scrims today, so a lot of playing Overwatch. Wasn't really thinking about the match, I won't lie. Uh, we did a little VOD. I got a couple of my teammates last night to come into my scrims to watch, like, I guess, like the higher echelon, like playing against a lot of big contenders teams on my other team. So I got them to come in and like watch to learn from yesterday, and I think that helped us a lot. The first map we weren't really applying the things that they learned, but I think in the other maps we really like came together and like really put like team and team play, I guess.
Yeah, of course. That is, I mean, you could really see how the pieces were falling together and into place as the map continued on. And, you know, talking about how these maps were going, were you always going to play that dive composition? I know that a lot of people complimented your team for being able to play the dive very well. And is that really what you're going to be sticking to for the rest of this tournament?
I'm not playing no Baptiste. I'm only playing Ana.
Is that a direct shot? Were you watching the interview that Strix did after the match prior? They were priding
I
themselves
didn't.
on their Baptiste.
Oh,
Oh, okay. So you guys were
Glad
like
that they didn't
taking
get to
the
show it.
Circuit Royale.
It's just a stray. Oh no. Nevertheless, though, I first of all, congratulations, Cal. It's great to have you in here. I'm glad that we got you. 'Cause have had the opportunity to interview you plenty of time, whether it be for contenders or otherwise. I got to know though, having played with contenders teams, having done all that, do you feel like it's advantageous to have not just the tools available to a contenders team, but also a contenders team to watch to kind of help analyze and give an example to your players who are playing on the Calling All Heroes roster?
um, we've only done it once, so I don't know if it's like that big of a difference, but I think it is like I would say it's better than getting coached. Is to watch players like you think like, oh, what's this player going to do this fight, and then you see what they do and you think why they did it. I think that's better than like what any coach can do. I think it helps you a lot
Yeah.
more than just words.
Was there something specific that you guys had picked up going into this match? Not just from last night, but maybe even watching the previous series, because, I mean, it seemed like Strix was kind of just on a heater today. Was it the matchup that you expected? Did you come prepared for something in particular, or all eyes on that final against NYXL?
This was kind of like we didn't have a warm up, so we were just like this is a placeholder. Wanted to go 4 maps, get an extra reps in.
Got to get the reps, man. You know how it is. Nevertheless, though, you picked up a big win off of, I mean, insane clutch on Esperanza. What? Run me through what went down there, because X10 for one just threw a wrench in all of the cogs with that double pulse bomb. But what was the mentality on the run back into the run back that you guys had to do at the end of the map that was so frantic?
I kind of said when we were going like they just used primal and I canceled the EMP, and I was a little confused of why they would throw those ults there. So I was kind of like, get ready. We're going to the finals, I guess.
Book a ticket, you did. We appreciate you popping in. Any shout outs you want to give before you go into a grand finals?
My entire team actually, they really came through. They put in the extra hours last night, which is very nice to see. Bia especially, very like different from yesterday to today with like pathing and all that. Par yesterday wasn't too good. I won't lie. It was a little hard to watch, but today they really came through, and I'm very proud of all of them too.
Yeah, of course. And headed into the grand finals matchup against NYXL Academy, it's going to be a rematch for you. Are you feeling good about that? Any thoughts about that next grand finals?
Uh, I got scrims in like an hour, so I'm trying to finish up real fast.
Yeah, you know, trying to get a nice swift 3-0 in the grand finals. Just make it quick and easy.
Hopefully.
Hey, we won't hold you here too much longer. We appreciate you popping in. Congrats on the win, and I guess good luck in finishing under an hour. I don't know what the game plan is if you don't.
Of course. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, bye-bye. All right, Epitomes. This is the best part, when we get to sit back, eat popcorn, and watch the grand finals, because this is going to be a dog fight. Dustin and Mox going to be covering that one, so we are on our way out. It's been a whole lot of fun, though, for me, and I think I speak for Epitomes as well, so we appreciate you guys having us, but we will let you go while we get everything set up for the exciting conclusion.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got 2 more games for you. Grand finals in both Rising, and then also I'm coming for the Radiant Heroes Major to the final matchup, obviously, between Timeless and NYXL Academy. But first up, like I mentioned, Moxie, we've got that Rising Grand Finals coming up. I'm incredibly excited for it, and I think you are as well.
Yeah, it's a day of rematches for us. We get to see a rematch, like you said, of NYXL Academy going up against Timeless Ethereal in a little bit, but we also get to see the rematch of Memoris Guppies going up against Kaiju Corp. And this is going to be a really interesting one, right? We looked at it yesterday. We saw that Memoris were incredibly strong. Mozzie just hitting shot after shot after shot, never seeming to be able to miss with that Ashes Viper. But on the other side, there were a couple of moments where we did say, okay, here's where Kaiju Corp could do a little bit better. And I'm really hoping that in going with what Rising is all about, trying to improve, get yourself at the beginning into these steps and rungs of the competitive esports scene, look at your performance, look at how you can improve, listen to that outsider POV, and then come back the next day having taken that into account and playing better. And we're going to get firsthand to see whether or not that's something that they've done.
For sure. Yeah, I think today, we'll have to see if Kaiju can, like you said, get that bounce back. Look at the game from yesterday. Come in today and maybe put up a better shot versus Morris Guppies like they did earlier on. Obviously, Kaiju Corp up first. We saw them yesterday. They had some moments. I think that Moxie, we've seen a lot of, individual performances out of this team.
Mm-hmm. They were running a couple of weird compositions. We were seeing Sandbox God try and just slot this Genji into some of these compositions, not always working out, as the Genji a lot of the time is incredibly reliant, especially in this day and age, on that Nano Blade being up unavailable. If you're trying to dive alongside Felix Felicius, that forced them to go on towards her pick of the Diva. Not her Diva, her Winston rather than the Diva, which is something that we were hoping to see a little bit more of, considering that Mozzie was just being such a menace on the hit scan and not having to worry about defense matrix, always finding the shots, always finding the kills, and making it so hard for Kaiju Corp to gain any ground.
Yeah, for sure. I think that was a big reason that they could even put up a fight. And meanwhile, for Morris Guppies, Mox, what could you say about this team? They kind of, they got the 3-0 yesterday, but maybe coming today it could be a bit closer. However, I'm sure, you have at least one player you'd like to talk about.
Yeah, immediately we do have to talk about it, right? We talked to Mozzie in the interview afterwards, and they did say that they'd started off at Diamond and now they find themselves into Masters, and they do have that Masters mechanical prowess, and this is a team that have identified, okay, this is our star carry. And they're putting the resources in to make sure that Mozzie has absolutely everything. Tanked appeal, Sandwich Maker being able to play things like the Pharah, the Echo, even the Tracer, to be able to make sure that you're not taking those duels 1 versus 2. Sybil even occasionally flexing onto something like the Mercy to be able to have the damage boost. It was incredibly apparent that they'd figured out very, very fast on that Mozzie was just one hero that they could rely on so heavily in all of these matches.
Yeah, Mozzie really has been a standout player. And like you mentioned, the whole team has really come together. I think they talked about it yesterday. Mozzie talked about in the Discord that they really have worked together as a unit for a long time, just as friends, just playing the game together, now have kind of come together just like a month ago, basically, to practice and get ready for the Rising tournament. And obviously the first map we're going into is Basan, and we saw it yesterday too. It was, I would say this was like the closer of the maps that we saw yesterday between these two teams, right?
Yeah, this was where we saw a little bit of a hiccup come through from Guppies, because they stumbled against the Ramatra that came out from Kaiju Corp, and I have no doubt that is probably what we're going to be seeing Kaiju Corp roll out with, considering that they identified very quickly that the Ram was where they were the strongest against this team. The problem is, again, that Memoris Guppies now, with that experience going up against Kaiju Corp, are going to be expecting the Ramatra, and I would really put a lot on the fact that Vasu is going to be coming out on an Orisa rather than a Reinhardt.
Yeah, for sure. I think I would be in 100% on your side for this one. I think that Vasu has come into that role, kind of, picking up a lot of that Orisa, picking up a lot of that main tank role, but also, we have seen them also be able to flex over to the Winston. So, I think that although, they favor one hero over the other, it seems like they've got the flexibility down pat. Meanwhile, Moxie, obviously. What do you think about this rain on Busan? Do you like this, the whole setup that's been going on recently with all the precipitation here?
I mean, it's very atmospheric. It's not exactly realistic considering it doesn't, like, obscure scope vision, but it's definitely something. So it's something that we actually do have to talk about. Memoris Guppies aren't actually rolling out with Vasu at the moment. It's going to be BB Doll coming in instead. So again, you can see a lot of just counter-stratting coming up from some of these teams. It's control. If you misread the composition that they start off with, well, we saw it yesterday. You essentially have to throw the first fight and reset.
All right, let's see if these two teams have figured things out from yesterday. Kaiju obviously going to have Sandbox back on the Genji, which was a signature, and Cinnabar blocking the Ashe. Meanwhile, Sandwich on the Tracer already flanking far around this left side, already looking to get on that Ashe and Ana, disrupting both of them. Both cooldowns actually being utilized and out of the cooldown pocket of Kaiju Corp. In fact, they're forced on the inside angle. Meanwhile, Sandwich has free reign to just roam around as Hollow takes that grenade from Mozzie. They're able to just walk in, but Cinnabar hits the shot on the Sandwich. What a shot from Cinnabar as Kaiju rotated towards that point to get the objective first. They take it, and Morris Guppies have to back up meanwhile, and they lose BB Doll's mech.
Kayuka on the Diva as well is getting so much done with that defense matrix, allowing Kaiju Corp to finally get aggressive with their DPS, finding that space, pressuring the Morris Guppies so that they don't get to have that stranglehold of the same angle that they were able to use time after time, fight after fight yesterday. As Sandbox got, yes, not close to the blade, but Weemihai with the nano can put it either onto the Bob when it comes up to Cinnabar or Hyuka just to make the mech durable.
Ooh, and a perfect anti-grenade from Weemihai to connect with Hyuka on the front line, and Sandbox ready to go there for that dive. Perfect coordination out of Kaiju Corp. Meanwhile, Morris Guppies, maybe they're looking a bit lost at the moment. Sandwich Maker had to recall as they wait yet again for Mozzie to come back from spawn.
Weemihai is going to have the nano boost, so even if Sandwich Maker is able to find the connection, it has to be onto the Ana, otherwise that nano boost is going to save the squishy, and even then you have to get it past the small print of the defense matrix that's going to be there for Hyuka, and everyone from Kaiju Corp are playing close together so the Diva can peel.
They send it. Oh my god, Sandwich pull spawn missed, but actually Cinnabar did get hit by it at the end. Weemihai, meanwhile, gets the sleep dart kill onto Mozzie, and a final blow onto Sandwich Maker as well, who took out their Lucio player. So it's so far even until Hyuka just been able to do whatever they want at the moment. With that nano boost, continues to also dive onto BB Doll. They rock this objective up to now 75% too.
Yeah, and again, it does come down to that nano boost, right? Even if you lose one player from Kaiju Corp, because the nano boosted Diva is that they can still not only anchor in the fight, but also anchor in that point control. As Mozzie is now going to go onto the Hanzo, we're going to see BB Doll flex onto the Winston as they go back to what worked for them yesterday.
Hollow took body shot from Mozzie on that right side, looking for the head. Meanwhile, Sandwich goes to touch that point. Anti-grenade connects towards that backline. Zuzu used, but unfortunately does not connect onto BB Doll. In that front line as people take so much damage before the beat can even come out. No! BB Doll falls early on. The Kaiju Corps before that beat could even be popped. Now a Dragon Blade and Bob on the field. This can be so hard for Morris Guppies. They almost claimed the point, but unfortunately in overtime, Kaiju Corps are the one to come out on top 100-0 and will win round number 1.
Oh man, Bob has gotten so much easier to be able to coordinate with something like a blade because now, like the Tourbillon turrets, it focuses down the target, it prioritizes who the Ashe shoots at, just like the Tourbillon. So as a result, Sandbox God only loses 1 kill to the ultimate, cleans house with everybody else and gets so many dash resets that essentially that Genji just gets to use everyone from Guppies as hopscotch panels. As we head over towards Mecha Base, and this is going to signal, there it is, mirror Ramatra from both sides.
Interesting. We'll see if it is the right choice. It seems like it is for a lot of these teams on this map, in particular, like you said. And instead of a Ashe, we're seeing a Mei on Morris Guppy's side.
Yeah, Cinnabar's going to be looking for those off angles. Sandwich Maker, on the other hand, is going to look to punish these walls alongside Mozzie, looking for the isolation to separate that the Ramatra can provide.
Get Vortex over on the right side, forces the ice block by Mozzie there. And Immortality Field is actually looked to push 2 down already for Kaiju Corp as Memoris really just pressuring back anything Kaiju Corp could do here. In this composition in particular, Morris Guppies seem to have their number.
It's so sustainable too, and immediately we're going to see Cinnabar off of the Ashe, understanding that even if you're able to connect the dynamite onto all of these players that are just brawling in a bundle that Guppies have formed into. So many of them can just cleanse the Dynamite Mozzie with the block, Sandwich Maker with the Ray form, and even then they're going to have the Immortality Field as well. You have to go made for made to be able to counter those walls.
Yeah, this choke point's going to be so tough to get through. Kaiju just looking to rotate towards the other side. When worst Guppies read that, but do they get the wall up in time? Yes, they do. Perfect wall there for Mozzie. Hayuka goes so low, but does have that Immortality Field. Both Immortality Fields used, and it's actually Cinnabar who finds BB Doll stepped out of the Immortality Field, so they lose 2. Blizzard in desperation hours. Mozzie's able to find 1 and another on the low ground, but the rest of their team is already gone. They're in a 1 versus 3 in this fight, and Sandbox God comes out on top. Perfect re-engage by Kaiju Corp.
And Morris Guppies, however, do have both the Annihilation and the Amp Matrix, 2 things that they can use to immediately break free of that stranglehold of a choke. And Kaiju Corp, without Hayuka on the tank, can't get as aggressive in their positioning to be able to shut this down.
They may wall to get out, avoid some of that span. Amp Matrix, also Mozzie finds Hollow. Perfect shot. Knit Kitten also connects onto Weemy High. So 2 now out of Kaiju on their defense. Already cooldown used by Sandbox God. We'll see if they want to commit that ultimate in a very, very, hard team fight to win. Doesn't look like they do, but Cinnabar commits to Blizzard with the only 2 members here. Really hard to win this team fight. They also have the Lucio back in this fight, but Hayuka does eventually fall, and so does Hollow. Marmoris Guppies get that Riki test off that amplification matrix, do find that Baptiste towards the very end, and also claim the objective.
I mean, the Blizzard does buy you a little bit more stall, but honestly, I would much rather Kaiju Corp have held on to it, because even though they do have 4 ultimates to breach through this choke, they don't want to have to expend 1 too many before they can actually touch that point, something that Guppies are going to punish, as Kaiju Corp decides to take a rotation all the way around the back, so they can't get caught out by the Millwall.
What a perfect rotation, but the Amp Matrix was in a weird spot. They can only get that Baptiste. Meanwhile, Death Blossom beat the low ground, forces the beat drop and a counter. Death Blossom connects flush for Sandwich Maker onto Hollow. Unfortunately, dying after that, as well as the follow-up damage from the Annihilation of BB Doll and the rest of Marmoris Guppies. They're able to find those kills and hold on to that objective too.
Knitten Kitten, absolute MVP. Kaiju Corp, we're going to use that Amp Matrix to punish Guppies trying to get aggressive and punish that rotation, but the Lucio comes in and separates the team, knocking 2 players to the low ground, stopping that amplification matrix being able to punish Guppies with aggression, and forcing Sandbox God into using the Death Blossom so their ultimate can't be shot.
Kaiju Corp try to walk out, but the Blizzard of Mozzie zones away. Weemy High, so they're able to find that. BB Doll also connects on the Hollow. Sandwich Maker on a Sandbox shot. It's just everybody is working together at the moment for Marmoris Guppies. Annihilation and desperation for Hayuka, but the rest of their team is already removed. And we're going to that round number 3. Yep, we're going to that round number 3, Moxie.
Yeah, again, though, you can see that this is definitely on control where both of these teams are in terms of how close they can be. When we head over to other map types, it becomes a little bit murkier. But when we do see both of these players having to vie for an objective, hold on to ultimates, wait for those rotations, both teams will overcommit ultimates, overcommit utilities to make sure that they do not get picked apart in those rotations, and it's on both of these Lucios to take advantage of that, come in with those really aggressive wall rides and find those knocks that absolutely disrupt any coordination.
Man, so good work there from Marmoris, but on this round in particular, we'll see if they'll run in a similar composition they did earlier. Meanwhile, Kaiju, Moxie, looks like they're mixing it up.
Now, Cinnabar's going to have a really nice high ground ledge. Mozzie on the Sombra is really going to be the only one who can contest it outside of BB Doll maybe being able to just shield up that angle. But you're still worried about the Dynamite, which is why we're seeing Guppies try and prioritize this position with the wall to be able to dodge a lot of that poke damage.
Meanwhile, on Marmoris Guppy's side, Sandwich Maker able to find Cinnabar. 1 pick, now make that 2. Knit Kitten connects on a Weemy High. The point now unlocked, so Marmoris will rotate to claim that objective first.
Yeah, again, you can see that macro coming into play. Guppies know that they're up against an Ashe, so what do? They take fight inside where the Ashe's high ground poach is not going to have a single angle in. And it also allows Mozzie to be able to take full control of the health pack on this side approach so that Guppies get so much more room to be able to play with, and Kaiju Corp's rotations around this point are pretty limited. You're not going to be able to go to the left because the health pack's already hacked. You have to go cliffside.
They're going on that side, like I said. Now they walk in towards that objective, but they are stuck because Marmoris Guppies are in the position to stop them. Hack comes through onto Hayuka over the top 2. as Sandwich Maker tries to find that kill, but they have to deal with Hayuka off the backside, able to pummel Sandwich Maker back towards that respawn room. Meanwhile, Sandbox also finds Sybil. Marmora's Guppies were able to find one, but all that space was lost early on to Kaiju Corps, who now have control of that objective and are looking for stagger kills.
Yeah, this is what you have when you have a Sombra versus that Ashe. Sombra, very scavenger, like a vulture style player, right? You wait for targets to be low, you look for them when they're going to be isolated, you find the one clips, and then you get out. Ashe in a brawl fight, so much more value. The dynamite, that constant pressure with the Viper as well as the coach gun to be able to knock these players back, so the Ramatra doesn't find as much value, always trumps the Sombra in a numbers advantage.
Mozzie will be having that EMP for this fight at the very least. Also, Matrix is up for Weimei. We'll see it, but we'll have to see how they use that. Maybe avoid that EMP for Mozzie. Mozzie uses the EMP. Is the team here to follow it up? Mozzie loses their life for it. Sybil able to find Weimei early on after the EMP. Kaiju Corp desperately trying to avoid some of this damage now, split up in their entirety. Also against this annihilation from BB Doll. Unfortunately for them, not enough sustain after they lost to Weimei earlier. So Marmora's Guppies will reclaim that point.
It wasn't just that. Yes, they lost the Baptiste, but they lost the Lucio's reposition tool. Hollow can't aim was in a very aggressive angle, looking to try and get these knocks from Guppies as they rotate off of that map, and as a result was not in position with the rest of the team to be able to use the Lucio speed amp and disengage the results of the EMP, something that Guppy saw and took advantage of.
Aussie waiting behind the main, does get the hack earlier on. Death Blossom is still available for Sandwich. Meanwhile, Sandbox gets their Death Blossom out. We'll see if this is equally as big for Sandwich Maker. Immortality Field gives them the sustain. And Cinnabar, via that amplification matrix and Sandbox got being there, able to find those two. Mozzie, though, has traded one. Also found Cinnabar, and is now a 1 versus 2 versus this Reaper and Ramatra. Unfortunately, can't do it. We'll have to back off for now as Kaiju Corp reclaim the point.
Yuka's just checking. Oh, there it is! Mozzie gets spotted, and now it's Hot Pursuit. Hollow can't aim, trying to chase the Sombra down, Translocator from him, but Mozzie tries to stealth first. Can't find the hack, and Kaiju Corp, the spy check from that Ramatra. It's so overlooked, I swear. The amount of projectile that you get, being able as well to just have that full distance to try and figure out where the Sombra's playing from. Such a good tool as opposed to the D.Va, who is brilliant with the spy check with the infinite ammo, but is unfortunately pretty restricted in terms of range.
80% on the board now. Kaiju looking really good today. Dynamite, 3-person on the main side as Marmoras walked in, but it doesn't matter to Sandwich Maker, who gets one. Also with the beat drop, they find another, but Cinnabar hits the shots off the back, does have Bob ready to go. They throw Bob into this fight as Sandwich Maker is able to find the Lucio, but Cinnabar absolutely on fire at the moment. That's a 2K for them. Does get chased down by Kitten, who was well aware the Ashe was a nuisance towards that point, and now Kaiju Corp trying to win this fight without the Rash. Pummel through via that Lucio as well, able to find it and Kitten. Hayuka has been crazy for Kaiju so far today, as Hollow also connects on the Sybil. And it looks like today, Kaiju closing things out on Marmora's Guppies via Busan at the moment. Completely different look than yesterday. We'll be taking map number 1.
Turning Point is honestly catching on to Mozzie's positioning. Look at the Sombra's EMP charge, 97%. So close to getting that EMP, and Kaiju Corp are so far away from being able to have things like the sound barrier to be able to sustain the actual damage that comes through when they're all stuck on that point trying to contest it, and every single one of them is going to get hit by the Sombra ultimate. But because they're able to find that really late stagger pick onto Mozzie, the Sombra's not actually in position to be able to isolate targets, build the EMP as fast as Guppies want, and thus has to throw themselves directly into a numbers fight where the Sombra is always going to be at such a huge disadvantage. That's the difference that we got to see on that first control. And you can see that Kaiju Corp, like I said, they took yesterday as a learning opportunity, and now they're really here to play.
Oh yeah, they look so good at the moment. And it may be something that I want to talk to you about, Moxie, is that, you know, I feel like a lot of these players are very mechanically skilled, right? Obviously, for this tournament in particular, it's the Rising Heroes series. And, you know, obviously a lot of these players are limited, right? Because they are Diamond 1 and below, obviously, right? That's the only people who are eligible for this tournament. And, you know, a lot of them we could, like we mentioned earlier, they're mechanically skilled players, but I feel like a lot of the reason why, you know, you rank up from Diamond to Masters to Grandmasters, a lot of that, it comes down to consistency, right?
Yeah. Definitely consistency. I think as well, they realized very quickly after yesterday's performance that Mozzie was the carry for this team, and it's a lot harder to carry as Sombra than it is as something like the Ashe, where you just need to find the 2-tap. The Sombra we saw, you can spy check, you can make sure that no one's isolated, you can make sure that you play the buddy system, so even if the Sombra hack comes through, it at least doesn't translate into a kill. And hack at the moment, in the current climate compared to what it was in Overwatch 1, where you lost your abilities for such a long amount of time, it's essentially just a mosquito bite, right? Losing your abilities for like 1.5 seconds and immediately being able to reclaim them. It's the damage follow-up that you have to worry about. The Sombra's passive enabling so much more to be dealt with that nail gun and just ripping through those low health targets. But if you play the buddy system, if you play your positions, the Sombra doesn't get to be able to find those easy kills, and you don't get a numbers disadvantage into every single one of these fights. Moving forward though, I'm anticipating Mozzie to be back on the Ashe, and that's where we're going to have to see whether or not Kaiju Corp have done their homework and are really going for that A+.
Yeah, Nubani will be the next one. I was going to say Busan again, but yeah, Nubani the next one. And obviously we have another escort map after that, another payload map.
You're correct. It's hybrid.
Well, yeah, for Nubani, but I'm saying after that one particularly because I was always interested because you know how like at the moment you go from control into hybrid into escort. Right? But isn't that a little bit of an advantage for some of these teams that are maybe better at some of these payload maps? Because Hybrid doesn't really play much differently from Escort, but both of those maps obviously play drastically different than like a control map, right?
Yeah, so control map, again, it really is all about like trying to get that first fight. The reason why you want to go for that first fight control is, again, positioning. The next fight afterwards, the team that loses that point, they're going to have to rotate, either to aggressively push onto you or just to rotate onto the point. Sometimes they have to split themselves, like you send voluntarily a Tracer or a Sombra to be able to dance on that point, and as a result, you voluntarily diminish your numbers, something that a lot of these teams very quickly realize and take advantage of. And even dive compositions just become brawls when they see that a Tracer and Sombra are away from the pack and trying to play the objective instead. And that is potentially one thing we're going to see on Numbani, but it's more likely that we're going to see these Tracers just try and get onto this higher ground to be able to push onto either an Ana, or honestly, I want to see pressure onto Mozzie. If Mozzie is going to be on the Ashe, this needs to be dealt with. We saw yesterday that Kaiju Corp tried to deal with it over Winston, didn't work out amazingly. I'm hoping that Felix Felicius, coming in for Kaiju Corp, is going to play the Diva.
That's an interesting swap too, Moxie, because obviously BBDoll's still in on that Diva, but obviously with Felix coming in, now you don't have that previous player, obviously, which was Hayuka, right? Hayuka in that last map was playing so well. You think it's worth making that sub just to get the Diva player in?
Yeah, absolutely. Ramatra on Numbani is not brilliant to work with, purely because of just how immobile you can be. Nemesis, while it does grant you a lot of height in terms of your hitbox, it unfortunately doesn't come with stilts. So the Diva boosters are going to be invaluable to be able to deal not just with Mozzie on the Ashe, but if Guppies actually commit on to this pharmacy, the Pharah as well. Defense Matrix is necessary for 2 DPS shutdowns that you're going to be going up against.
Damage Maker already going for that spam. Defense Matrix there. Rocket already connects on the Cinnabar, who has looked very, very good today so far. Sandbox still playing that Genji. Mozzie as well, like you mentioned earlier, on that Ashe. Early on, Sandwich Maker already looking for that spam. Goes for the concussion. Actually boops Kaiju off the high ground. So now it's just that Diva left. Great concussion mine value out of Sandwich Maker there. Meanwhile, Dynamite connects onto Felix, who now needs to back up for those heals. However, an anti-connect onto Knit and Kitten. Maybe it'll almost lose mech. Now we'll actually lose mech, but it's too late for Kaiju Corp, who have lost everybody to Sandwich Maker and Mozzie. That DPS duo doing absolute work here on this first point. Now you just have Felix left. That mech deleted once again, and Kaiju Corp falls to Marmora's Guppies on this first point.
Yeah, and all of that is just momentum that falls from that concussive. It is absolutely glorious. It denies Weemi High the ability to be able to turn to the left and be able to back herself into safety of that hallway room, because Guppies, they're not running the Tracer, right? They're prioritizing the crossfire, this constant pressure from the Pharah and the Ashe that when you have to turn and deal with one, you allow so much more room for the other to be able to flourish. And as a result, it's become so much harder for these supports to be able to find safe pockets, safe angles where the Ana's going to be able to keep pace with that sustain that D.Va needs.
Great heals from Weemihai and Hollow to keep Felix alive, who was taking a ton of damage earlier on from Morris. Meanwhile, Cinnabar with a Helix. Looked like from across the map, connects on to Mozzie. Resurrect still available for Sybil, but Sybil's focusing on Sandwich Maker at the moment. So Mozzie just gets that normal respawn. Kaiju Corp just keeps backing up. A lot of that cart space still being controlled by Marmoris at the moment, as well as they have that barrage ready to go. Nano boost early by Felix, or by Weemihai, so that Felix can go aggressive, looking at that D.Va, knowing the barrage should be available. BB Doll loses the mech, the sandbox got as well, and Felix can just go as aggressive as they want at the moment. It's pretty much the entire team of Marmoris Gopis, but they do have the D.Va bomb to be able to fall back with, and Felix gets Knit and Kitten as well. Sandbox shot connects on the Sybil. Tough to disengage that D.Va bomb. Nice re-engage by Kaiju.
Yeah, I mean, when you're not running the Winston and you prioritize the D.Va, you don't have the bubble. So like you said, it can be incredibly tough to be able to disengage that D.Va self-destruct safely, and it honestly saves Kaiju Corp. The fact that Felix Police just lost her mech would have been the go sign for Sandwich Maker to come in with the barrage. As it is now, however, Nano and barrage align as Guppies push in.
With the Valkyrie as well, we'll see if that Soldier falls early on. Cinnabar dashes away just in the nick of time. Still has that visor ready to go. Meanwhile, D.Va bomb onto Felix after Felix desperately trying to run away after losing mech. Weemihai able to find BB Doll, and the Resurrect comes through from Hollow, so they're actually back up in this fight, as well as having the rest of their team. Cinnabar gets poked down by Sandwich and eventually tracked too. Bob was out for Mozzie to zone out too to not help. Make sure Kaiju couldn't help Cinnabar. Meanwhile, a dry blade pop by Sandbox. Barrage now. It is 1-for-1. And then eventually Sandbox finds Hollow via the inside angle. Now looking for that Genji. He's able to do so. That's 3K for Sandwich Maker in this fight. Eventually will get tracked down by Felix, but it does cost Felix their mech. BB Doll tracks them. And at the same time, Marmoris, they're just about to close out on second phase.
Yeah, Blade may come out from Kaiju Corp, but Sandwich Maker's barrage is an absolute beaut. Catches both of the backline. So either Weemihai or Hollow can't aim are not available to be able to pocket the Blade, and as a result, Sandbox Guard goes down incredibly quickly after you've been able to find that initial splash of damage, as Guppies now going to actually force the Genji to swap onto the Tracer to try and just pick apart this backline so that Sandwich Maker and Mozzie don't get the insane amount of support they've been receiving so far.
It was a bit aggressive from BB Doll in that fight. Didn't have the support of the team. Mozzie got tracked down after that too, so they're gonna have to wait to come back from spawn. Now 4 minutes in this third phase, Moxie. A lot of ultimates for Kaiju.
Nano Visor with a damage boost to top it off as well. And Guppies don't have the Bob nor the barrage, not even a self-destruct to be able to try and throw out and disguise their entrance through this choke. As a result, Kaiju Corp can literally just sit themselves back, wait for Guppies to walk straight into the gauntlet of ultimates that are going to be available.
BB Doll has to remech, lost it earlier on. Now they got that nano engage play onto BB Doll. They've done it before. BB Doll now go aggressive into the other D.Va, forcing Felix to get that nano from Weemihai. No nano boost for Cinnabar, who had that visor ready to go. Felix has found one, but Samix has traded it back. Resurrect also still available for Mozzie if they need it. And that comes out from Sybil too. And Kaiju, knowing that, wants to go for that kill. The D.Va bomb at a very open space where the cart is too, so that's not a bad D.Va bomb play there. Sandbox not able to find Knit and Kitten, but Mozzie, who's been on fire yesterday, comes finally through today onto Felix and Sandbox God. Cinnabar does trade back Sybil, and the Resurrect is there for Hollow. So Kaiju not out of it just yet, but Marmoris now have a lot of that space. They want a visor re-engage onto just that D.Va in this fight. Surely BB Doll will lose mech. Even though knowing that will commit the D.Va bomb too. Cinnabar has to fall back. He's hit by the dynamite, so kind of has to play safe, but a nice Helix rocket connects onto Marmoris, forcing a lot of that healing to go into that backline. But the barrage from Sandwich Maker does not connect. Weemihai finds them in the sky. Now Sandbox over the back has the pulse bomb sneaking, but doesn't actually commit it because they're up one. Mozzie's bomb able to find one, will now drop the pulse bomb after coming back. Unfortunately won't hit it, and Mozzie's bomb and the body shot connects on a Sandbox God as Mozzie on Nubani is slowly coming online. Will drop the dynamite too. Knit and Kitten to get the final blow on a Cinnabar. Kaiju Corpse in a bit of a dismay at the moment.
Oh, that hallway is not a great place to be in against Nash with dynamite. on cooldown as Mamoru's Guppies have broken through the choke and can now break the respawns coming through from Kaiju Corp without an ultimate to be able to rally around, especially losing Weemy High on the Ana. They don't have the nano boost to keep a body sustaining on the cart, to try and draw out all of this target focus from the side of Guppies, who can literally just zero down on each individual player that shows up. And as a result, they're able to full push through Nambani with 1 minute and 34 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, that's the Mozzie we knew from yesterday. I mean, it was a bit scrappy, but it worked out at the end of the day. I mean, you talked about it earlier, Moxie, with Bob and Torbjorn and Turret and stuff. And, you know, at this rank, it's really deadly, right?
Yeah, not just that, but also the dynamite, right? You were seeing Mozzie actually being really smart about how they were using those dynamites. You talked about the fact that BB Doll actually lost her mech in that mini health pack room. Mozzie throws in things like dynamites to be able to cover for that diva, to make sure that when you're in that vulnerable baby diva form, you're not getting staggered out of it, which was something that Kaiju Corp continued to try to do. They would demech BB Doll as often as they possibly could, and Mamoru's Guppies, knowing that they were going into either a nano or just attack visor on its own, would be forced to wait for that mech to actually build back into its charge naturally, because they did not want to risk getting split apart from the diva through respawn.
BB Doll actually going to lock the Orisa, which we saw a bit of yesterday. A little bit more flexibility as well in the Rising series too. Orisa first point in Bonnie, Moxie. What do you think about this?
So I think they're anticipating the dive. I think they're anticipating the Winston. And honestly, they've actually covered the Orisa's weakness, right? Orisa can't move naturally from the high ground to the low ground, but that's what Hanzo and the Ashe are for. So you're still going to be able to connect things like these javelins onto Felix Felicius if she's mid-jump. It's actually going to be able to stop the dive from coming through entirely, while with the javelin spin, you can also deny a lot of that poke pressure if Cinnabar sticks on the Ashe.
Sandbox God flexing over the Tracer. The first time in a while. Meanwhile, Kaiju, you know, they need a bit more of that performance to Cinnabar that we saw in the previous maps. Meanwhile, Mox, this is going to be terrifying to deal with Mozzie on that Ashe again.
Well, it is going to be Cinnabar damage boosted, however.
Yeah.
And they're actually going to be taking lower angle. I think they've identified that, okay, there's an Orisa point, and they're just going to go for the Orisa.
Okay, trying to go under the cart. Unfortunately, on this map, the cart too low to the ground. Rest of Mamoru's Guppies just kind of sitting above the high ground, giving their Hanzo a lot of space. Nice AT connects, and BB Doll is able to capitalize off of it, make that a 3K for BB Doll near instantaneously, as Kaiju tried to walk out towards that point. We'll just have that Mercy and Winston now, which surely will be able to escape with their lives, but fantastic hold so far from Mamoru's Guppies.
And not a single tick picked up either. Kaiju Corp weren't really able to just storm onto the Orisa because you have things like Fortify, which denies the sleep dart. You can eat up the anti-nade as well with that javelin spin, and instead they were forced from that low ground to try and poke away at the members of Guppies who have things like the break shield to be able to hide around, as well as all of the natural pillars pre-built up into the defensive positions on them. Barney is it's actually going to be Cinnabar swapping onto the Reaper to try and run onto this Orisa and close the distance, use that huge hitbox to be able to let these Hellfire shotguns work.
Felix tried to dive in, unfortunately shut out immediately by the sleep dart of Knit Kitten. The Sandwich Maker was there with the peel. Hollow does get the res though. Weemy High gets one. Mozzie is able to find Weemy High afterwards, but Cinnabar comes through. Knit Kitten and Mozzie both fall, and now this Reaper is just able to get free reign on the objective with Sandbox God, and BB Doll eventually gets ran over. With about 2 minutes off the clock now, Kaiju Corps look to capture point A.
There it is. Damage boosted Reaper. You can fortify, but all you're gonna do is spend a little bit longer on that point until you're sent right back to respawn as Cinnabar's barreling towards that Death Blossom. Again, it can be really easily shut down, however. BB Doll gonna be swapping onto the Diva now that the Orisa strategy hasn't exactly worked out. They want this peel. She wants to be able to use these boosters to be able to try and use the defense matrix to cover when Sandbox God comes in with the pulse.
Sandwich Maker, nice shot on a Weemy High as well via the high ground. Dynamite connects onto Cinnabar, forcing that Reaper Fate early to get back towards that cart. They're still getting a lot of that payload space, but a nade, comes through onto Hollow. And Mozzie's there with the follow-up. Felix also got hit by earlier on, so a lot of that damage slowing them down. A Dragon Strike as well just to capitalize here. Tracer nano boosted, meanwhile trying to equalize it, but has to go far too aggressive with that nano. Mozzie's able to kill Sandbox God. And maybe an ill-advised nano boost now results in Kaiju not only losing the fight, but also losing that nano.
Yeah, and now they're gonna get staggered potentially too. Cinnabar's going to have the Death Blossom, but Guppies just have so much peel to be able to make sure it doesn't find the opening that Kaiji Corp are looking for. Literally, the second that Mozzie sees that Reaper, out comes the Bob. There's the sleep, and Kaiji Corp have to wait even longer.
Sandbox God is able to get Sandwich at the very least. Mozzie getting so many heals. And then also the Diva Bomb from BB Doll finds Cinnabar as they're trying to regroup on the inside. Hollow does have that res available, but the Diva knowing that comes through to stop Hollow from getting the res. BB Doll has been playing so well. Maybe we're seeing why this player is in this series compared to yesterday. BB Doll also finds Weemehan. Meanwhile, Sandbox trying to find some kills, but eventually BB Doll comes back. I mean, BB Doll's doing everything for Momorista right now. Forces Kaiju to fall back.
It's not just BB Doll. Look at Sandwich Maker's positioning too on this Tracer. Every single time the Diva's there, the Tracer is following up, and between those two, as well as that poke pressure and dynamite damage that's ticking away from Mozzie, there's just so much vulnerability on these members of Kaiju Corp without that Diva to be able to defense matrix. A lot of it is Felix Felicia's now off of the Winston into a mech of her own.
Now, Kaiju Corpse goes on the inside, setting up Sandbox with that with that pulse bomb rather, is countered by that Ash. Oh my God, Sybil almost evaded the pulse bomb. Yeah, she walked into it. Sadly, now Sandbox now comes over to the mini side, is tracked down by Sandwich Maker. Luckily for the side of Kaiju, Cinnabar also connects onto two of the Dance Blossom. Eventually finds BB Doll as well via that damage. Now they just want to stagger the BB until she walks towards that payload, a sleep dart as well. Eventually, they're going to be able to get that kill to make sure the cart keeps pushing forward. It's going to be so hard for Morris to get this recontest. I don't think they're going to.
Yeah. Honestly, when you look at their ult bank, maybe if Mozzie had the Bob, because you want to try and force out that nano from Kaiji Corp, so they have to chunk the Bob down incredibly quickly. But Memoris Guppies will just give it up. They're having to wait as well for BB Doll to be able to respawn. There is going to be a Diva board at least available for her to throw in to be able to instantly stem a lot of momentum coming through from Kaiji Corp's approach.
Aid used. Now the Nano as well on a Cinnabar who just used the Fate, but no Fate available. Like, so Cinnabar's going in dry without an ultimate. Mozzie's able to find Sandbox God as they tried to push in. Marmoris now group around the main side, but a bit too together, resulting in Weemehan getting a nice nade and also Cybo falling down. And then also Cinnabar comes through to counter Sandwich Maker's flank angle. Felix as well trying to make sure they capitalize on this fight win so far. BB Doll tosses out the Diva Bomb, but antied and in baby form means they can't touch the objective, and Kaiju Corp's had a very clean attack. 2 minutes and 22 seconds. We're going even more on Nubani.
Say what you will about the Nano being used after your Reaper has already expended the Fade. At least it zones Guppies. It forces all of the team into walking further away from that Reaper because they can't really close the distance, and as a result, they can't take advantage of how small and cramped a space that choke truly is. So the self-destruct, when it comes through, it's not going to be crafted smartly. It's not going to be able to curve and arc and land into the backline of Kaiju Corp, immediately detonating and taking all 5 of their players to Kingdom Come. And Kaiju Corp take advantage of that. It gets pretty hectic. The positionings from Memoris Guppies falls apart a little bit, and Cinnabar is able to actually get a lot more space as that Reaper and really funnel and bounce the check the respawns coming through from Nippon Kitten.
And at a macro perspective too, maybe Mox, like it seems like in the Calling All Heroes Rising series, and in this rank in particular, like it seems like a lot of these players, you know, they get a massive benefit, right, from just using ultimates, right, not using them to counter, like you said, just kind of taking advantage with that nano boost Reaper and just kind of getting maximum value, because it seems like whenever they do that, yeah, no, they just win those team fights outright.
Well, talking about winning team fights outright, Memoris Guppy is going to be on the attack first of all. They do have less time. However, this team was able to pick up point A in a breakneck pace off of one concussive coming through from Sandwich Maker. Super happy to see from the get-go. Felix Felicious is actually going to be on that Diva. Hopefully, she can actually defense matrix that concussive, and we're not going to see a repeat of Guppy's performance on A before.
Similar to before, Mozzie now jumps up for the high ground, just drops down to the low, kind of maybe faking it out. Anti also connected him to Felix earlier on, Cinnabar, and the rest of them there. No cooldowns there for Sandwich Maker. Sandbox God via the top side, now on that Ash instead of Cinnabar, able to get Sandwich Maker. Rez also being kind of canceled out by Felix. Yep, just blocking that high ground. BB Doll tries to come through, but the Resurrect no longer available. Kitten also gets poked down low. 50 seconds left. Morris Guppy still trying to fight this, even though they're still waiting for their bear to come back from spawn. BB Doll is able to find Hollow can in. B, the low ground, the sleep dart did come through, so they do lose the mech and eventually their life because of it. Sandwich Maker, Mozzie though, finds Sandbox and Cinnabar. Sandwichmaker runs in because they know BB Doll was in her tough spot. Felix did find the Baby Diva mech, but it's not after they lost the rest of their team. Sybil also gets that res, and Mamoris Guppies, just like earlier, will claim this first objective relatively quickly.
But unlike earlier, it's not one-sided. Because Felix Felicious anticipates the concussive coming through from Sandwichmaker. The second the Pharah shows up aiming for that high ground, out comes Defense Matrix and away goes the Pharah. And as a result, Kaiju Corp are going to have ultimates to be able to throw onto payload. We're about to into overtime. Guppies have no choice but to keep themselves on this card, otherwise it's going to be where it stops. Kaiju Corp can bait these ultimates out early. They're going to have such advantages. Oh my goodness. Cinnabar almost went off the map.
Almost, but unfortunately, Cinnabar went a bit too early. Kaiju Corp was not ready. They're just sitting above the high ground. Early teleport into Fade used, and now Sandwich just gets free reign. 2K for them. Overtime still ticking down, but this card is not stopping.
Yeah, you can see Weemy High just accepting Fade. And this is the real problem with overtime, right? Even though Kaiju Corp have ultimates that they can throw into, because there was just a little moment, a hiccup of discord in when this team wanted to actually push. As a result, this pillar is getting so much free room to roam.
Nano boost available for Weeby High. Sandbox out also building towards that Bob. Amora still have ultimates as well. I mean, they got 4 up as well. Samish over the top. What are they going to do? Waiting for Kaiju to walk out. The Diva drops. There's that barrage instantaneously. Sandbox God is removed. Nice sleep, though, after the fact. Diva bomb towards that cart, too. Unfortunately, finds no value. Nano boosted Reaper here on the cart via... Maybe they have enough damage. Bob also on the inside angle. Not going to really see anything there. So, unfortunately for Kaiju, the recontest is a bit awkward. Kitten's able to get on a Felix. Wemehe also falls. Overtime still ticking down. But with BBDL still on the objective, they might be able to get a bit more. They do have the Valkyrie here as well. But it's not enough to keep them alive. BBDL on Moxie connect for 2. And also onto the Mercy. They need to stick towards that objective, though, and luckily they do. This cart is not stopping Moxie.
It's still moving. Savage Maker is going to come back in on the Reaper. Sybil's back on the Lucio. There's going to be a full regroup, and we're going to have another fight. Kaiju Corp have to wait for the full team to respawn before they can put pressure. It's just going to be Felix Felicious playing within line of sight of Weemy High to keep the payload stopped around that corner.
Maybe Dalt with the Diva Bomb is going to be the one to watch out for. Felix takes that high ground, though, intelligently to go there, but a Sleep Dart comes out from the Kitten. Death Blossom still available for Cinnabar. See what they want to do here. I mean, this card's almost at the objective. Goes into the back line, fades in, drops the Death Blossom, but the defensive matrix is almost there. Sandbox God, though, via that pressure, able to get one. And unfortunately for Mamoris Guppies, nobody was there to touch the objective after losing Sandwichmaker. Finally, Kaiju Corp stops Mamoris Guppies.
1 minute, 34 seconds, Dustin. The team started with 1 minute and 34 seconds, and they picked up 58.90 meters on the body?
That's crazy.
Oh my goodness, I love that barrage play so much as well. If you're asking why Kaiju Corp weren't expecting it, they do such a smart thing. They make sure that the fire is already in position, doesn't have to use the boosters, doesn't have to use any fuel, so doesn't make a single sound. They don't even have the Mercy damage boost, because when you actually have that beam attached to a target, it does give off a very slight vibrant hum that you can then pick up on. So everyone from Kaiju Corp, most notably Felix Felicious on the Diva, drops away from the squishies, and as a result, Defense Matrix isn't there, nor is the Diva to be able to boost into the fire and splash the barrage rocket damage back into her face. Such smart play from Guppies.
Very smart. A really tough fight for Kaiju now. 2 minutes and 23 seconds, Moxie. I mean, with that much time left, yeah, that's so much distance to cover for them now on their attacking side.
You need to take A. This first dive needs to be taken immediately, and Guppies, they're out for blood. This composition is about picking you off before the dive can formulate, and already Felix Felicious sees, okay, Ash, Farah, Winston's not going to work here, but what has this done, Dustin? It's already eaten not just into that time bank, but ultimate charge up time as well.
Yeah, and, Holo also swapping too. I noticed that this rank it's even longer to come back from the spawn door, so 30 seconds, like you said. I mean, great call. 30 seconds off the clock already. Sandbox God going over to that left side flank. Has to go all the way around. I'm sure they noticed that the Tracer flank over the left side, but they actually go onto the Diva immediately. BB God, BB Doll, the focus of that dive early on, but it results in Sandwich Maker trading Weemy high, although Cinnabar is able to get Sandwich Maker too. That has been a big focal point of Marmoris' offense. The Sleep Dart eventually came through onto the Reaper, but a fade cleanse themselves. Cinnabar still alive, really. Kaiju Corp is desperately trying to keep Cinnabar alive. Marmoris Guppies, they potentially could get that recontest. Already 2 ticks. Maybe that third coming through. Yep, Kaiju Corp will claim the first objective.
Yeah, Guppy is just going to be deciding to take this fight around corner where, again, the splash damage and poke pressure from both this far and the Ashe becomes absolute extreme as Sandbox God is picked apart by Mozzie. The Dynamite is going to force Kaiju Corp to wait even further. This is more time, more zoning away from Kaiju Corp to not be able to control that space and build ultimates up to be able to brute force through these fights.
Sandbox God makes the comfort swap over to that Genji. Meanwhile, Kaiju just going really aggressive on a BB Doll, results in them getting that kill. So great re-engage to them. Hollow also connects onto the Baby Diva 4. And Weemy finds Sybil. Sandbox got also on the didn't get. And Kaiju Corp somehow is making this look winnable.
Yeah, they went for the correct comp swap. They identified that with a Pharmacy, you essentially force your team to take every single fight 2 players down. The Pharah is going to be up in the air, the Mercy's pocketing her. As a result, if you go something like Genji Lucio, you're able to collapse onto a team 5 versus 3 every single engagement. And as a result, Kaiju Corp now just have to deal with Bob and Barrage.
Oh, no, BB Doll goes too early without their team. So they get removed immediately with an ambush used on the Lucio, and Mozzie burns out. Didn't get any healing from Hollow because Hollow wanted to go ham, and Hollow's life is lost because of it. Mozzie able to get that Lucio. Both sports down to 1 dynamite, basically. Mozzie also still has that Bob ready to go to the choke point, but Kaiju does have that close spawn. Marmoris Guppies have to go quick. Ascend in Bob, goes far into that choke point. Reaper into the back line. Death Blossom used by Cinnabar is able to find Sybil somehow without one. It doesn't matter because Kaiju will recontest into this fight with the B. Cinnabar finds BB Doll's mech again before the Diva Bomb could even be built. We may have finds BB Doll and Baby Diva 4. Mozzie is traded back Hollow again, but at this point it may not matter. Felix and the rest of their team have ultimates. They have the Diva Bomb ready to go. Sandbox Bot finds Sandwich Maker. And although Marmoris Guppies Mozzie is able to find one, Kaiju Corp, it just comes back last second and will win. Now we're up 2-0 in this series. What the heck?
Oh, okay. So I think both sides need to learn a little bit of restraint, potentially, as well as clean the comms up. I will say BB Doll going in early and deciding to try and take that fight on B, as opposed to I think the team probably called it a little bit late. There was probably a little bit of indecision on, do we try to bait ultimates on B so that we're going to have an advantage into ultimate economy heading into C, and with the faster respawns, especially with the Pharah and the Ashe, we can see exactly, again, what they wanted to set up. Control of the corner, a lot of splash poke damage coming through, burning off even more time, potentially picking up a kill as well. But when you're up against a Genji and a Lucio and a Reaper, and again, those really fast-moving components of a composition that can absolutely collapse and punish the numbers disadvantage, which, again, Kaiju Corp, they learned from it. They had to deal with the Pharmacy yesterday, and we have seen today that there were improvements made. Their macro decision-making in how to deal with this Pharmacy was markedly improved, and that's what we wanted to see most from this team.
I mean, this is a super fun series so far, Moxie. It feels like, you know, both teams are having their moments. And like you said, there's a lot they could come back and learn, you know, coming into today. I think there's obviously, like, you know, Bob usage has been a big one. Like you said, restraint. I mean, there's so many things that I'm sure these players are going to come back, look at, and try to improve upon, because I feel like, you know, I'm sure you'll agree with me, a lot of the mechanics are there, but the game sense is the thing that really is slowly something they're trying to improve upon.
Yeah, checking corners when you're not in control of that space for an extended amount of time is definitely a big one. A lot of players in the higher ranks will take advantage. Things like Reaper, so that you don't have to use that Ray form to be able to get yourself into position in the middle of a team to be able to actually fully and safely use a Death Blossom. You're already positioning yourselves around the corner. Sombra VMP, although we did see the spy check coming through. The spy checks were a lot better, in my opinion, from Kaiju Corp than we were seeing in the previous last time that we saw them. But again, just sort of looking for the Pharah, looking for that barrage, making sure that your Diva knows before you boost down and away from your team that it's going to be safe to be able to remove that avenue of peel. But other than that, like the comp swaps, the lack of stubbornness, the fact that literally all it took was a couple of stray shots from that Ashe for the entire team to realize that, okay, Winston's not going to be the play here. We have to go Diva. And that was, again, something else that this team refused to do yesterday. So I am super, super happy that this team have very obviously looked back at the VOD, taken our advice on, and as a result are doing so much better. It's a Pride Moxie moment. Honestly, I'm so happy for this team.
Let's see what happens after a short break. When we come back, we'll see you for that number 3, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We're entering map number 3 of our third game of the day in the Rising Series, the Calling Heroes Rising Series. This has been an incredibly close matchup with myself, Dustin, and you, Moxie. Obviously, the first 2 maps now, the shoes on their foot. Yesterday, obviously, you know, the other side, Momora's Guppies were the ones to get that 3-0 victory. Now, Kaiju Corps MX, they are up 2-0 at the moment, looking at closing out on the map number 3.
Yeah, we were talking about it a little bit in downtime of the break just now. Yes, the shoe is on the other foot. Yes, Kaiju Corp are currently in the lead, but like you said to me, it's still incredibly scrappy. But I'm just incredibly impressed with this team because they've honestly done the only improvement that they could in such a short amount of time. You're not going to instantly overnight get mechanically better to be able to take on the likes of Mozzie, right? So instead, what they're doing is prioritizing that team play, that cohesion, and they're making sure that they don't take those 1 versus 1 unwinnable fights against such a heavily pocketed and fortified hit scan player. And as a result, we're getting to see that team benefit really playing numbers advantage, where Guppies just get overwhelmed.
Circuit Royale is the map we're going into for map number 3, Moxie. And do you think that we'll see any substitutes come through? Because, you know, BB Doll didn't necessarily look bad on the first 2 maps, but they are in that 0-2 deficit. Do you think we see any potential mix-ups for, you know, even a Tankle or something else?
I would expect a Sigma, but again, this sort of goes back to the reason why we're seeing Circuit Royale is because Guppies understand that Mozzie is the star of this roster, and they're doing everything in their power to be able to set them up. Circuit Royale is probably, of all of the maps in Overwatch currently, the easiest to be able to solo clutch as a DPS, purely because of just the amount of sight lines that you have access to. If this payload stops at any point, there are so many horrible angles that you least expect something like a Widowmaker to be able to shoot through, and I guarantee you that Mozzie is going to be looking for every single one of them.
Oh yeah, you know, Mozzie has to pull something out here. And interesting enough, Moxie, you know, they could mix it up here, but you know how yesterday in the interview Mozzie was saying, you know, they don't really like the Widowmaker. We could potentially be seeing the Mozzie Widow be pulled out.
We could potentially. You can still take advantage of the same sorts of angles, like Widowmaker, Ashe. Widowmaker just gets a little bit more distance value, and also that one tap potential. As Kaiju Corp, there it is. Felix Felicia's going to be running on that Sigma, looking to shield. And Sandbox God and Cinnabar actually on the hands for shield break, and Cinnabar going to be on the Ashe, trying to curve the dynamites around BB Doll's defenses.
See if both teams can figure something out here. Mozzie, meanwhile, flanking over that top left side on the Widowmaker, looking for some of those shots. Already hits 2 body shots immediately onto Cinnabar. But Sandbox, what a shot from them across the map to shut out Mozzie early on. That opening pick, no resurrect here available either. Should slow Guppies down as they wait for Mozzie to come back.
Yeah, really good immediate movement of the Sigma shield as well from Felix Felicia's to be able to block off a lot of those angles that Mozzie had availability. Potentially be able to pressure that Sigma on as Sandbox God gets the immortality field. Felix Felicia's getting pressured from that right side as Momorscup is trying to remove them off of that high. As Kaiji Corp, yeah, from that pressure, forced to back off.
And they continue to back off. BB Doll doing a great job on that Sigma so far. Sandbox has been playing better from yesterday, but Sandwich Maker on the Hanzo as well. Kind of showing what they got as well. Weemy High, though, able to find Nit and Kitten on that Zenyatta swap. And good movement, too. Mind you, around that Sigma shield, doing a great job just avoiding some of that damage. And eventually finds BB Doll. I mean, it's perfect Zenyatta play from Weemy High with the help of Felix.
Yeah, bubble dancing. A lot of the time you see it from Winston's, a lot of people sleep on being able to do it with a Sigma shield, especially for something as vulnerable as a Zenyatta. Really good macro. And game sense coming through from Weemy High understands that with that lack of mobility, if you try and disengage back to this corner, you're immediately going to get taken down. So putting the trust in the team, putting the trust in the Sigma shield, being able to hold your position, and as a result, the Morris Guppies have so much less room to allow Mozzie and Sandwich Maker to find these shots.
Zenyatta Transcendence almost coming up for both sides. First ultimate in the lobby, 80% for both Weemy High and Cybel. Meanwhile, Mozzie looking for those neutral game shots, but the shield negates the kill onto Cinnabar via a body shot earlier on. A lot of body shots coming through for Mozzie. Meanwhile, Dynamite into the sky. Bit of a celebratory. Dynamite, however, doesn't find any connection. Meanwhile, Mozzie's still looking for that one shot. Not able to find it just yet, but they do have that pressure from Cinnabar. And the rest of Kaiju Corp at the moment is Cinnabar able to find Sandwich Maker. Mozzie's still on the right side trying to equalize it, but with how healthy everybody is, as well as the amplification matrix, down on a rough spot. Now have to run away with the grapple. Will be able to avoid dying for now, but they do have to give a lot of that space, and Cinnabar gets the last second kill as Mozzie fell back and used the infrared sight.
Kaiju Corp throwing ultimates since they can prioritize holding this corner. So much more room to be able to play around this double sniper composition that Guppies are running. A Cinnabar, even if you don't actually see players, you can still arc the dynamite around that corner and still have impact, right? The same cannot be said for Guppies. They're going to be relying on something like Dragon Strike, because Sandbox could actually send Dragon Strike of their own, and then immediately lands the headshot through the arm.
That's such a tough spot, and then he can drop down to the headshot. Now there's a Griptic Flux onto that Hans to the backline. That's Rock on a Sandbox God, though. BB Doll keeping them in it, but eventually with the Discord Orb and damage from the Baptiste, is too much for BB Doll to deal with. Then they back up yet again. Kaiju Corp are looking amazing today.
Sandbox God going to actually be coming back in on the Tracer just in case Memoris Guppies try and close this distance. But losing Sybil, yeah, there it is. It's going to be the swap from the Zen onto the Lucio. Mozzie's off of the Widowmaker onto the Maze. We're barreling towards overtime. This is a sustained composition. What it means is a lot less pressure on Cinnabar in that 1v1 duel.
Big testing now, doing that speed ready to go. They go immediately around that corner. Prophetic Flux here connects onto the Ashe and that Sigma, but with the Immortality put in Transcendence, he can't get any kills through it unless he killed them in the sky with a one-shot. Mozzie gets poked down dead to Cinnabar. We may also find Sandwich Maker, and everything is collapsing for Guppies today. When yesterday it was looking like a 3-0 today, it's also looking like a 3-0 for the other side. Cinnabar's Bob capitalizes on a beat on it and Kitten. What a hold for Kaiju Corp MX.
Yeah, I think we just got to see why Mozzie said that they weren't much of a Widow. I would much rather have seen Ashe come through from them, honestly, especially with how they were playing it. Other than those first opening shots when we saw that left side rotation up towards the high ground to pressure all of Kaiju Corp off of this bridge angle, there wasn't really a lot of taking advantage of the Widowmaker's distance. So if you just opted for that Ashe and gone blow for blow, dynamite for dynamite with Cinnabar, maybe you would have been able to find a little bit more value, especially because a lot of the time the angle that Mozzie was taking when they were actually able to get around that corner was health pack side of Cliff. And as a result, the Ashe still is so potent in being able to poke down these players of Kaiju Corp, but because you just never had an opening pick, you were always fighting an uphill battle.
Yeah, I mean, Sandbox onto the Hanzo, Cinnabar as well, doing a great job. Wime High flexing over to the Zenyatta, playing super strong. And now on their offense, I mean, they got a lot of that hard work already done, right, out of the way. Only 82 meters on this first objective. I mean, that's a great spot. Oh, man, maybe a spawn hole to come through from Memoris Guppies.
I mean, everyone is hiding. They don't want to give away the composition that they're playing with. Mozzie's on the Maze, Sandwich Maker's on the Reaper, and BB Doll on the Ramatra. You want to play close, but Felix Felicius, if you do go for that Sigma, you can be run down pretty quickly given that there's no Lucio on this composition. It's a traditional Circuit Royale comp, but they've got to have alarm bells ringing right now, right?
Well, they're starting to scout. Notice now with the Sonic, yeah, they recognize her there, and immediately they engage out, use that Sousa early. Immortality field on both sides, committed, getting able to find Cinnabar with some aggressive kunai. Meanwhile, Sandwich Maker also finds the Baptiste of Hollow can't aim. They need to not split up, though. They come back on the inside angle, and it was the first fight win for them so far.
Well, here we go. Immediate change-up. Sandbox God onto that Bastion to try to punish, and remember, Memoris Guppies can't actually contest the payload unless they physically come outside of that room, and as a result, they walk straight into the Bastion now.
Wime High eventually finds Sandwich Maker. Nick Kid does find them, though, at the end of it. Also, that shield gets removed from the Sigma, but they regroup on the inside. However, the Rock onto Mozzie, it's too tough to deal with. Now they re-engage, knowing that Baptiste cooldown is gone, but Felix finds BB Doll. And Memoris Guppies definitely in desperation hours at the moment. Kaiju Corp's last fight territory now.
It feels like Guppies prioritizes Kiriko for Knit and Kitten because they wanted to cleanse the effects of the dynamite coming through from Cinnabar, but as a result, there's just not enough sustainability to keep BB Doll up on this Ramatra. At least you're going to have Kitsune Rush for this next fight, but Kaiju Corp with full control of the spacing.
Now they go back to the Bastion form. Aggressive on a Memoris, and Cinnabar finds Sybil. No, for Memoris Guppies. No, not a lot of help here. They have the Kitsune Rush. They lose BB Doll yet again in this fight. Kitten falls to Felix. And unfortunately for Memoris Guppies, I mean, it's just Sandwich Maker and Mozzie on the point. The Blizzard is here, but who is there to follow up? Nobody. Kaiju Corps are your rising Calling Out Heroes champions. Amazing 3-0 for them.
Again, just none of the stubbornness that we saw from this team yesterday, right? Immediately understanding, especially with that Hanzo Sonic, the composition that they're going to be coming up against. The Kiriko not really having the ability to be able to use the Suzu as well, but by then, when you actually see the Ashe swap onto that Mei, you're so close to Kitsune Rush that you don't want to reset that ultimate charge back to 30%, but as a result, there's no immortality field, there's no mega sustainability for that Ramatra. It really does feel like sometimes people don't understand how problematic the Afuda rest time now is for a Kiriko player when your second support is a Lucio. Because Ramatra, he's a big boy, right? He takes a lot of damage, especially when you want to be able to take that space, and it's actually down to Civil and the Lucio to try to bait out the wheels from the Bastion, because that Ramatra is just going to be an absolute sitting duck. And we see what happens. You're not able to actually get around the corner in time. The Lucio goes down, and from there, everyone just has to throw themselves onto the point and hope that an ultimate's going to come up in time. But honestly, on the other hand, for Kaiju Corp, what a glow up for this team. What an absolute amazing performance and improvement that they've been able to make from compared to yesterday to today. This is what Rising is all about.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, this is about all Diamond 1 players and below, and I think that, $1,000 for the grand prize pool is going to go a long way for these guys. I mean, it was such a really, really interesting matchup yesterday, like you said, and now and today, like the glow up is to get that 3-0 win. Obviously, I think that they looked way stronger today, having Hayuka map number 1, Sandbox God showing some flexibility, Cinnabar as well, and you called it. I think this was a team effort that led them to the victory today.
Yeah, and I think they realized very quickly too that even if one person maybe got taken down by Mozzie, as long as they just kept applying full team pressure, eventually Mozzie is going to get downed and they're going to get a lot more distance, a lot more room. And we're going to have to see the backup plan come through from Guppies. And that is the problem, right? When you're so reliant on one player being able to find those kills, find those openings for your team, sometimes there isn't a backup plan. Sometimes the only game plan is Mozzie go burr. And if Mozzie can't go burr, then what? And we saw that question being posed to this team, and they weren't able to find an answer in time.
I think that goes to the overarching point that, a lot of these players in, Diamond below, it's hard to find that consistency, right? I think that a lot of them have very high skill ceilings, but, in order to rank up, in order to keep improving in that area, you got to keep playing at that high level. Like you said, I mean, Mozzie wasn't a slouch, not you. Wasn't a slouch today, but compared to yesterday, I mean, it was night and day between, the type of player that Mozzie was, right?
Yeah, they were prepared for the pharmacy, they were prepared for the Ash, they were prepared for that hit scan to come through from Mozzie, and there was game plan, there was really good senses. I'm really happy as well because we did see this team try and push the Genji yesterday, and it didn't work because there wasn't really any cohesion coming out, right? We talk about this so much with the changes that have occurred to Genji. You can't 1v1 like you used to in the past. You are so reliant on these targets being incredibly low when you actually look for that engagement, and it becomes incredibly apparent if one player is ever so slightly out of communication with you when you want to play aggressive. And there are a couple of times, yes, where we did see that miscommunication come through. But for the most part, Kaiju Corp were on the same page.
They weren't. Yeah, they were on the same page today, and obviously we'll have to speak to them in a bit leading forward. But oh my god, that new Bonnie was definitely a highlight reel, Moxie. Just back and forth, going to those 5 points on the board is super rare, and then obviously to close it out at the very end. You thought, we thought maybe that something could have changed for the side of Morris Guppies, but on that third map on circuit, well, I mean, they just put their stamp on it, right, Kaiju Corp?
Yeah, Weeme High as well was a standout too. On that Zenyatta on Circuit Rail doing such a good job of being able to disco targets when they showed up, but also keep those angles spammed out. Zen is very similar to Hansa's playstyle in that if you're in possession of that space, volley orbs at anything because eventually someone's gonna walk right into them, and a full charge Zen volley hurts.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough to deal with, and we're setting up the interview right now with Kaiju Corp MX, who obviously got the 3-0 win. We thought it might be at least a close series for the other side. It was on New Bonnie, like I said, but they just kept showing resilience, Moxie, on that on the second map, and then also leading into the third. But obviously, I mean, overall team performance for Kaiju Corp. Gotta feel happy with that win, I'm sure. I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to ask him, obviously. Yeah, yesterday we asked Mozzie what's going on with contenders and stuff, and see if maybe they can go into open division. I would not be surprised if some of these players are really hyper competitive and want to take their game to the next level.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just super excited to get to talk to them and see how much they'd actually practiced coming out of yesterday's match and heading into today, understanding that they're probably going to be rematching up against Guppies, looking at those VODs and taking all that they'd seen into account.
All right, well, let's talk to whoever our interview guest is. It looks like it's Felix. We'll have Felix on the line, maybe have them come in here. What's going on? Congrats on your win, Felix. You guys played awesome. 3-0 win, obviously. What does that mean for you guys? How are you feeling right now?
Hi, thank you so much. It genuinely means the world to me. Our org, funnily enough, we kind of have this like joke among us that we're always second place. So like to win first place finally for our org just means so much to me.
Oh, good to hear.
So obviously this is a rematch, and Dustin and I actually had the pleasure of being able to cast your match earlier against Guppies. How much planning has your team done since yesterday heading into today?
So I wasn't around in town for last week for the first round robin. So I was there to spec, but I saw that they were pretty proficient in that Pharah. So we'd come into this weekend preparing for that pharmacy, doing a lot of theory crafting of what's the best for what would suit our players and what we can do to combat that. It was still a little bit nerve wracking just because obviously like pharmacy can be very disruptive and can take over a whole lobby. So I think just the nerves I think really got to us yesterday. So it was pretty rough, but we came back from it today fully refreshed, very calm, ready to do our best, and yeah, got some results out of it.
And you say fully calm, but that second map was so close. Obviously, between both of you guys, you took it all the way to 5 points or whatever on the board. I mean, it was just all overtime caps. I mean, what was that last push like with what? You guys had 2 minutes to make it all the way to third phase on New Bonnie. What was that like, that map in particular that was incredibly, back and forth?
Well, we knew that they were going to play the pharmacy and then play the Ash as well. So I was picking the Diva to try to help out with that, to eat the Ash Dynamite, try to eat as much Forest Ram as I could. I knew that they had a smaller time bank than us, so I was just thinking, okay, there's a good chance we won't win this first fight. Let's try to bank ults and try to get a better fight, and that's kind of what happened. So yeah, we finally stopped them kind of close to the end, but we made it out at the end.
And then talking of more map specifics, obviously we don't tend to get to see Ramatra come out on a Circuit Royale, and I'm guessing the team also weren't expecting it. How did the team deal in terms of columns of when that Hanzo Sonic actually identified that composition stuck up in that side room?
What's really funny is that I had a feeling that they were going to play circuit and that they were going to pick defense, but we had won. So, but we were planning on doing the exact same Ramasha spawn hold, so we were already expecting it. So, yeah, Sandbox, she was like, okay, they're probably going to hold in here. Let me put a Hanzo Sonar, and then there they were. We're like, oh, okay, I guess this is what's happening right now. So we were semi prepared for it.
And for you in particular, I mean, you're always ready to be subbed in, but on map number 1, obviously you didn't play, then came in for those next 2 maps. Can you talk about in particular, what that's like to be subbed in, and then also to come in mid-series and be able to win those 2 maps? Like, what is is this part of the game plan? Just like you play certain maps, obviously, for your team.
Oh, so basically, to basically, we threw together this team basically the night of the deadline of the registration. So we were
Wow.
thinking we weren't even going to join because we didn't have a second DPS player, but we barely made it in the end. So I was out of town last weekend, so I had a tank sub, and they were playing in scrims because I was like, I knew I wasn't going to be there for the round robin. So they were already like a Ramatra main and like a Ramatra specialist. So I thought, okay, well, you guys are already comfortable playing the Ram, and you guys have been doing really strong on these maps. So you guys go ahead. I have a lot of experience. I've been scrimming for about 3 years now. I was an off tank in Overwatch 1, but I've been learning Winston and practicing a bunch of other stuff. So between the two of us, I'm more of the Winston specialist. I also play a lot of Sig. So that was kind of the reasoning behind that.
Oh.
So then, taking a sort of look into the future and moving away from the past, do you think that the team is actually going to try and stick together with some of their players and potentially be able to merge into the likes of Open Division and hopefully break into the Tier 2 scene?
Um, there's always possibility. I kind of created this team in mind of just like creating a very welcoming and open environment for players who identify as marginalized genders to like feel safe, improving and getting better. Just because besides myself and my main support Holo K-Name, who's on my other team, all these players don't really have that much scrim experience. So I was just hoping to get them that spring experience, that competition experience, and just see what happens moving forward. Because for me, a team works a lot better if you're all good friends and you can trust each other in game. So that's just kind of like how I see things.
Oh, true. Yeah, friendship really conquers all. And obviously for you, Felix, is there anything you want to say before we let you go? I mean, obviously you guys had that win, and it's awesome to see you guys 3-0 like that. Is there any last thoughts you'd like to say, or any shout outs you maybe want to give to your teammates or somebody along those lines?
Yeah. Quick shout out to my org, Kaiju Core, its founder, Tengu. Also Arietta, who coached us this past weekend. She coached Kaiju Core Biolante in the past in the Challengers Cup. I would also like to say a big thank you to my other team, Kaiju Core Clover, as well as my partner Jexus. And I would also like to shout out one of the players on Guppies, Cybel, who's a very close friend of mine. And I appreciate them very much for all that they've done for me in terms of mentorship.
Oh, well, thank you so much for coming through for the interview, and congrats on your win. It was awesome to see. We'll let you get on with your day.
Thank you.
Oh, that was a fun series, Moxie. I think that 3-0 for Kaiju Core was definitely I'm not gonna say unexpected, but the fact that it was just so yesterday a 3-0 and then today was a 3-0. That was a fun series to watch.
Yeah, definitely, I think unexpected, like you said, given the performances of both teams yesterday. But again, we get to see the rising of these teams, the improvement onwards and upwards. And talking about onwards and upwards, Dustin, oh boy!
Oh yeah,
Are
coming up
you
next.
ready to get incredibly comfy and just like lean back, because we are in for a long one. If we don't get another 5-map series, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be incredibly disappointed.
Yep, Kono next. We got the grand finals, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a break as the players set up. So don't go away. Like I said, grab some popcorn, maybe something, grab some soft drinks. We'll be right back in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. We are now here for the finals, the grand finals between two of the most stellar teams so far from the Radiant Heroes Major and Moxie. I think that we are both incredibly excited for the New York Excelsior Academy team versus Timeless Ethereal. The grand finals is just coming up. And, I mean, yesterday was close. I don't know. Would we be surprised if today was close?
I would be very surprised if today was not close. And when we're talking close, I literally mean 2 hours. 2 hours of an Overwatch match occurred yesterday between both of these teams. It was just absolutely insane. NYXL Academy taking a pretty dominantly stamped 2-0 victory on Control. And from there, it just spiraled into overtime pushes, double map attacks, and 3 full rounds of Control to finish us off, allowing NYXL Academy to punch their ticket into winners final, as opposed to Timeless Ethereal, who this morning had to go through that lower bracket. And I mean, looked incredibly good doing it. Everyone here playing Overwatch, Cal, I swear, is in the Matrix.
Yeah, Cal is such a good player. Meanwhile, you know, obviously Sticks getting knocked out, but they played well too on their own side. And, you know, as per usual with Timeless Ethereal, we see a little bit of trolling with everybody saying that Roadhog is their favorite hero. So Timeless Ethereal, obviously, you know, really looking to make sure they can get the win today, because obviously yesterday for New York Excelsior Academy, I mean, they got that win in very close fashion.
Yeah, and Timeless Ethereal, remember, are the current defending champions of a major. NYXL Academy are the current defending champions of a minor. So who is going to be able to take this match? It really is all to play for us. It's actually going to be Buns, Noz the Sniper, Wicket, and Aramori in the starting lineup for NYXL. No Kindred. So again, it feels like we are just going to be seeing that dive to come through, which immediately eliminates the possibility of some of these Control maps, like Control Center and Lijiang, and that's a little bit sad. I do miss getting to see it, but we're in the heyday of Ilios and Oasis, so I'm just happy to see those maps being prioritized now too.
Yeah, I think that obviously they've been excelled on some of these Control maps, and you know, for Timeless, you know, maybe on the opposite side it's a bit tougher on those maps in particular, because yesterday obviously they took. Actually, no, wait a second, they won. No, wait. Who won map 1 yesterday, Moxie? Wasn't New York that won map 1?
And NYXL Academy did win.
Yeah, and they won map 1.
Ethereal, it should be noted, continue to drop Control maps. Whether or not it just takes them a little bit longer to be able to warm up, whether or not Control maps are the more problematic map type, we're probably going to find out. But earlier in their series today, when they went up against Bad Bloods from Strix, they lost that Control round as well, and from that never looked back. Push was a little close. Relied on Cal having some absolute stellar standout plays of really being able to land some gorgeous anti-nade to keep themselves alive, boost into those nanos, and make sure that they're able to land all of the sleeps back to back on Sombras and Traces, yet again cancelling things like pulse bombs and EMPs every single step of the way. And no surprises, with both Winston players on the field for both of these teams, it's going to be Ilios.
Okay, Ilios, yeah, and that's, by the way, let me remind you guys that this is the first of 3, so the first team to win 3 maps will get the win in the grand finals, and also, obviously, since New York Excelsior Academy were the ones to win yesterday in the upper bracket finals, that means they get to pick the first map, which was Ilios, like you said, and they obviously feel like they've got the edge there, considering, you know, what happened yesterday.
Well, again, it really does depend on which map we're going to get to see, because I would honestly say that it's going to be up to whether or not we get to see Bun come out on something like the Echo, or whether or not NYXL Academy are going to be playing that Trace as Sombra. Because both of these teams are incredibly well versed in being able to counter Sombras from the other side.
Yeah, that's the most important thing for sure, is just making sure those Sombras don't get a lot of value. And it's also tougher too, you know, a lot of these star players, Moxie, that, you know, are really good at other heroes like that Echo. You know, what do you think about that? Like that, having to make that swap over from Echo, then over to the Sombra, who is a bit more of a utility character, not necessarily as much of a, you know, direct mechanical character.
Yeah, it's always a really weird one, right? When you're looking at how all of these different DPS heroes play, because their pathing is very different. If it's something like a Sombra or a Tracer that you're flexing between, at least you're still taking the same kinds of rotations and looking for the same sort of initiation moments as well in terms of that tempo. With an Echo, it is entirely different. A lot of the time, however, it does revolve around seeing targets, knowing that your cooldowns are up, being able to close up the distance that you can drop a target with those stickies, and a couple of hits of primary to be below 50% so you can finish them off with the beam. And that is where the Ana comes into play. Because Timeless Ethereal, the follow-up that they have, the coordination, when they see someone purple off of a Cal anti-nade, is impeccable. It's probably their strongest point of engagement, barring ultimates being up.
Yeah, a lot of Anas have made it a talking point that they would like their anti-grenades to be seen a bit more in general. And obviously, if you're getting as many as Cal and, even Aramori too, have been getting, then obviously we're going to talk about them. So, a lot of fantastic Ana players in calling out heroes in this grand finals as well. Both of these Winstons have been stellar too.
Yeah, both of these Winstons, absolute standout. Sniper and Alisu being able to play super aggressive, knowing when primal timing is up as well is really good, as well as the bubble usage. A lot of the time it can be pretty easy to be able to bait some of these Winstons into using that bubble a little bit earlier, but both Sniper and Alisu have such a good grasp of the cooldown.
Par and Bun both taking that mirror of the Echo. Sniper jumps up just for a bit of scouting. And sit on that above on that ledge for a bit. Bun able to find Alisu early on as well with some pressure via that low ground. Almost just got a solo. Also connects with all of the grenades onto Par. Bun comes out swinging on the Timeless Ethereal, who immediately have to reset.
Yeah, so one thing that Sniper actually did, other than just scouting, is forced Par to step backwards. Look at the amount of ultimate charge and damage Bun has done in comparison to her mirror. 55% to the first duplicate, all because Par is forced to back down at the side of a Winston jumping.
Sniper still sitting above the top. Timeless Ethereal have to clear out some of these angles as they walk in. Nade used earlier on by Cal. Now Sniper goes for that dive just to keep zoning off the high ground, make sure this Brigitte can't set up. As Bun, meanwhile, is taking down Par yet again. Can now come back for Alisu. Now has to jump away. Snozzler gets poked, but can recall temporarily. Timeless Ethereal have to wait for Par again, but do they want to take this fight early? They have to avoid Bun going the low ground as being an absolute nuisance. Still has that copy ready to go, but Hero gets the kill. Nice work by Hero on the cage side to open things for Timeless Ethereal. They got Par back in this fight. Snozzler still has the pulse ready to go, but just needs to deal with Hera on the inside. Snozzler with the pulse sees the Brigitte. Now will go for that dive. Alisu's found Aramori, so that is removed as well. Pulse bomb committed, but blocked immediately by Baya. Now Timeless walk in towards that point. Back up in this fight. NYXL Academy have to back away, and Timeless claim the objective.
Yeah, they do manage to stall, however. NYXL Academy pick up 51% of that point, but Timeless Field doing a very good job of just going straight for the rotation onto the point and collapsing onto these vulnerable members of NYXL Academy when they're forced out of the positions they prior taken up. As Cal is immediately removed, nano boosted Sniper jumps onto the Ana and then commits onto that point, taking the squishies down, trying to find a very fast flip.
Nice kills by them, but Alisu's found two, so they can keep things going. Aramori got picked by them earlier on, and now the grenades come through onto the rallying Brigitte by a perfectly timed rally. They got the copy out of Bun as well. Over the top, Bun looks to counter Par via that low ground. And the Brigitte is off the map. The Sniper, who with the Primal Rage mechanics, has already found two. Amazing Primal from Sniper so far here. Alisu has traded back Snozzler again, which has been kind of keeping Timeless in it. Still has that Primal Rage available as well, but the point not in their favor. Does commit to Primal. Sniper now has to deal with the Tracer as well. Now Alisu comes for the high ground. Onto that Ana. Looks for the boop off the map and does almost find it, but do they get towards the other high ground? They do. So actually, Aramori with some perfect movement will stay alive while being juggled. Jinx also finds Alisu with that rally. New York in a great spot.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Alisu commits that Primal not because they were trying to stall on that point, but looking for that kill onto Aramori, and as a result, the ultimate and the Ana, well, one's available, the other is not. As Par with the duplicate onto the Tracer does manage to find the post kill onto Jinx, removing one avenue of sustainability, and allowing Timeless Ethereal to actually anchor on point.
Yeah, great Rika test. I mean, perfect timing from Par. And they built the Nano as well. They've got some ultimates to work with defensively.
So is that a 2-for-1 kill on Flail?
I think so.
Baya just got both DPS. Snozzer and Bun must have been running in the exact same direction, probably to try and grab that health back. As Hero is on the prowl and has that pulse bomb ready.
Still waiting behind, 50% now on the board. This is a lot of time bank to deal with. Oh my god, what a pulse bomb onto Aramori. Jinx is still there as well. NYXL Academy. See if they want to go for that dive. Snozlar does get integrated in that back as well as Hero's trying to find some value. NYXL looking to actually just keep fighting this. Bun still has that copy ready to go. As that Tracer regroups with the team, Nanaboo still available for Cal's side. 70% on the board. Last fight territory for both teams. Not committing the ultimates just yet. Just kind of playing back as NYXL is given a bit of that space. And Par is able to find Jinx with some nades as the anti was there to kind of close things onto them. And it's sleep onto Snozlar. Oh my god, Cal has the peel here as well. Eventually, Tracer's woken back up. But the bubble body shot from Cal. Oh my god, the copied Bun is only on a Brigitte. Now has to come back for some peel. As Sniper with the Nano Boost has not really found a lot of aggression. Just trying to peel off with the Nano. Trying to find Hero, but they've been evasive via that low ground. Not dying here just yet. Hero falls incredibly low, but the Nano re-engaged onto Alice, who is there. Hero eventually will fall, but the rallying Via, and with the Primal raging Alice, who they're able to find Jinx in the backline. Sniper now has to commit the Primal to try to find some value, but the Rally keeps them healthy. Sniper trying to do something. The copy on the point here as well makes it tough to get any value of this Primal Rage. Just want to keep the point going. Par with the copy dives onto Aramori, who does have that health pack, but double Winston's hard to escape from, and they can't. But meanwhile, Cal has also lost their life to Bun onto the Echo just with the beam. Hero with the pulse bomb trying to find something here. Look for a squishy potentially. Alisu also finds Snuzlar. NYXL have entered desperation mode. Bun dies, so does Snuzlar. And eventually the Brigitte's rallying on the point, but can't get any value. And Timeless Ethereal will win round number 1.
Okay, how many sleep darts has Cal hit onto squishies? This tournament, the sleep onto Snozlar, who was prioritizing going after the Ana rather than threatening that flip onto the point, just again allows Timeless Ethereal not just so much more point percentage, still getting to reside in the high ground as well. It allows them to hold on to ultimates. So in that last fight where it's an absolute race for every single player with Ana's removed to rocket up to those, so you can have that sustainability with the Primal, that you have that zoning potential, or even find the one-shot kill with the Tracer Pulse Bomb. It's all on the side of Timeless Ethereal and all against NYXL Academy as we head over towards Well, and we're going to see a return of the Echoes, but honestly, it's going to be a return of the Ana POV. These anti-nades, these sleeps have been clutch.
So far, so good from Timeless Ethereal, and on top of Cal as well, Par has been putting on a bit of a show, maybe to counter Bun, who is, a really tough Echo to deal with. NYXL takes that cage side duel as well. Just a lot of Echo back and forth. Both Brigitte's giving the rallies, but Par gets aggressed upon by Bun. Immediately, Sleep Dart though from Cal is there, and Alistair's able to trade it, so it's 1-for-1 early on. Echoes removed. 4 versus 4 Tracer battle happening on this left side. Brigitte packs being used to keep both Tracers healthy. Mini health pack goes in favor of Snozlar, who decides to actually back up away from the fight. Here and now regroups with Alisu on that front line to kind of take that Tracer battle advantage. Also with the body shot, or was that a flail rather, onto Snozlar. Enables Hero to find the kill onto Snozlar, so Tracer removed again. Both Echoes earlier on and now back in this fight. Bun gets taken down low. Alisu finds them. And all the while, Timeless Ethereal have that objective. They're looking for a bit more here. Build up towards that pulse bomb. But NYXL Academy want to keep fighting this. Snozlar finds Baya in that corner side. Timeless now are without a Brigitte.
Yeah, going to have to back off. Hero does have a pulse bomb to be able to throw NYXL Academy's way, so does have a lot of stall. And actually, there it is. Pulse bomb commits and takes down Jinx.
What a pulse bomb from Hero, and also onto Bun. Sniper finds Par. They're going aggressive past the choke point. Hero wants to find more. The sleep dart used on that Winston from Aramori, but perfect tracking from Hero is there, and that's a 3K in that fight. Sniper, meanwhile, has found Cal with the Primal Rage, a very strong ultimate, one of the strongest in the game, but now has to come back after that's over against the rallying Baya. That point almost flipped in the favor of NYXL, but Timeless were there just in the nick of time to stop the flip from happening. Meanwhile, now they cross over to 50%, and NYXL have regrouped.
Yeah, and even though Cal is not there, Baya with the rally and Hero gatekeeping so that Brigitte gets to stay alive and sustain the rest of the team. NYXL Academy have not made an inroad onto this point until Sniper has to dive in deep.
Snozlar having a tough time dealing with Hero, meanwhile, in that left side flank. Hero also connects onto Sniper, too. Up yet again, another person. Timeless will keep trying to get forward on NYXL and press them away from the objective.
I mean, there's no Zen in the lobby, but I mean, Timeless Viral just throwing Discord into every single organized dive that NYXL Academy tried to make. Sniper, you saw it, dives in, but Snozler is not able to capitalize because here is just able to keep a mark on that Tracer's location, has another pulse bomb built up.
God, that's so fast. Rally, aggressive play from Jinx to go in, but against this pulse bomb from Par, oh my god, it almost takes Samara Mori out, but in fact, it's Primal Raging Alisu who takes down Jinx. The Nano Boost still also available, though, and NYXL Academy have claimed that point. Alisu has found 2 with that Primal Rage. Bun also in the copy, trying to equalize it, make things back in their favor, as Bun has found Par earlier on. Alisu again finds Sniper, grenades connect, but it's onto a Tracer who recalls. Timeless now reclaim that objective, and also on the Winston has been crazy. Nano Boost still available as well. That's the only ultimate in the game besides Snozler, who's building that pulse bomb, but had to recall. Gets those kills from Jinx last second, but with the anti-grenade, they can't go aggressive. It's a Tracer on them, can't build the pulse bomb. With the Nano Boost, Alisu also finds Jinx. That's 2 removed for NYXL Academy. Without any more members on this team, Bun has to go crazy or Sniper, but it's so tough. Cooldowns are used. Our Mori gone, so is Sniper and Bun and Timeless Ethereal. They counter the narrative and take map number 1.
So Timeless Ethereal, honestly, the biggest, scariest thing about this team is how smart they are in terms of positioning. Mechanical skill through the roof. Individual prowess through the roof alongside it as well. But the fact is, they looked at the positioning and angles that NYXL Academy were taking yesterday, and it is a world of difference. It influences so heavily where they actually take their positions in that first fight. The fact that here, when we actually cut to that Tracer's POV first time around, is up on Windmill High Ground. So that is huge because that's literally the avenue, the angle that Snozler would take. Double blinking, dropping down, finding the pick onto Cal, who a lot of the time would be sequestered inside that small room trying to play around the health pack, but also have that long distance open line of sight to land those nades. But in the first fight, Snozler doesn't get that angle, doesn't get that approach. Hero shuts it down immediately, checks the Tracer's location, and Cal is so much safer as a result. And we see the dive, the cycle that NYXL Academy tried to set into motion fall apart entirely.
That was sick from them. I mean, in that map, obviously, take that 2-0 win, and it seemed like for the side of NYXL, what do you think was going wrong with them there, Moxie? I mean, it seemed like Bun was getting a lot of value, but on the other side, it was so hard to get anything rolling.
Fights were just being forced into taking so many number duels, right? That's the problem with Dive. We would see Sniper go in a really good moment because everyone from Time of Severe would be playing super aggressive, hounding down any player that respawned from NYXL Academy's side. But again, that's their game plan. Keep everybody from NYXL Academy occupied. So yeah, if a Winston makes it past or an Echo makes it past, maybe you lose one player, but you never lose the point. You never lose the objective. And since NYXL Academy are never fighting as a unified front, where all of them are building ultimates at the same time, we don't really get to see the synergy come through from this team. So even if a Winston makes it past, well, what's that coil going to do? Tesla coil on its own does very, very little damage. There's a reason that Winston relies so heavily on follow-up from 2 or even just 1 DPS to come through. And Cal every single time just gets to shut the Winston down with a little bit of help from a brick peel.
Well, and now, Moxie, obviously map number 2, they get to choose it. They got to pick map number 1. Do you think that sends a bit of a shock into NYXL at the moment? Because obviously yesterday, Timeless were able to win both of the payload maps after Control. So, obviously Timeless really trying to throw a spanner in the middle of things at the moment with taking map number 1. I'm really curious, Moxie, what do you think NYXL is thinking? What do you think they're going to do for this next map to try to bounce back?
So I imagine they're not panicking at the moment. That is one thing that you get when you're experienced in Tier 2 and you have coaching and you have staff who are able to support you. The first thing they tell you is if you lose one map, game's not over. We saw yesterday, they lost 2 maps after that Control map and they were still able to turn it around and win the series. So you just have to keep your cool. I think, like you said, there's going to be a little bit more pressure on the shoulders considering that, yes, being the highest seed and already being in the winners final, it was their decision to take us to that map. No doubt they were expecting the same result as yesterday, where they would be able to pick apart the same weaknesses. But again, Timeless Ethereal are a very adaptive team. They're going to look at their performance yesterday, they're going to see why they lost those fights, and they are going to do everything in their power to make sure that they never repeat those mistakes again. So it's going to have to be a little bit of adaptation coming through from NYXL Academy's side.
Now we're going to see what map NYXL Academy choose. It's going to be Midtown, Moxie, of all maps. You know, we talked about Bun earlier. This was the map where Bun had a really pop-off game, you know, previously in the tournament. So obviously this seems like the right choice, right?
Yeah, Echo still pretty viable on point A. You can use a lot of that shift mobility to be able to break through the choke and just send yourself directly over train carriage, as opposed to getting stuck eternally in that choke with spam pressure coming through from the defense. But like you said, primarily we're probably going to be seeing the Hanzo. This is, in my opinion, Bun's strongest hero, and that one-shot potential is going to play havoc to Timeless Ethereal, because if they're being cognizant of their positions and their line of sights to make sure that Cal is not getting picked early, that Bayer's not getting picked early, they're going to have to play so carefully around the Hanzo line of sight. If Bun's able to make it through, potentially we are going to see the gates open, and there's going to be a lot of momentum on NYXL Academy's side.
We'll have to see if NYXL can keep up, you know, that potential comeback here, because obviously going down map 1 is the tournament favor, or at least in that last map, or yesterday rather, getting that win. I mean, it was still close, right? Obviously on those control maps yesterday too, like Ilios could have gone either way, but obviously today it goes in Timeless's side. And you know, is it fair to say that Timeless is looking, you know, even stronger yesterday today to get that bounce back win?
I think they're looking more put together. They're also looking a lot more aggressive. That is something that we do have to highlight, right? The Timeless Ethereal of yesterday, even when they were able to win those fights, they would position for safer spots for the entirety of the team, as opposed to just prioritizing safer positions of only their backline. And as a result, when we saw NYXL down one fight moving into the next, would be unified, would be able to launch counter dives and be able to synergize and coordinate, they didn't get any luxury of the sort in that last map, because again, Timeless Ethereal literally just took a ball of string and continued to unravel and unravel until that string was entirely gone.
All right, Midtown will be coming up in a second as the players load into the lobby. You know, obviously, like I said, you could see some Echo, maybe even some Hanzo on this map, and it's always kind of like a, you know, a discussion, you know, whether or not you should run, you know, even like the meta, right? And I feel like a lot of conversation nowadays in Overwatch is, you know, what's the meta, right? Obviously, what are the pros playing? But I mean, you talked about earlier, Moxie, it's so hard, and even pros have talked about it, it's so hard to make the current meta of Overwatch, which is a lot of the Sombra Tracer dives, work out. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that Sombra Tracer comp, I think we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but I don't know, maybe we could talk about it a bit more today, why teams rock either the Echo or like the Hanzo instead.
It's probably, in my opinion, the Tracer Sombra is the most punishing. The biggest counter to it is actually the time bank. It's not what the other team plays. It's more, if you get spotted out, whether you have EMP, whether you have Pulse Bomb, if you get spotted out before you're in a position to actually be able to use it, or your team is able to capitalize on it, we see these Tracers, these Sombras have to back off and reset, and that burns so much time away from your team, and smart enemies will very quickly identify that weakness, and they will just hound you down and hound you down and hound you down. And it also reveals, without even needing that ult tracking, that EMP is ready, Pulse Bomb is ready, and the enemy team, because they've already forced those teleport options, have the time to be able to position around it.
That's a good point. You gotta make it fast and snappy, right? Otherwise, it's going to be difficult to actually make work. And you know, I guess that's definitely why, you know, some of these teams like to rock the Echo or the Sombra, or sorry, Hanzo. By the way, before the game starts, we do have one player kind of swapping things out and making things are smooth. You know, that's how it goes with online games, right, Moxie? A lot of these players, obviously, you know, don't have the best internet, such as, you know, living in Canada or something like that, instead of the great USA, you know, having that fiber internet, obviously, you know.
I'm pretty sure free players of Timeless Ethereal are actually playing on latency at the moment, Dustin.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, that's gotta suck. I gotta be honest with you. But listen, that's why they're there and I'm here, right? You know, they're the ones playing on high ping. It's tough. Even 80 ping in this game can be hard to play on, right?
Yeah, although for some reason, I don't know if it's the same for other people, but when I play with my American friends as Anna, I find it easy to land sleeps.
So you're saying that you need to add your own latency to play better.
Yeah,
what you're
160 latency. That's when I play on 30 latency. It's my Dragon Ball training weight. It's you know, we get the training weights off, and then we go on American 160 latency, and we sleeped out all of the traces with pulse bombs and Genji blades. It's the funniest thing though.
I'd like to see you post it on like the forums. You'd be like, it's that gif with the guy with all the swords pointing at him. You know, it's like high ping's actually better than low ping, and everybody's like, what is this person talking about? I mean, listen, Mox, you do you, right? You know, whatever works. Meanwhile, New York Excelsior, you know, listening to us earlier, rocking that Hanzo instead of maybe something a little bit more fast-paced just to enable Bun, right?
Yeah, Snozar is actually going to be starting off on the Tracer this time on the defense, so it is going to be pretty hard to actually be able to, especially before Thomas are actually able to move underneath train carriage, get this Tracer safely through flanks without being spotted out. A lot of room does open up for you at the beginning to just be able to pressure into the spawn, but you also put yourself at such an aggressive angle and such a huge risk if you get spotted out early. Timeless Ethereal is going to be able to take that numbers advantage and run with it.
Hira coming out of spawn on the Widowmaker, just look for the one shot temporarily. Meanwhile, swapping back over to that Tracer. Par on the offense.
Almost got Bun, because Bun was on the angle for Sonic.
Yeah. It was close. It was a close angle. Now Hira coming on that low ground, just with the rest of their team actually, just looking for a fast dive, it looks like. Or just to deal with Snozlar on the left side. Mini health pack already used. Snozlar being singled out for Timeless Theory, has to recall. Now Hira, understanding the health pack's almost up, comes back to it just to bodyguard it temporarily, but takes that positional advantage. Now Bun looking for Hira on the back line, now has to back up, give up a lot of space. Aramori, though, over the top, connects with their grenade on the par as they walk through. Perfect grenade from Aramori, and the aggression, counter-aggression from NYXL Academy. Times on to Cal and Alisu. Able to get those opening picks. Aramori with another nade finds Hira. First fight win for New York Excelsior Academy.
Okay, Para's not going to stay on the Ashe for long, goes for that Hanzo swap. Ashe Dynamite is really good to be able to force the angle for the defense off of Staircase, but NYXL Academy, they're not really playing around Staircase. The only one you're maybe going to be able to catch is that back line. But now we're going to actually see no Hanzo, it's the Echo. And since NYXL Academy, they're not running an Echo of their own, nor are they running hit scan. There's nothing to really counter it outside of free tap from Aramori.
Walking through main now, a minute and 30 seconds off of that clock. Snozlar with that pulse bomber to go. Bun hits the shot from the top of the fire truck. Amazing shot from Bun. Opens things for them again. Now Timeless has to back up. Baya does kill Sniper, but Hira does get the life traded for it. Bun gets that 2K in this fight. Timeless now have to play it slow.
This is actually really risky, even though Timeless Sphere were able to take Sniper down, because they lost one of those really key components of the composition. They can't actually push aggressively, and no one wants to get solo picked again by Bun, so they give up even more room, which means Sniper's back.
Dive came through from Alisu. Hira's able to find Aramori, though. Early on with that dime, has Pulse Bomb still available, comes to counter Snozlar again. With that Winston of Alisu in perfect position, it's so tough to get anything done. I mean, they've been playing so well so far this series. One tick already given. The Academy team of New York looking to recontest now with that Dragon Strike potentially. Almost caps it out. Boop Flail, rather, almost gets them off the objective. Sniper gets killed while on it, though. Dragon Strike committed, though they get the nano boost out of that point. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Timeless capture point A.
Yeah, Dragon Strike a little bit late. Sniper gets hit by Hero's Pulse Bomb and taken down immediately, and Timeless Ethereal coordinate to ruthlessly bring down any stragglers. NYXL Academy are not going to get the vantage point of being able to set Bun up and just pressure with that potential of the Hanzo one-shot. So we're immediately actually going to see Bun off of the Hanzo now onto that Ashe. Understands that hit scan has to be on the board to be able to keep Par in check.
Par close to that copy. Well, if they take a bit of damage there, I can just go for that quick panic copy if necessary, but they've been doing a lot of double Winston dives. Jinx shield takes some pressure. Nice anti-grenade from Cal. Connects on to Jinx, who's using the rally, but they back up just in the nick of time. Doe doesn't fall there as well. Perfect positioning from them, but Timeless still trying to get some cart space under the bridge side. Primal Rage will run out eventually for Sniper. Par there with the copy. Meanwhile, so going for that counter dive with a double Winston dive onto that Echo, or onto that Brigitte, but Jinx finds them. with the flail and the peel on the inside. Meanwhile, Snozlar and Sniper combine to kill Cal. Jinx also with another flail onto Hero has been playing well. Rally going to be negated on Timeless Ethereal's side. That's a lot of ultimates used for them for no fight win.
Sniper now gets the position up onto that high ground ledge so that they can get so much cleave onto these members of Timeless Ethereal without actually having to expend one of those jump cooldowns. And Snoz is going to be doing the exact same thing. There it is. Sees the team split away from the support and the chase is on.
Dive down below. Have to back up. Just get a little bit of ult charge. Cooldowns used. So Timeless now pushes up. Baya with the flail early on before Sniper goes for that jump. Now that dive with the Nimbus comes through, but it's hit by a flail from Baya or from Jinx to slow down Alisu's push. Doesn't really get a lot of value, but they are getting some cart space at the very least. Now NYXL's Academy team trying to set up their own dive, just build up some ultimates potentially, and anti-grenade lands onto Alisu to slow them down. Hero on the inside angle. Notice the recall came through. Can Sticky the Tracer or just regular to fight Snozlar on the inside, but Snozlar gets some heals. Now the Sticky comes through! And it's a 3K from Hera as they get that cart space going forward. Amazing pull spawn from Hera.
Oh, we call that waiting for the opportune moment. Like you said, oh, there it is. There's the chat opening. Hera could easily have gone for the 1 kill onto Snozlar, but understands that room is so small. You're going to be able to get more value, and as a result, Timeless Ethereal without a single ultimate just have to throw themselves onto this fight. NYXL Academy forced to use the Nano Boost early.
They're not going to get kills just yet. Timeless disengage it. Finally, Bun finds Par. Have to keep worrying about this payload too. So Alice, knowing that, comes back with the Primal Rage to potentially find a target to dive upon towards that cart for the Sleep Dart from our MOAs there. Perfectly timed. Amazing Sleep Dart from them. Only 1 meter left to go. Basically, Rally committed for the Academy team of New York. Also Primal Rage here. So Timeless at least forcing a lot of ultimates, but they rally. They want to win right now. Keep Cal alive for that Nano Boost, but Sniper finds the kill through the Rally. Amazing kill from Sniper with that Primal Rage. Only 47 seconds left to go. They lose their Ana. One of the big ultimates here is built up yet again. Another Pulse Bomb, though. They come back. Pulse committed onto Aramori, but Bun does find Par. Both supports down, though. Less than 2 meters to go. Alisu coming through on that payload, trying to find some value, but everybody is so low. Cal is back in this fight with the Nano Boost in a second. Alisu trying to get those heals, maybe get the Nano Boost re-engage. Here is able to find Bun as well. He's been playing so well on this map. And the Nano Boost re-engage is finally here. Snozlar gets the kill onto Baya, but the Nano Boost Winston is here on the cart. Swift step away is Jinx last second too to make sure they don't die. NYXL rotating around this payload perfectly. Par does find Jinx, but not without the rest of their team. 5 seconds left to go. Nobody else here for Timeless Ethereal. Lucio potentially a touch, but won't be there in time. What a hold for New York last second as the payload almost made its way into third.
Huge swap coming through from Bun as well. Understands that the real threat is going to be the rubber band of that nanoed Winston. Especially because Cal got picked early on in that fight. The Ana is going to come back and be within line of sight. Alisu literally just gets to use one of their jump cooldowns to be able to put themselves onto Tunnel Bridge, get the line of sight for that nano, and go straight for that payload. But Bun coming back in on the Reaper, understanding that you need to be able to chunk that Winston down before Alisu is able to use the damage reduction from that nano to allow Timeless Ethereal to be able to regroup, allow so many other members of NYXL Academy to chase the regrouping members of Timeless Ethereal so that Alisu doesn't provide that really bright, sparkly decoration on the payload that Timeless Ethereal were hoping would act as a distraction tactic.
Now, on their offensive side, NYXL Academy, I mean, they got to be happy with that, right, Moxie? I mean, that was a really good hold last second on Midtown. I mean, would you say this map is a bit more defensive favored as of late? Or, you know, with the snowball potential, people have been figuring out the attacking side of Midtown?
No, defensive favored.
Still
100% defensive favored. Immediate access to high ground, horrible chokes, very similar to on-release Iconvolt, especially when you're walking into one-shot potentials. It's incredibly brutal, especially with your team. Like, if you're running dive, with how that first choke is actually engineered, you can't use a jump cooldown. If you do, you go directly over train carriage, and you just become incredibly vulnerable to a DPS from Fire Truck. If you use it underneath the tunnel itself, you bump your head on the ceiling and lose the cooldown.
See if Bun can find that opening pick. Really make things easy for NYXL on their engage. And there it is. Bun, perfect shot on the Par. Sitting towards the back of the map. Bun also finds Alisu on that engage. Looking for some more on the inside, but the rest of NYXL is there. Easy first fight just because of that Hanzo ping.
Classic sleight of hand coming through from NYXL Academy. Sniper is the one that Timeless Ethereal are worried about. Bun is the actual target that comes through and finds all of that damage, the one-shot potential disguised under the guise of the Winston dive, as Timeless Ethereal will be able to recontest.
They do recontest, double jump away. Par is able to find Snozlar. Last second, they do so at 97%. No ultimates get here either for New York, so it's not like they can win this fight easily. Par finds one more as Bun does trade Cal, but now it's just Jinx and Armor on the inside with Snozlar coming back. Timeless looking to stagger them a little bit even, but the supports actually want to live. They're just keep trying to fight it. They built the Nano Boost. They used them in the Jinx too. Alice, who doesn't have ultimate, has to back up, does jump away. But they use that Nano Boost in this fight, close to that rally very soon. Meanwhile, Cal, only at 60% of their own Nano Boost. Pulse Bomb committed from Hera. No kill there, though. On to NYXL, who are now back in this fight with the rally. They commit both support ultimates. They want to win this fight right now. Pulse Bomb from Snozlar connects onto Baya before the rally is there. Alisu has to commit the Primal Rage to find Aramori with the anti, and they do. Perfect re-engage with that Primal, but Sniper finds Cal as well, so it's Ana for Ana. Par also connects onto Bun. Alisu really wants to get Jinx, but it's Hero to finally find them, as well as the Primal from Sniper. Needs to find some more Snozlar. Connect onto Par, and Hero removes the DPSs from the game, and Snozlar also finds Alisu as NYXL. Very extended fight. Win this point A.
It's a domino effect too. The fact that Timeless Ethereal sent Alisu after the backline, but the Winston just not able to overwrite the Ana pocket into the Nano and that Brigitte. And as a result, NYXL Academy don't have to barge through choke yet again. Can continue to apply the pressure on that point, knowing that they're going to be able to regroup and still be able to deal with the respawning members of Timeless Ethereal on the off angle, as Snozlar just pressuring, making sure that NYXL Academy are able to make it through another choke uncontested.
Tough spot for Baya at the moment, but they're doing a good job dealing with the Tracer on the flank. Meanwhile, Kart's still getting a lot of space, almost underneath the bridge at this point. It looks like Hero's trying to stop that from happening. Dragon Strike also still available. NYXL trying to build towards that Nano. But Timeless could easily see that and maybe go for their own engage. NYXL actually go aggressive without any ultimates in this neutral fight. Snozlar still trying to find Hera. Brigitte pack given towards that Tracer. Dual Nano engage now happens. Aramori builds it up in time to go for that engage. But it forces that rally out at the very least. Hero now come back into this fight. NYXL again don't have any ultimate, just going to building up towards that Pulse Bomb. Hera still have theirs as well. Dragon Strike to create some space. The stun comes through with the rallying Brigitte. Hera actually gets the kill on the Jinx without using the Pulse Bomb in this fight, just via that rally pressure of Baya. Meanwhile, the cart's still getting pushed forward. Snozlar on that low ground also backs out with their life too.
You still push NYXL Academy back. And now they don't have that Nano Boost to put onto Sniper to immediately remove Par from the high ground. Doesn't matter, however, if Bun is able to win the duel. And Timeless Ethereal are going to have to back off yet again.
Have to keep backing up. Pulse Bomb committed by Snozlar. Goes a bit too far, but Hera again! The hero for Timeless Ethereal. 2K for them. Jinx and Bun both fall to that Pulse Bomb. 3 minutes and 35 seconds left to go. Baya also finds Aramori. This is surely another defensive hold for them.
Absolute clutch moment to come through from Hera. Double Pulse Bomb kill. Is able to swing the fight in Timeless Ethereal's favor yet again, having lost Par and Bun being able to keep themselves on that high ground. It would have been so brutal for Timeless Ethereal to have to deal with, but as it is, it's going to be back to square one, back to contesting the high ground as Timeless Ethereal go a little bit too aggressive maybe. Forces the Primal.
This is a tough spot to fight at, isn't it? I mean, they used the Nano, they used the Primal Rage to no avail here.
Yeah, Alisu essentially having to use the Primal and as a result not being able to use the bubble to be able to block the headshot from Bun.
Nice shot from Bun. Now they're gonna push again. Par now has to walk back from the spawn as well. Sonic on that right side, so the only Trace coming via this right angle. Bun does not find the headshot though. Hera knowing Bun's looking for them. Wants to play back for the Dragon Strike on to that Tracer. And also Baya is separated from Sniper. Perfect re-engage with the Dragon Strike from Bun. Great ultimate timing. Sniper also, the Primal Rage finds Cal. Surely will find Par. The spawn doors are not close enough for Par to get to. Can anybody touch? You just have Alisu. Nobody else there. NYXL on Midtown. What a map pick from them. Equalize the series 1-1.
Yeah, you can see the second that we go to Bun's POV, she is looking for that Dragon Strike. Whether it's to find a kill or split the team, it's still finding that insane amount of value. And this is what we were talking about with NYXL, right? They're able to use Bun's kills and ultimates to basically springboard Sniper into really aggressive positions, splits the Ana away from the team because of that Hanzo ultimate, is able to use the Primal inside that really small room. So even, yeah, if the sleep dart hits, not only are you keeping the Ana occupied, so they're not going to be healing their team, you've also going to get woken up because of the changes that have happened onto tank. It only lasts 3.5 seconds now. So you're still going to have Primal, the Ana is still going to be in an enclosed space, and you're still going to be able to complete the juggle kill.
And now for Timeless, Moxie, I mean, Par has been playing well in the series, but how do you match, specifically on these maps, I guess, like Bon on Hanzo? It seems such an insurmountable challenge at the moment. You know, obviously Huron Tracer was having pop-off moments, but I mean, what do you do when Bun's playing as well as they are on the Hanzo?
Well, you hit the nail right on the head, right? It is very much a game of tug of war between Bun popping off and finding these really clutch kills, and Hera popping off and finding these really clutch kills, and that is where the problem lies. Par trying to take those Hanzo duels 1 versus 1 wasn't really working out, even though on paper you have all of the advantages. You have that previous defensive position. You can always fire the first shots off first. You're always going to be able to get the sonic arrow as well to be able to give you more information on where Bun is going to be popping up from. And yet we were still seeing Bun come out on top.
Yeah, Bun, I mean, just such a fantastic player so far, and I guess that has to do with, you know, Pulse Bomb being built compared to, like I said, the Hanzo one-shot just always being a threat. But obviously, you know, you called it, Moxie, and we saw yesterday we're going to have a banger of a series, so we'll be back after a short break for the players. When we come back, we'll see you guys for that map number 3. Welcome back, everybody, to the Radiant Heroes Major Grand Finals between Timeless Ethereal and Newark Excelsior Academy. So far, we're tied up 1-1. Map number 1, weight in favor of Timeless. Meanwhile, NYXL Academy obviously take that map number 2 on Midtown. Now we're headed to that map number 3, Moxie. 1-1. Obviously, we go to Escort for this next one. I mean, what are you thinking? What are the vibes leading into this next map?
Okay, I'm not gonna look, but I'm gonna look into my crystal ball.
You're already
and
wrong. You're
I
already
see
wrong.
Num Bunny. Am I right?
Moxie,
No!
open your eyes.
It's the second map. We went to Midtown for hybrid. It's gonna be Escort. It's gonna be Dorado. Oh,
Yeah.
well, same idea, right? A lot of high ground
Yes.
control, a lot of dive compositions, potentially the Echo pick to come through. But
Yeah.
more than likely, we're gonna be seeing things like the Hanzo and the Ash as well.
Yeah, I think that Dorado's a pretty similar map, like you said. It seems like, you know, with all the high ground space here, this is always a really tough attacking point. You know, personally, I mean, you know as well as a support player, this map is always really hard to play on offense. I will say, though, on defense, it is a super fun map, especially for Ana players, you know, which, you know, you've highlighted. You know, obviously, we got Cal in the lobby, got Aramori in the lobby, fantastic Anas who have hit some sick nades so far, and also these Ash players, right? This should be a better map, I imagine, right, for an Ash player like Par to potentially deal with the likes of Bun, right, via the high ground, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, like, guys, I'm really happy you actually mentioned this. Ana players have specific maps that they prefer and they will just continue playing because that's where they know to be able to set lineups for things like nades and sleeps. And also positioning too. Whenever we see Cal playing Ana on Dorado, they're always incredibly safe. They're also always landing incredibly effective nades. I think it was something like either 4 or 5 nades that they landed in a row, going from 3/4 of the way through B into a quarter of the way through C. Every single cooldown, every single nade that came up would always find a really key player, and everyone from Town of Sophia would know exactly how to follow up.
And you know who's also playing good too in this series, you know, to add on to it, Jinx and Snozzler had a great Midtown. Now leading to this one, they already go for that TP play on this right side. It seems like every team does it now.
Yeah, but Snozzler actually sticks on the Symmetra a little bit longer. Will not go on to that Tracer. And what this actually does with this teleport play, it negates one of those major risks that Town of Sophia ran on Dorado up close when we actually saw NYXL Academy have to push the second time around on this map, with Hero and Alisu playing on the high ground of red building and yellow, and using pincer movements where the Winston would jump in, cycle through NYXL's abilities, and then Hero would go in for the kill.
Yeah, Bund is trying to help long range with the dive. Alisu's able to find Sniper. You're as well onto Snozzler, and you know, sadly for Bund, the team is already removed. 2 players gone. Reset surely is going to have to happen now.
Yeah, Hanzo fall-off is actually pretty devastating when you're playing from yellow building all the way on to defensive high ground from that angle, as Bun is building up to the Dragon Strike, but it's not the one-shot potential that was keeping Time of Zephyriel from getting aggressive, and as a result, Par still gets to hold these angles, and NYXL Academy are forced to close the distance.
Sonic over the top left, helping with some storm arrows over the top, but Timeless have kind of started to get used to playing against the Hanzo, though the cart is pushing, and NYXL do a great job just playing the objective, all while setting up Bun to find those one-shots. Now they're going to rotate all around. Timeless is trying to set up a bit distant, but they actually go for the dive early. Over the top now, Winston dive from Sniper onto Cal, who's now sitting aggressive, dives onto Bun, shuts them down, but it's costed Baya and Par their lives. Full spawn from Hira here to try to bring things back in the favor of Timeless, but they've lost the rest of their team, and the aggressive play does not work out for Timeless.
Yeah, Cal unfortunately does manage to find the sleeve, but it is going to be NYXL Academy still finding that value, still pushing the card, as Hero is just waiting around this backline for the go sign to be able to initiate in, but Snozzler decides to actually take momentum into their own hands too, forces Cal into using that nano boost.
Yeah, nano boost onto Baya towards that cart with 0.17 meters to go. Trying to play hard around it to make sure no back tap could happen here. Knowing that NYXL can go aggressive with the nano boost onto Sniper, find BR before the rally can be built. Now Jinx with their own rally goes in, and Sniper just able to get everybody removed from the game. Par gone too, and that payload easily makes it past this first checkpoint.
Well, neither of these Anas are going to have nano boost to be able to send their Winston onto the high ground and deny either Bun or Par the angle on looking for that immediate kill. Problem is that both of these Winstons have Primal, so we're probably about to get a sumo wrestling match over who can actually control that avenue for their DPS. As yet again, NYXL Academy making sure that Time of Sephiroth do not get that easy avenue. However, Bun pushed off by Alisu going for that dive.
Yeah, Alisu just controlling the high ground. Bun now down from the low ground, drops off the Dragon Strike, but now is into Alisu, separates them from their team, but the Brigitte rally pack through the inside is there. However, now Alisu commits the Primal Rage, knowing that there was 3 members of NYXL on them. Sleep Dart is here, but Hero's Pulse Bomb finds Aramori. It is too much for Aramori to deal with. Perfect re-engage from Timeless, and Hero's Pulse Bomb secure that kill. Now Aramori is gone. NYXL have no ultimates either. They're gonna head back up and try to wait for Aramori back from the spawn, or Bun to get a one-shot.
Bar's going to have the Bob, however, so unless you can actually find that one shot onto the Ash, Timeless Fuel is still going to make sure that that payload does not move. And this is what NYXL Academy are going to have to do. They're going to have to send one player to keep pushing that payload and hide on the low ground so that they don't get hit from the players above.
I mean, it's been working. They're like getting rid of entire team fights, although now they're in a weird spot where everybody's on fire. All of the Brigitte health packs used to make sure they're still healthy. Timeless still sitting above. Again, Snozzler's pushing that payload. Dive comes through. Pulse Bomb onto the Brigitte in the corner, but a Sleep Dart connects for Cal. And the kill comes through. Amazing sleep from them and support gameplay out of Timeless, getting Snozzler out of the equation. That's a team fight win for them, although Baya has dropped. Eventually, they'll get back to the high ground. Actually, drop comes through from Alisu with the nade. Doesn't connect, but just onto the Winston. No anti-grenade to come through. Also, a body shot into Bun. They're still trying to fight this NYXL, resulting in them losing Bun now.
I think they're just trying to force ultimates from the side of Time of Sephiroth. Like, in the next fight, they are going to have ultimate advantage, but the nano boost going on to Sniper try and bull that Primal actually catches Baya. Cal doesn't nano.
I love that from Aramori. Hero gets the sticky. Aramori, knowing life was over for them, just runs into here after the Sleep Dart. Amazing work from them, but they still have to push forward in this fight. 1 minute, 32 seconds. Bun does trade back Cal for Sniper. Bob from Park committed here as well as Snozzler finds Par to stop that payload from pushing in. Not bad play with that ultimate necessarily either. Alisu also finds Jinx on that rotation from Bank, stopping NYXL again.
Bun is, however, going to have the Dragon Strike, but Time of Sephiroth no doubt are going to be expecting that it's going to be sent to clear that high ground yet again. So this time it really is only going to be the players and heroes who are going to be able to survive that engagement, as Bun's actually mixing things up.
Yeah, waiting over that top right instead of just going through main. Interesting to mix it up this far into the series. Has that forget the health pack as well. Called over Jinx to help them on that high ground, but also takes a body shot. I mean, a lot of damage coming through, forcing a lot of those heals to come through early on the Bun. Maybe to stuff this engage. Par's able to find Snozzler, though, in the meanwhile. Now over the top left front comes onto Cal. Cal is not aware until now, and just turns around, sleeps, and anti-grenades. Goodbye, Bun. Removed by the Ana player. 30 seconds now for a Newark Excelsior Academy.
Look, if you're going to try to sneak up on Cal, you take the shot when they don't know that you're there. You do not wait, because Cal will literally 180 and land that Sleep Dart 9 times out of 10. As Hero's going to have a Pulse Bomb, Time of Sephiroth also going to have a rally to be able to sustain themselves on the cart. Bun still not able to find an avenue of using this Dragon Strike. Silver Lightning will have it for overtime to be able to clear this card or push Time of Sephiroth off of the high ground into the Primal Pulse Bomb.
Ooh, Bun takes down Hero early on as they were looking for that Pulse. Dragon Strike from Bun next again. I mean, Bun's so good with these Dragon Strikes. Now comes on to Cal. Gets the revenge from earlier. Anti-grenade slows Bun, maybe temporarily. Maybe the rally of Baya is here, but they're already down 2 members of their team. Primal Rage from Sniper as well as the zone out. That rally comes back to the high ground where Par can also move off the Brigitte who used that slam earlier, and slowly Baya will fall off the map as in overtime. Newark Excelsior Academy capture out the second phase.
Such a good Dragon Strike coming through from Bun. Baya jumps one way, Cal the other, and from there the Ano's just a sitting duck. And Sniper can push aggressively with that Primal, having all of the sustain needed to top off their health bar if they do fall low. And NYXL Academy, it was an uphill battle, but they're able to make it through B and can now move into C. However, 1 minute on the clock, both of these support ultimates need to find immediate value, and Time of Sephiroth gets scrappy.
Nano used from them in the flail to slow it down. Alisu just wants to control the choke point with that for now, but now a counter engage comes through immediately onto par. But the sleep dart from Cal is there, and the flail is perfectly timed to make sure they don't wake it up. With the nano boost play, it may not get maximum value, but Snoz was able to find Alisu. Cal also on the other side gets Aramori, so not only hitting that sleep, but also taking out their counterpart. Rally's still available for Jinx, though.
Cal
was still
lives!
on the ultimates just yet. Cal did live in that fight. Bun also finds par, though. So they keep finding the pick after pick. 30 seconds left to go. Over the top, Bun does take a body shot while hitting the other body shot on the Brigitte. Meanwhile, that actually counters Bun. Alisu able to find Bun and Snozlar. Both DPS is gone. NYXL have to relocate back towards their spawn fast. Timeless want to go for more. They drop the pulse bomb, and it connects into Aramori. That stagger kill is absolutely huge. They're going for a bit more as well as the Brigitte falls off the map. Hero finds Sniper. There's not another fight here, even though they have the rally. Nobody else is here for New York Excelsior Academy, and they get stopped in third phase.
We go back to control. We essentially revert back in time, Dustin, where Timeless Ethereal understands, okay, if we let NYXL Academy organize themselves and use this Dragon Strike, we're going to be cleared off of high ground. Ultimates are going to be available for the other team. We have to go now. We have to turn this scrappy. And the fact that Cal, on an absolute sliver, is being hunted down by Sniper and manages to make themselves back to their health pack, and as a result back to the team, because the Winston just can't chase in that deep without other support coming through from the rest of NYXL Academy, who are having to fight their own battles without the burst damage of Bun gatekeeping the counter dive from Timeless Ethereal side. The Ana gets to live. Timeless Ethereal don't have to wait for a 30-second respawn point, and they can continue to aggressively pick apart at NYXL's regroup. And we see the exact same thing happen. Here it comes in with the zoning pulse bomb. Dragon Strike from Bun is used at spawn, and no one can throw themselves onto guard.
I mean, that's a really great fight for Timeless, but you know, Moxie, what do you think? Is that third phase? I mean, did they get it far enough, the Academy team of New York Excelsior, because Dorado is so defensively favored?
You gotta pass B. That's the most important part. You got it past B, so you have access. If A does go a little bit of a turn for the worse, you're going to have the high ground. You're going to be able to set Bun up into a position where she's going to be able to use not the Hanzo, but the Ash, the Dynamite, to be able to shred apart at its health bars, but also the Coach Gun to be able to divert a lot of this dive coming through from Alisu, who's been using those jumps to try and collapse in when they know that Bun is low.
Early anti and also Dynamite from Bun connects onto Par early on. Stuff Timeless away for now, but they still want to keep fighting this, knowing they're down a member because Hero's in a great position. Alisu finds Jinx as well. Bit split from Aramori. The anti also was there from Cal onto them to slow them too. Bun, though, comes back for Hero. Hero almost dies to get the health pack from the Brigitte just in the nick of time. Meanwhile, Alisu wants to keep pushing forward, not giving any space to New York Excelsior Academy, and getting this cart past this first little point.
Yeah, Bun is forced back, but will be able to keep her life for it. Gorgeous use of the Coach Gun to be able to just go vertical and avoid that follow-up damage that the Winston was trying to pressure in with, as Hero does manage to take down Sniper, but no nano boost online to be able to save the Winston. And that means that Timeless Ethereal, there's a tank gap, they can immediately take advantage of all of the spaces, and NYXL Academy just forced to pull back.
I mean, as good as Snozlar's been playing, Hero's been really good. 5 minutes now, second phase.
Well, this is where it really comes in to clutch. Your DPS need to be able to find these shots and take advantage of the vantage point of that high ground that's so brutal that these teams don't even want to face check. The fact that we were seeing the Dragon Strike rather than the 1v1 duel goes to show that these attacking teams know how dangerous it can be to pressure onto that high ground when a defense is already there.
Payload still pushing. Bun comes through that top left flank angle. Babaya is the one to come on the top onto Snozlar with the flail. Meanwhile, Nano engage onto that museum side. Zones them back, but no kills. It's too hard to fight the Brigitte in the on the inside. So Sniper, knowing that, will back off to the rest of their team. And Timeless will keep pushing this heart forward.
Well, Aramori actually used her nano boost onto Sniper, so that Sniper, who'd gone down earlier in that first fight to Hero, is actually matching ult charge on Primal. And as a result, NYXL Academy can still keep pushing aggressively into this sustained fight.
Yeah, a bit too passive approach there, I think, but the pulse bomb onto Sniper from Hero connects as Cal got the sleep dart on them as well, but a counter pulse comes through onto Cal. Meanwhile, Nano as well committed onto Alisu. Even though they're down members of their team, they still thought they could win in terms of ultimates. Alisu goes to the high ground, commits the Primal Rage too. tries to at least boop them off the high ground, but it's gonna be hard to find a kill here because of the Ana and the Rita both being here. Bob committed as well for Bun, knowing this Primal Link Winston was being a nuisance in the back line just to zone off the payload. They actually go aggressive at the checkpoint or near that bridge side. Alisu drops towards the bank to get some healing as well from Cal. Now goes for that counter dive. New York commit the Bob earlier on. Now Par has their own potentially zone in space here. Sniper also commits that Primal Rage. Par checking behind the van with a dynamite. As they're still getting a lot of cart space, the rally was committed from Timeless here as well.
No Bob.
To zone off Sniper. Yeah, no Bob available. Par still down below. Breaks the bubble, commits the Bob as well. Sniper now goes for that counter engage on the backline. They still have both support ultimates. Jinx committed the rally early on. Sniper goes so low, and Hero finds them before Aramori can commit the nano boost. I don't know if that was a miscommunication, but results in a collapse. Cal also finds Jinx after the rally. Now they have the nano boost Bun towards this back left, but who can touch the payload? They do find Hera at least, so that's something for NYXL, but eventually the nano runs out, and Bun has to reload. Eventually will take that Alisu with 1.3 meters left. They nano boost Baya, but Baya doesn't find value. NYXL will stop Timeless last second again, but Sleep Dart is on to Snozzler. They try to protect him, but Par finds the kill, and Anti is committed on to Sniper to potentially find something, but without the Winston, they're knocking a lot of space. Hero flanks via this left side with the pulse bomb, and it's Nickies on to 2 again. Hera! Jinx and Aramori removed. Cal also finds Bun. Timeless are not making this easy on NYXL at the moment. As Sniper falls, who else is here to touch? Just Snozzler. Hero the hero. Oh my god.
Backline deactivated. Hero double pulse bomb activated. This Tracer is so clutch with these ultimates, as Bun is going to have the Bob to be able to stall onto the payload. And NYXL Academy will have high ground advantage. They're not out of this just yet, Dustin, as Hero is going to find it a lot harder to be able to flank up unnoticed as the Bob comes through early, just to make sure that they're able to buy some time to breathe. As Alisu gets hit with the sleep, but the Primal's already out. There's no way! Snozzler dies to their own pulse bomb.
Oh no, you got a sticky out of Baya there earlier. Did stop them from committing the rally, but Alisu also connects on to Bun. I mean, they don't have a lot of space left, NYXL to work with, and yep, they closed it out. Timeless Ethereal will win on Dorado. Their attacking side looked great. Now it's 2-1. They're getting towards that map point.
Oh man, B push is absolutely brutal for NYXL's defenses. That's what they're banking on, right? They're banking on being able to slow these fights down and put their DPS into a place where they're always going to be able to find value with that opening dynamite, forcing so many abilities and that nade defensively rather than aggressively. And the problem is that Ultimate Economy is just not in their favor. This is something that Timesfield do so smartly. They bait out the Bob with the Primal. Yes, they lose their Ana, but the Nano Boost from Cal comes out in time and allows your Winston to go so much more aggressively with that Primal in the pocket, baits out that Bob, and as a result, Par just gets to sit on a Bob, waiting for the moment where NYXL Academy are going to throw themselves off of the high ground and try and contest that payload being pushed and picked up into B. And from then, it's just the floodgates. Hero is left entirely unchecked, gets to immediately swoop down onto Aramori, who can't set herself up onto a high ground vantage point. The only vantage point as an Ana you actually have onto the expense of that contest in B is the low ground, where you're so vulnerable for the Tracer to be able to take advantage of.
Yeah, and I think this has been tough. I mean, what you called it out perfectly. I mean, talk about Hero popping off, but also it's enabled by their team. And, you know, it's been... I don't even think necessarily that Aramori is necessarily playing worse either than, like, the backline of Timeless.
No.
It just feels like the dives are just so coordinated for Timeless at the moment, right?
Yeah, the dives are incredibly coordinated, and they would also just offset the tempo. A lot of the time, this is actually why you saw them try and turn all of those fights into really long contests where they would look incredibly scrappy, and you would think, well, why with them missing players are they committing ultimates? It's because they were prioritizing the position they already held. They didn't want to allow that defense to be able to hit that reset moment, because then they do get to take advantage of the defensive high ground. where they're able to pre-fire and burn those abilities and bait out everything from the side of Timeless Ethereal, so that before you even get to step forward either onto the high ground or on the payload, you're potentially already down a player. And as a result, because they just didn't allow that defense that moment to breathe, Ultimate Academy was constantly under pressure for NYXL Academy. They were constantly having to give up those spaces. The fight on the payload itself took a lot of fights on the low ground with full teams. You sort of compare how it actually went on the other side when Timeless Ethereal are pushing that payload for a B. It's only one person on the payload, just ever so quietly sneaking it past as the rest of the team continue to push pressure onto that high ground. But it's a world of difference and a massive different space that Timeless Ethereal are able to force those fights into. And as a result, NYXL always on the back foot.
Now we're going to the map number 4. I was about to say 3, but that just happened. Esperanza is the pick for NYXL. Obviously, Ilios went in the favor of Timeless Midtown. Meanwhile, his NYXL's map pick was really good for them, obviously, to get that 2-1. And then Dorado, like we just saw, Timeless played it phenomenally. Now we go to Esperanza. Who do you think this favors here, Moxie? Obviously, New York, I think, they take that map pick yesterday. I believe they won it even too. So, is this their time to get that map win to even the series 2-2?
There's definitely an asterisk in that conversation, Dustin, and it comes in the shape of Hero.
Yeah.
Because when you take us to this map, yes, you did win it yesterday. However, if you are not able to keep track of where this tracer is, there are so many alleyways, hallways, tiny rooms where you're going to find yourself going down to double and triple pulse bomb kills that you do not expect. Hera has to be kept in check 24/7, otherwise Timeless Ethereal run away with this map.
Great point. We'll have to see if they can shut down Hera leading into Esperanza because, like you said, that's been the X factor today. And, for Timeless, they're looking to win right here and right now, obviously at that map point win to get the grand finals win, especially because it matters for prize pool but also for circuit points to make sure that championship they get that first seed and get all the advantages that come along with it. And obviously they could just win it right here right now in the grand finals, so there's a lot of pressure on both these teams at the moment. We'll have to see if this is obviously the map pick NYXL can come through, and obviously we have to see if Hero can keep performing at this level. It's tough to play as good as Hero's been playing, right?
Yeah, but I would honestly say consistently this is probably Timeless Ethereal's best map when we've seen them against any other team. And I have never seen a team actually pull off almost a full overtime push on a push map where you pretty much go from so incredibly close to the other side to nearly your own spawn. But I mean, Timeless Ethereal, they pulled it off earlier today. They had such a good overtime run where they were just able to turn around and offer some heroics from Cal and some really well-timed nades and nanos. We're able to win the fight out overall, so there is a lot of pressure on NYXL Academy shoulders just on this map alone.
I'm curious if Timeless actually got that warm-up buff from the game earlier too. I mean, that was not an easy game versus Styx earlier on, right? That was still a somewhat close series that Timeless obviously ended up coming out on top for, but maybe dropping a map, and that map you would have thought that that would equal obviously not as good performance versus New York Excelsior Academy, but obviously just because one team beats another, you have to we have to take into account like it's rock paper scissors, right, Moxie, in esports, and then also at the professional level. A lot of it is one team might seem like they're better than the other in the standings, but sometimes upsets happen. I mean, like, I'm just curious why that even happens. It's just individual matchups, just like hero pools, those kind of stuff. Also, who wakes up on a certain day.
I think, again, like you said, it does come down to just players being able to reach that mechanical peak faster than the other side, especially because, like you pointed out, NYXL Academy yet to actually play today because they were able to find that win yesterday. They were already in the upper bracket. Timeless Ethereal had to fight their way through, and that was a fair bit of fighting, I will say. Some of those maps did go pretty darn close, and they ended up dropping that first control map, but it might actually have benefited them in the long run. Like you said, they looked so much cleaner on that first control iteration that we saw them on today, where they really did just have that warm-up buff. I'm
curious to see if it pans out for Timeless to get the win, or NYXL finally have kind of woken up after a bit of a break before that grand finals matchup. Obviously choosing Esperanza. That's their pick. But will we see any difference in terms of the compositions maybe from yesterday?
I would expect we're going to see Tracer for Tracer, right? You know that here is going to be coming out on the Tracer. You need Snozzler to be able to just keep this Tracer in check, and you can only really do that by fielding a Tracer of your own, so you have the same access to those blinks and recalls and can play smartly around things like those health packs, which really, the macro for health pack control from both of these teams has been exceptional.
Yeah, it has been on another level. Obviously, you know, maybe some of the Rising Series players are looking at this one in shock and awe at the moment because obviously, you know, both teams really good, but Timeless Ethereal going to go to that teleport swap at the beginning, and also Moxie, we're seeing Sombra on both sides.
Yeah, Sombra, so it is going to be that race for that EMP. It's really going to be down to coordination. This is the go big or go home composition. If you do not have the coordination, it's going to be very apparent, not just for us to see, but the other side too, and they'll start to take advantage.
Now both Winstons kind of fighting each other while the teleport play happened earlier with the Symmetra. Sombra Tracer on both sides. Nobody has control of that robot just yet. It's now unlocked about 30 seconds into the matchup. Early dive from Alisu onto the Brigitte of Jinx to zone out that back line. Goes incredibly low, 25% health, but Alisu, knowing that the peel is there, will back up. Meanwhile, Par will die to Sniper. It's Snozzler on the left side who have found that Sombra. Timeless now have a decision to make. Do they want to back up? Looks like they do.
Well, good double nade actually hits onto Aramori and Jinx at the same time, as we're actually going to get to see Sniper get slapped. The Timeless Superior without that Sombra, just not wanting to capitalize, not wanting to lose that high ground a little bit too early. They prioritize backing up and regrouping.
Anti comes out into Cal from Alamori, but it stays alive and gets to sleep on a Snozzler. Baya drops down onto them as well. Hero has found Sniper. Bun trades back Alisu, but they've already lost the majority of their team. Baya gets that shield bash onto Jinx too. Amazing sleep dart from Timeless Ethereal's backline.
Push is all about understanding the situation you're in, the timing that you want to take these fights, and the position that you want to prioritize. And that is something that Timeless Ethereal have down absolutely pat. Is Hera is just pushing the bot at the moment, but in a couple of moments, that's when we're going to see the shenanigans. That's when we're going to see the flank. This pulse bomb is going to be absolutely devastating if it catches onto NYXL Academy before the Nana just is full.
There you go, pulse bomb out, but nice shield bash away from Jinx to avoid the damage from that pulse bomb. Now, ultimate's not built just yet. Hack comes through onto Cal. The peel is there. Rally is now built, but Snozzler connects with the pulse bomb, however, doesn't get the kill in that fight. Alisu also finds Bunch. The Sombra is now removed. NYXL thought they had something there, trying to take the robot away. Snozzler is just kind of stolen it under the nose of the team. Actually comes back through with Sniper's dive with the nano boost. They're able to remove Cal. Also look for this Brigitte who doesn't make it away in time, knowing that Baya commits the rally because the shield bash doesn't gain enough distance away, but they do claim that robot again with the rally. Also, Primal Rage being committed by Alisu on the other side. Not able to find the kills, but at least forces Sniper's Primal Rage. NYXL still have some ultimates. Actually finds Baya with the Primal at the very end. Snozzler also connects onto Alisu. Timeless. A little bit of a weird fight for them, resulting in NYXL controlling the robot.
Okay. Bun's searching. Bun's searching for Cal. Anna's been spotted out. EMP's ready. You're in so deep that the rest of the team isn't really going to be able to follow up. But if you can actually wait for this Anna to be out of line of sight from the rest of the team, there it is.
Perfect engage. They also rallied it too. Layered on top, slip dart onto Alisu. Baya gets killed as well by Sniper. Amazing engage by NYXL. Perfect EMP.
Oh, it's such a good EMP in so many different layers because Cal is the one that gets caught but isn't able to actually use the nano boost onto anyone in time for Peel to come through and save the Ana, and as a result, Timeless will just have to call for a fast reset as NYXL Academy take the lead in terms of distance.
Distance and checkpoint. Look at that. They actually gained that checkpoint here as well with the pulse bomb. Down below, no Sniper doesn't have that primal because he just used it, or they just used it previously. EMP also onto that Winston, but no kill. Armor range. Okay, finally Alisu chases it down with the jump onto Sniper with a nano boost to find that kill. Snozzler though hands kill Baya with the pulse bomb, though Jinx is removed, so Snozzler tries to come back with Bone onto Alisu, able to get them, but also Aramori down to Hera. Every kill they get, it feels like Timeless just trades it back. and are up one in this fight as well. Snozlar, though, doesn't have recall and gets removed by Par on that left flank. So Timeless continuing with the robot, finding Snozlar there as well.
Yeah, this is why Hero is such a good tracer. Every single time Timeless Affair will see the MXL Academy are tunnel visioning hard on Alice. Hero knows that those players have been removed. Repeal avenues for Aramori, just jumps on the Ana, takes them out of the equation so quickly. As Hero has another pulse bomb full top. Timeless Affair trying to get that forward respawn, but MXL Academy contesting.
Pulse bomb also committed on the Sniper. Everybody's so low. They commit the nano boost on Sniper to help heal. Meanwhile, Alisu just distracting. Both backline of NYXL commits to Primal Rage. Is there a rally available for Jinx? Doesn't look like it, but it doesn't matter because Hira comes back for Sniper. When the nano runs out, Sniper has not built that Primal Rage, able to get that kill and the checkpoint. No advantage just yet. They're going to need to get this robot pushing the cart a little bit further to get the advantage, but surely they will.
Yeah, they're going to have the distance pretty soon, unless Snozler can come in. Gets spotted out, however, by Cal and has to use all 3 blinks to be able to navigate away from follow-up.
This bomb still available. Works over the top. Both bubbles used by Winston's. Snozler comes to the left side, looking for that dive. Bun is still waiting in the back with the EMP. Notices both Brigitte and Anna here, but just fine with taking Cal. They immediately EMP Cal, get the 1 clip as well, and the melee. Great EMP yet again on the Cal, who's not ready for it necessarily. Hack comes through on a Hero too. Bun with the positioning. Able to get Baya too via that low ground with the rally as Baya committed the rally early on. Alisu also falls. Timeless is resetting now.
We're on an absolute pendulum swing at the moment for which of these teams are in control. Hero needs to win this 1 versus 1 against Snozler, but too much time passes and the rest of the team will be able to back that Tracer up as Par has the EMP. Needs now to be able to position to be able to use it. Problem is, you've been spotted out by Bun, and now you're going to have to wait more distance given up for NYXL Academy to try and equalize in the meantime.
Pulse bomb is still available. Snozlar has to go huge with it. Meanwhile, Hira also EMPs into that pulse bombs into the EMP. Snozlar trades it back. Alisu falls without that Primal Rage or the Nano Boost available. So Cal has to Nano Boost Baya to disengage versus Sniper, who's Primal Raging in the back. They're just gonna play their life and avoid a lot of that damage. Meanwhile, Baya comes back towards the card. A nice sleep onto Hira, but the follow-up damage isn't there for Aramori. Though Snozlar comes via the back onto Baya to find that kill too. Also, Nano Boost on a Sniper to continue this fight. Victory. Sleep Dart on the Cal to stop Sniper for now. Hack as well to slow Sniper down. Also make sure the damage output is there. Slows down that Nano engage. The robot still is in control of NYXL.
NYXL Academy will be able to position themselves up towards that high ground to keep that backline safe. Bon's gonna have the EMP too, and Timeless Ethereal too far away from Primal, don't have Rally either to be able to peel and sustain through it.
Ooh, very aggressive dives without the ultimates. Baits out at least, or it was into the EMP, I guess, with Bun. Snozlar also takes down Par, but it's just a 1-for-1 with the Winston. Snozlar eventually finds Dalasu also with the pulse bomb. No kill though. Good shield from Baya. The robot back under the control. Just Snozlar and the Brigitte, as well as a Sombra here in this fight who had the transfer kit away. They still have the Ant on the high ground, so they are in a 4 versus 3, but spawns are closer now for Timeless. Anti committed onto Bun to force them out of the fight for now, but Hira, it cost them their life. A rally by Baya now, knowing that they don't have Hira. They want to try to win right here. They also nano Par in this fight to build up the EMP or at least trade back a kill. NYXL, knowing ultimates are being thrown, are trying to keep their lives at the moment. Sniper falls so low, and they do so. They're built up both a rally and nano at 70%. So Timeless need to commit some ultimates to make sure they get the fight win. Bun does find Baya. Alisu with the Primal Rage commits on to Jinx, but the Sleep Dart to slow it down even more. Sniper has found Cal. Hero would trade it back with the Pulse Bomb, but it's a lot of ultimates committed now for Timeless in this team fight to trying to win. Snozlar also delaying, gets the hack with Bun on this backside. Alisu comes back, but Timeless, Mox, they used everything in the last fight.
Academy are laughing at the moment because, like you pointed out, Snozlar actually delays that objective moving any distance. Cal will be able to get the last laugh, however, finds the kill onto Snozlar, who was probably looking to spawn camp. But MXL Academy definitely have an advantage in terms of ultimates. They just have to be able to synergize, coordinate, and use them, and that's something that Timeless Ethereal have absolutely unraveled in the past, and they're looking to do the same.
Still running forward. They have the meter advantage as well, so Jonas is on NYXL here. They're still over the top, waiting patiently. Maybe a bit too patiently. Timeless disrupting the backline to make sure they can't peek through. So they fall back, knowing that Timeless want to get that dive through here. Nade comes through on Alice as well to slow them down for now. No ultimates for Timeless still. Pulse run by Snozlar is a miss. Amazing work for Timeless to avoid that Pulse 2. Has to relocate back towards his team. Meanwhile, Bun with EMP is in prime position. Timeless surely are aware of it. Now the EMP onto Cal. The dive is there from Sniper and the rest of their team. Quick fight win via that EMP of Bun.
Really good restraint as well when it comes to ultimates. Only EMP. Rally actually used from Jinx.
Was that a fat finger?
Feels like it, right? Here's really the only one who could have forced that rally out early, but the pulse bomb's building for Hero. In fact, Hero's gonna have it for the next fight. That could be devastating in the long run. NYXL Academy have to rely on the primal and that nano to sustain, and Timeless are fairly going to have a nano of their own.
Hero drops the pulse bomb. They do avoid it though. Nano engaged from Armory. 3 seconds left. They touch. Goslar finds Baya. That's a great opening pick that NYXL need to try to equalize the series. Cart pushing forward. Alice who's trying to stop it. Cal also nanos the Sombra, and NYXL seemingly don't need those ultimates. And they're bringing us to that map number 5.
Yeah, really good synergy from NYXL Academy. Yes, they're lacking the rally, but they have that position where you can set Aramori really safely all the way back in the line so that you force all of these other players from Timeless Ethereal into basically having to deal with a nano-boosted Winston in your face first, and the objective second. And Timeless Ethereal, they make the correct choice. The only player who can really sustain through that magnitude of focus, as well as getting hit by an anti-nade from an Ana entirely uncontested, it's your Winston. But as a result, the tank has to go in and leave all of those other squishy players behind in dealing with that nano-boosted Winston, and they just don't have the means of being able to peel for it since ultimates weren't available. And we see Sniper get to go from nano-boost into primal and absolutely wreck Timeless Ethereal's plans of being able to take this series.
Yeah, now we're awarded that map number 5, Mox. You know, it can go either way at the moment. I don't even think it necessarily favors anybody for that map 5. It was a very close one, 67 meters to 65, and then last second, NYXL take control of that robot and just push it into the end. You know, obviously, what do you think went wrong there for Timeless, or was it just not really a matter of what went wrong and just a matter of micro plays, you think?
Honestly, I think it's just NYXL Academy played better around the Sombra.
Yeah.
The EMP, every single time we saw an EMP from Bun, it was so calculated to catch on to Cal, because the understanding is there from this team, right? You take so many anti-nades, so many sleep darts, you know that Cal is in the way of your win condition. You need to remove that Ana. When the dive comes through, it's not, okay, we're going to force Cal into using Nano Boost to save another player. No, it's we're going to use EMP to eradicate Cal from the face of this planet. That follow-up is instantaneous. 3 players taking the Ana down in one fell swoop, and because of that, well, we're gonna have another map. We really are headed the full distance between these two teams yet again.
Yep, climax will happen just a bit after a short break. We'll see you guys for that map number 5. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to the grand finals matchup between Timeless, Ethereal, and New York Excelsior Academy. We're going to map number 5, Moxie. This has been a close series, 2-2 now tied up, and NYXL take us to this 5th map, meaning that Timeless get to choose the map, and it is going to be Control. You want to do your eye close thing again, or you just wait and see?
I'm gonna get the map type this right. Okay, let's.
No, don't do it.
Oasis.
Let's see. Wait, don't open yet. Don't open. Okay,
No,
Dorado.
I'm not looking. I'm not looking.
Dorado, Esperanza. Okay, that map 5 will be. It is. Oh, okay. Oh, jeez, it's Busan, Moxie. Oh no. What is this? Today is just super unlucky for you, man. Like, what's going on?
It's okay. It's okay. It's the same sort of game style, right? It's
Yeah.
the same compositions coming through. It's just a little bit of change of scenery. I actually really like that we're seeing Thamesphere do this again, because they tried to run that Ramatra composition on University the last time, right? Banking on the fact that NYXL Academy would be thinking that it's the honorable, as you put it, Winston mirror. And you can do the same on Busan. It's just much more likely that both teams are going to start off with Ramatra on Mecha base.
All right, let's see what happens here. I mean, obviously, like you said, I mean, it's an interesting choice because, you know, maybe you take in, I imagine, scrim rate, like scrim run rate and stuff, right? And I'm assuming Timeless, right, have probably like a good win rate on Oasis, but versus a team like NYXO who just beat you yesterday, I mean, on top of, like you mentioned, with Ramatra and stuff, I think that that would make a lot of sense, trying to mix things up, even if it's not like a good map for you necessarily.
Yeah, I think if you're Timeless, right, you're thinking back to Gardens yesterday, where we saw Timeless, let's be honest, settle for the low ground position rather than vying with NYXL Academy for the high ground, and as a result, the map just ran away from them. They got picked apart, they got staggered, they weren't really able to sustain a healthy ultimate economy. If we do see them move towards Busan, I'm not going to lie, I want to see smarter positions coming through from Cal.
Okay, let's see what happens for Timeless's side. They, you know, teams like to mix it up at the beginning. Obviously, you know, if you're new to Overwatch, go for the Symmetra TP play out of spawn and then swap to somebody else, because Symmetra, whatever abilities is the teleport. So teams just do it to get to the point faster, especially if it's your Tracer player.
It's probably going to be the Tracer.
You know,
I could potentially go for something like the Echo, but with just the focus on high ground, it's going to be still the Sombra and Hero there. There we go. On to that Tracer. Just trying to bypass Nozzle. Look for that 1 versus 1. As early hack does actually come through onto NYXL side, preventing that dive.
just blocking that side. Dive already from Alice, who drops off from the overarching over the top side, but it results in them losing their life to Snozlar, who came back with the peel. Meanwhile, Winston of Sniper just kind of taking a lot of space, knowing Alice who's not in the fight anymore. Par goes so low. Cal and Baya to try to back up with their life. Nice flail to stop Sniper from going a little bit too hard. So surely they back off with their life, but New York Excelsior, well, they actually don't capture point A because Fira comes back into Snozlar via that left side. The sleep comes through from Aramori, but Cal has the follow-up damage. And Hero, like we said earlier, has come alive for Timeless Ethereal. It was looking rough as they lost Alisu first, but they win fight 1.
Yeah, both Tracers really keeping pace in terms of damage that they're outputting, but it's that target focus that comes out from Timeless Ethereal. Nade coupled with Alisu jump damage coupled with one clip from Hero just absolutely eviscerates NYXL Academy's presence on that point and allows Timeless Ethereal to actually pick it up right beneath that team's noses, and now your Sombra can get to work denying health pack for the other side, so that Snozlar doesn't get room to play with.
Yes, Snozlar had to recall. Now has to fall back towards the point. Is found. Does have the break the health packs though. Jinx, perfect positioning from them. But Hero still has that pulse bomb. That's obviously we're waiting on them. Looking for that Tracer via that left side. Can look through the main onto the Ana. Drops it in, but it's avoided by Aramori. Nice work from them who have built that Nana boost. Also Timeless on the other side. Getting hacked. Dealing with the Sombra via the backside. Try to counter engage with the Nana boost onto Alisu, but the flail from Jinx is there. Perfect. From the Brigitte player of New York Excelsior Academy. The rally from Baya is there. And NYXL still waiting with some ultimates. Committed that Primal Rage earlier on. Again, another flail from Jinx to slow down Alisu. The dive from Hero is here on Alisu. But again, Primal Rage into EMP from Bun. Shuts down Alisu. Sniper now via that left side. Dive will go aggressive, but the EMP and dive from Hero is there. Sleep dart from Cal on a Sniper to slow him down, but the beat the health packs keeps Cal alive from now. Hero has found one, but dies to Jinx with the rally. And Bun also finds Baya as Sniper gets on to Cal. NYXL Academy look to reclaim the objective. They lose Sniper to Par and Alisu, but they have to back up and give up some space for now.
Yeah, but look at the stall. Look at the percentage that Timeless Ethereal were able to pick up. 75%. Here is going to be cycling up towards another pulse bomb. True Snozzler is going to have it sooner. But if you don't manage to find a kill to delay Timeless Ethereal from, again, just trying to poke out this pressure and find these early backline entrances onto Aramori, you're going to be seeing that flip real fast.
Snozzler with the pulse, waiting via the main side. Notices where Par is. Maybe trying to poke Par out, look for that translocator afterwards, but instead just looks to fight with Sniper via the low ground. Still staying with the full spawn. Comes back for the duel with Hera. And with some help from the team, remove Hera from the lobby. Timeless now back up. They have a choice to make. Do they want to fight on the inside? They don't have any ultimates. Have to deal with the pulse bomb, though. It's against the wall. Bit of a whiff from Snozzler, but they're still up in this fight. Could find some stagger kills. So for ultimates being built, but it's an anti from Aramori to find Baya before they could nano Baya. Snozzler also finds part 2. NYXL played that perfectly. Nice nade from Aramori.
Yeah, really good hack as well coming through from Bun. Catches onto Cal and denies that chance of using that nano. I don't think they knew whether or not it was fully built or not, but just did not want to check that risk, as Bun does have EMP for this next fight. We've seen that she will just wait and sit on top of Cal, and it feels like we're going to be seeing the exact same.
There's the EMP on the Cal as the rally came out from Baya. Do they have to follow up? It doesn't look like it. Meanwhile, Hera and Alice who go for the dive with the nano boost, able to find the backline of New York Excelsior. Meanwhile, Baya and Cal both fall. That's been with the backline.
Traded it for a flip.
Oh, you're right. They did flip the point. They do have that objective, though. Primal Rage with Sniper as well to try to find some kills. Alice who still has theirs. They're looking to touch the point, but eventually Hero will come back and keep touching it as well. Alice who in that Primal Rage now has their cooldown to go a bit further, extend this up to 100%. Snozzler has no relocate or relocate back. Does build up that pulse bomb. Alice who finds Jeeks though. Again, Aramori doesn't have that backline support. Nano boost onto Sniper, but they lose Bun. Already 2 members down. No follow-up damage. Sniper's able to find Par, but Cal, a 3K for them in this fight. 99%, make it a 4K. Last hits, all in favor of the star and a player of Ethereal. They take round number 1.
So this is the danger that you fall into as either a Sombra or a Tracer. Any hero that relies on those flanks, right? If you fall into a pattern of predictability, especially with EMP, and Timeless Ethereal sold their backline down the river to guarantee that they would be able to find that flip, understanding that even if you lose the break, even if you lose the Ana, 1, you've made it out EMP, and 2, you have the Primal to be able to stall that flip from 75 into overtime, and then Par's gonna hit the EMP faster than NYXL Academy, and that immediately offsets any other ultimate economy on the board. Timeless Ethereal with the 5,000 IQ play. Take downtown and put themselves onto match point.
See if they can keep things up here. Running that same composition they did earlier. Same with New York Excelsior Academy. They go via that drum side on the back. Meanwhile, Timeless taking the open space.
Not actually super close to Cal, who's on that off angle, not playing from the high ground, but a little harder for NYXL Academy to be able to intrude on, given the fact that Bun and Snozzler are actually playing behind drum.
Already handing out of their Bun. You can see the respect they're giving to Cal at the moment. Really not overly committing in these fights. Snozzler also has to relocate. Nice nade from Aramori. And then eventually Snozzler looks to duel it, but doesn't want to take that commit. Even with the Brigitte health packs, Cal's at least forced off for now, so NYXL are winning in terms of the health game with a sleep on to Bun! And the anti to slow down Snozzler. Is the follow-up damage there? It's not. Jeeks. Perfect health pack to keep the sleeping Sombra alive. And now, Timeless have that frontline pressure. They have the pulse bomb from Hera, and they drop it, but it's avoided by Aramori, who tosses the sleep dart, doesn't hit it, but it's at least putting pressure onto Hera. Meanwhile, Cal is able to find Snozzler. No Jeeks support this time. Cal, nice body shot to shut down the Tracer. Baya also finds Sniper in the first fight to win for Ethereal.
And here's the problem, right? When your team is the one taking more damage, you should have Nano Boost faster than the other Ana. But Cal is such an aggressive DPS Ana. They're literally taking these angles, these fights, on long line of distances. So when Bun and Snozzler reveal themselves, you have the amount of time to actually be able to shred through the health bar and force either the recall or the translocate out. And it allows you to keep pace with Nano.
Nano engage onto the Tracer, or sorry, onto the Winston of Alisu. Meanwhile, Hera got slept, but no kill onto them. Alisu's able to find Bun. Towards that point, Nano re-engaged. I mean, things seem to be collapsing for NYXL. They want to commit double support ultimates here and aren't even trying to fight it.
Has that EMP, doesn't have a great position to be able to set up. However, Thermosphere are doing what they've done so far in this race to find that win condition, continue picking apart NYXL's uptime. Also does pick out Hira.
Okay, nice flail also with the EMP to shut down Alisu. EMP dive is successful for NYXL as they reclaim that objective.
Right, flip is there, and NYXL Academy will start to bank up percentage. We just need to see that they don't have those blinders on, that they don't tunnel vision onto taking Cal down and allow Timeless Ethereal to nat 20 stealth the point away from them once more.
Ira coming left side to fight Snozlar, gets some of that support. Timeless given some space to work with here. NYXL kind of playing back in the inside angle. Bun noticing where they are, pings out that location. Although, look, it seems like Cal is a little left behind on that left side flank. Snozlar tried to disrupt it a little bit, but now will come back towards the rest of her team where Alisu's committed some cooldowns. Bun has found Hira just in this neutral fight. Amazing work from the Sombra player of NYXL Academy. Gets poked down, has to translocate away. Snozlar still kind of focused on this point to keep it in favor of NYXL Academy, knowing they're up in this fight. The sleep dart from Cal is there. On to Sniper, who has the primal wave, has to commit it, but Snozlar with a pulse from onto Cal to keep this fight in their favor. Timeless commits the nano boost onto par. Hira has found Amori, but the sleep dart came through for that pulse from Aramori. Fantastic sleep, cost them their life, but keeps them with the objective and Timeless away from it from now.
Nano boost onto par, however, allowed that EMP to be able to charge up, and the Ethereal will use it immediately.
Yep, they use it. Find Jinx and Snozlar too with Baya. Nice re-engage from Timeless Ethereal. I thought it might have been over for them, but they reclaimed the point.
Yeah, they use it immediately before Bun is going to be able to charge up an EMP to match. Silver lining for NYXL Academy, however, she'll have it in this next fight available, and Aramori and Jinx both have support ultimates to be able to follow up on it.
Fun. EMP available, but it's really far away from the fight. Baya will have that rally as well for it. Meanwhile, NYXL trying to relocate around this left side of the objective. A nade from Cal goes into Jinx to stop that rally from getting maximum value. Bun drops the EMP, and they're able to follow up on it. But Cal and Baya both removed as 88% of the board is now ticking for Timeless. They don't have any ultimates to stall, but they can at least jump around, use some cooldowns to make sure it gets to 99. That's the main objective for Timeless at the moment. 98, 99% on the board. NYXL claim it. Last fight territory.
Yeah, Alisu actually does enough damage and cleave to be able to build up to that primal Bun. Oh, sees a Cal. Sees that Cal's used the sleep dart, and Snozlar makes the move.
Hey, Snozlar really far in. Relocates back. Hira gets hacked on him, though. Bun has to translocate away. Has the hack back on there, but without the EMP, it's a little bit of a tough fight.
It's all stall to keep Timeless Ethereal from being able to walk onto the point and use these ultimates.
Now he's still available from Baya. Bubble used early on a Sniper. Meanwhile, rally from Baya on the back to keep them healthy. Armor and Jinx fall incredibly low, so the nano boost is committed on the Jinx. The real clear at the point. Baya gets the flail kill onto Snozlar, and Alisu with the primal rage finds Sniper. The pulse bomb, unfortunately from Snozlar, doesn't get value. Everybody's healthy for Timeless Ethereal at the moment. They're missing Jinx as well. Snozlar switches to Symmetra for some reason, and Timeless Ethereal will get the win in the grand finals over New York Excelsior Academy. Just to capitalize again, Moxie. They won Major 1 and now 2. This is amazing for Timeless Ethereal's reputation.
If there is one ultimate that you want in overtime that isn't Primal Rage, it has to be Rally. It has to be New Rally. Every single player who tries to stall that objective or try to find value of something like the Pulse Bomb just feeds themselves directly into Ultra Wide Brigida. And when the shield is that big, that stun is not going to miss. Timeless Ethereal are able to, like you said, pick up a second major, making them back-to-back winners of both of the Calling All Hero Radiant majors, 1 and 2. A dominant force after such a dominant performance. Close match, brilliant lower bracket run. Absolute glory upon all of their shoulders.
Yeah, that was a really fun game, and obviously we have a lot of top teams now here in the Radiant Heroes Major. It felt like people could even contest Timeless, taking a map off of them. Obviously, with NYXL winning against them in the upper bracket, they went through a lot of adversity to get here. But obviously, that map 5 win has got to mean a lot. I mean, surely we'll have an interview in a little bit, but man, that was a really fun matchup. I knew we were in for a treat today, but I think going into Busan, that must have been the difference maker compared to Oasis, right?
Yeah, such a smart team as well. Like their macro decision making here as well, popping off on the Tracer. I've told you about this many times. I really do believe that Hero could potentially be one of the best, if not the best Tracer in EMEA contenders tier 2.
Yeah.
At the moment, we're yet to see the consistency in the contender scene. However, consistency was here for Hero today. Triple pulse bomb kills, double pulse bomb kills. We never get to say, double pulse bomb kill. That's a disappointment. But from here, my goodness, every single pulse, every single blink, every single camp was just finding so much value. And the team knew how to be able to capitalize off of it. In fact, Hero's playstyle played brilliantly to time with ethereal strength, so where they would just pick you apart, not allowing you to be able to regroup or coordinate or build up ultimates to be able to throw back at them in their face. It was just aggression from the get-go.
Yeah, fantastic work from them. I mean, really amazing play from Hira in the backbone of the rest of them with Par, Alisu, and their backline of Cal. And Baya, obviously, we're going to have an interview with the MVP of that series, which is obviously Hira. So it is a don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Hira interview. See you guys after a short break. Welcome back, everybody. After that thrilling matchup between Timeless Ethereal and New York Excelsior Academy, Timeless come out on top, and we've brought to you one of the victors from that game, and I think myself and Moxie's MVP. We got Hira on the line. Congratulations on your win. I mean, that was such a fun series. How are you feeling after that one?
Thank you. I'm feeling great.
Okay, so first of all, I have to ask that triple pulse bomb kill on Midtown. How
Yeah.
did you calculate being able to get so many in one go?
To be fair, I think it was lucky. Probably the brick just walk into people.
It was luck. Is that what you're saying? Really?
Yeah, there is not that
Okay.
process behind it.
All right, fair. I mean, was this kind of like for you on Tracer? How was it to feel like to play with your team, with your DPS duos and your tank players specifically? I mean, how much did you guys, Timeless, prepare for this matchup versus New York Excelsior Academy, which obviously, in the upper bracket was a little tougher. So to come into today, what'd you guys change based on your previous matchup with them in the upper bracket?
I think the main change we did, it was shooting more the monkey and setting up dives correctly without getting forced out. That is the main issue we had yesterday.
Huh. So you guys were just like poking out the Winston more so and just like preemptively, like just making sure that Sniper's life was really hard?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did that impact as well the map decision making? Because we saw a couple of maps that we'd seen yesterday, but there were some newer ones come through today as well.
I think we didn't wanted to repeat the Oasis because I think we just played it back, and every time we scream on that map, we just played it terrible. I think that's the main difference between yesterday and today.
So why'd you guys pick it then the first time then, if it was just kind of like a tough map for you guys in general?
I don't really know because I think we just went through with whatever it's best for us, and we thought that maybe we can bring him back on Oasis.
Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because I mean, I'm probably in a similar spot to you where like, because it was your guys' coaches that picked the maps, or is it just like a team effort to pick the map? Like what's coming up?
It's mostly a team effort, and the coach also gets in.
Okay.
And you have a very diverse roster in terms of nationalities of players. I know you yourself are Spanish, and we also have two other players, Alizo and Bio, who normally actually participate in EU contenders alongside. How does that actually work out in terms of, were you playing on like super high latency, or are you currently in the States?
No, I'm playing on. When they force west, I'm on like 170 ms. When it's like central, I'm on 120.
Oh, wait, so
How
so
does
it
that
was. Oh yeah.
feed
Sorry, Max.
into then how you play Tracer? Because I know when I play on latency myself, I can never play Tracer or Sombra if I'm above 140 latency.
I mean, on 170, it was on midterm specifically. I was getting lucky with the pulses, but I was dying a lot, like through walls, or like my blinks weren't connecting in time.
Oh, that makes a lot of
But
sense. Yeah, so it's hard to play that aggressive, right?
yeah, playing on pink is just like playing on a cage. You're like limited all the time.
You're like always pulled back on a rope, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, and especially for Tracer players. I mean, that Moxie's right. That's like one of the hardest roles. I mean, is there anything that in particular in that matchup that you guys felt maybe went differently for you guys today than it did in the upper bracket? What was the biggest thing, the biggest reason? It was that is the Winston poke that, like you said, but do you feel like that you individually had a better performance than you did previously versus NYXL Academy?
I mean, that's probably also one of the things that have changed from yesterday to today. I just played better. And so I just can carry even harder than yesterday. Because I think yesterday I was like playing good, but I wasn't like doing enough.
Do you feel like there's a lot on your plate with this team with trying to do like get those pulse bombs off and just check Snozzler all the time? You have a major role in kind of just like fragging potential for this team?
Yeah, I think my main job is just marking the chaser when she has pulse. Otherwise, just not really. I don't really have to do that, but otherwise, I'm just like looking for a dive with my monkey and echo or sombra.
So then, speaking about marking the tracer, obviously another huge aspect that you all were able to take advantage of on downtime especially was being able to mark that sombra and anticipating the EMPs going onto your backline. Was that something that the team made an active call, that you would sacrifice that backline and prioritize everyone else going for the point flip?
Most of the fights they had the EMP thing, we didn't. So what we did is just we have to look for a trade instantly because we're not gonna win the fight most likely.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, obviously, Hira, you guys just won that matchup and, now win 2 majors. I mean, is there anything else that, you would like to say before we let you go, or any shout outs you want to give to your teammates with Timeless Ethereal, or anything you want to say before we let you go?
Yeah, thank you for the fans for like cheering us, and shout out to Park. He improved a lot in one day.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you so much, Hira, for coming by. It was a pleasure speaking to you, and congrats on your win.
Thank you.
Well, that was thank you, Hira. And Moxie, obviously, we kind of have to break everything down what has happened. This was a crazy tournament. The playoffs were, back and forth between both of these top teams, between New York Excelsior Academy, who won in that upper bracket. But then, Timeless come back in that grand finals to win 3-2.
Oh man, what a series! What a series that we've got to see both times when NYXL Academy and Timeless Ethereal faced off against each other. It was a 5-map series, Dustin. It's just the scorelines were inverted every single time around. You really can see the adaptation coming through. I love as well the fact that Timeless Ethereal, they looked at that Oasis playstyle. They said, okay, it's not going to work. We're not going to run this back again. We're going to go somewhere else where we're going to be able to take advantage of our strengths, of our positions, and the aggression that we showcase. And they absolutely 100% made the right call to take us to Busan, and they really did get to pop off. This team is going places, whether it's going to be within the bracket of Calling All Heroes, where they have this sort of amalgamation of NA and European talent, or whether or not it's these players individually when they're on their contenders teams, or even for some of them, Overwatch World Cup teams. Here, shout out, Team Spain made it through. One of the teams that I don't think a lot of people actually expected picked up that second seed, and a lot of it honestly was off of the back of that Tracer. Mark my words, Hero is going places in the Overwatch esports scene.
And congratulations again to Timeless Ethereal and Kaiju Corp MX. I mean, it was such a both grand finals were super exciting. Different champions than they were yesterday. Obviously, different winners from yesterday, obviously. But obviously, that's going to be it for myself, Dogman, and Moxie. The Radiant Heroes Major 2 was super fun. If you want to keep checking things out, make sure you follow in the community to see when the next tournament will be. We got one more major coming up, and then that championship, which will be so damn exciting. So stick around for those. But in the meantime, for the Radiant Heroes Major 2, that's myself, Dogman, and Moxie out.